All right. So we don't have to do too terribly much recap, given that it was last night. But I do want to start with what the question was that we sort of ended on, which is going to Haven. Is how are you guys going about this? How are you guys getting there? One of the things I was thinking about last night that I could have said at the end to make things a little bit clearer is the fact that this is not the same thing as going to like Three Trees or even to Hardhome, because you all kind of are aware, and Griffle is very aware that there is a Signet Royal guarding the harbor at Haven. So in a lot of places, and a lot of times you can sort of um, ignores the wrong word, but like your beacon is so much stronger that you can approach things without them seeing you. In a lot of instances, that is not the case at the port of Haven. Um, it is a similar or stronger beacon than your own. So you're going to need to do something with that. But you're either going to have to be decently far away, or you're literally
This is like a baby murder zone.
like a chip. Yeah. So you're gonna have to either be decently far away and like ride into the city in like a couple hours to get into the city to get the outside of the beacon range, or you are gonna have to actually like officially go to Haven. Now the other thing is that now that you guys have the map in front of you guys, hopefully you can see that Haven is a pretty like this is just sort of the central city, kind of what we would call like downtown, maybe not downtown area, but like the center of the city part. There's a lot outside of this. Haven is also massive compared to any other city that you guys have been in. Even something like Silver Spire isn't ground like ground size huge. It's just very densely populated. Haven has a densely populated city center and also then has a huge sprawling city around it.
I'm okay with going in officially. I think we should do the thing where we don't keep watch so that we get a little more time.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that. The other thing that is worth mentioning is if you think that in character you know what you want to buy, you hired a quartermaster
Okay.
on the ship whose job it is to
buy
take buddies and go buy things.
Good.
So if you take the ship to a market and you're like, we want to go sleep, we would like someone to go buy all of our stuff for us. You hired a guy, that's his job.
Fantastic.
Yay, let's do it.
Listen, Destructo, baby.
This was
I don't think they saw the ship.
like a month ago, game time, 3 years ago, IRL time.
Yes.
Yes.
Because they went to Haven. They got recognized by basically the port authority, by the beacon at Haven. And then before that turned into a very unfortunate conversation, they went boop, teleported away. And since they couldn't activate the communication system and didn't know how to speak to anything and didn't read the language, they had no idea about what was happening.
I also want to reemphasize, we also went to Sanctuary with the ship.
Yeah, we did.
Outside of Sanctuary, yeah.
Oh, we were like under.
Under the sea.
Yeah, you're under the water, but you weren't under the ice cap where the Sanctuary is.
Well, we could have theoretically just been
Yeah, you could have
completely dumpstered.
Yeah. Well, or,
Does
At that
the
point-
Signet Royal begin?
no, it does not.
It's almost like when you put your hands on that orb written in that strange language and just started pushing buttons. That wasn't a good idea.
I mean, here's the thing. At the very beginning, if you guys advanced to Sanctuary and been and gotten there, and people have been like, "Oh my God, you brought back the ship! You guys are heroes. You guys might have started that whole section as the heroes of Sanctuary,"
Mhm.
which would have been an interesting plot development.
Then Morin would have respected us.
I don't know about
I've never not respected you. I've
Oh,
just been
really?
very confused.
So
We're the owners of the ship. You don't look anything like the last people that I knew were the owners of the ship.
Right. That's so close.
Oh.
right, so yeah, I need to plug my phone in because it's not plugged.
Oh, so I had a thought.
Just one.
That's not good, right? Okay, I actually had two thoughts. So one thought was you didn't answer me when I asked if I could still feel the hive mind.
I paused and I rolled a check.
I know you
and then
did.
I answered you.
Did you say anything out loud? I don't think you did.
Oh, I
I think you got distracted.
I intended to say something.
I know. I saw you doing some stuff over there.
Okay. The answer is no.
Okay, great. And second, when we come on the ship, I would like to talk to Al real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so Al Shaib, we have returned from an arduous battle. During the battle, we saw a shadow that followed us. Do you sense this presence? Has it followed us into the ship?
So you can tell, like, when you invoke Al, you get his attention,
Mhm.
and then Al Shaib takes a second, and then you can feel like maybe like heat, kind of like someone's taking like a heat lamp and waving it over your body.
Mhm.
And then he says, "Cannot tell exactly. Would you be opposed to coming and speaking with me personally?"
Not at all.
Let him in.
So the smoke and you appear in Al Shaib's realm. He is still sitting at the campfire, facing away from you.
Nice.
Took me an hour and 3 minutes.
Facing away from you at the campfire, in that same sort of weird,
Oh.
kind of like awkward perspective, like you're looking through a prism, and no matter how you look at it, it kind of forces it to look the
Mhm.
same direction. And he glances over his shoulder and looks at you, and then he says, "Ah, my friend, you have done great things, I think. But great things have often great consequences." And then he gestures kind of over his shoulders behind him. And then you can see he kind of like does this and then does that. Like he gestures to you and then gestures behind you.
Mhm. Do you know a name for this presence?
I know of several, but I believe it may be something that you know, should you care to look at it.
I look behind me.
There is a mass of shadows and tendrils and tentacles that is just sort of spread all along the plateau behind you.
Is my orb doing anything?
Doesn't seem to be reacting.
You said you've done great things and they come with consequences.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Does the presence feel malevolent or just scary? Okay.
Both.
You are just
You very much get the like when you look at it,
Mhm.
you feel compelled to not look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, when you kind of turn over your shoulder and look at it, the world, like your peripheral vision,
Mhm.
looks very fucked up. Again, that same nature of imagine you're looking at something through a prism.
Mhm.
What you're exactly focused on is that's reflected in the prism is clear, but everything around it is just like nonsense. Like
Mhm.
it's just like scattered light and images from all over the place.
Mhm.
That's what you get to a much stronger degree when you look at the thing behind you.
Mhm.
And while you're doing that, you get the impression that like it's constantly trying to pull your attention away. Like
It
it's
doesn't want you to
difficult
see
to
it.
look at it.
Yeah. So would I, as a character, like just know that this is a walker?
You don't know for certain because it doesn't have the same scale.
Yeah.
So this thing is big, but it's like a projected shadow of something small. So it's like you project, here's a campfire,
Mhm.
here's like the distant plateau. If you projected something kind of small, it would look
Yeah.
scary and amorphous and giant,
Right.
which is kind of what it looks like. But it also has that sort of distinct edge quality of something that is closer to the light, right?
Yeah. So Al said I would know a name for it. I, as a player, am feeling thick. Does my character know more than I do right now?
Um. So as you're looking at it, Al would keep talking and say, each of the adversaries have a shorter name. The walkers all have specific things that they are. This one's name is apt, but it continues to be one even in the minds of others. And do you remember the first one that you met? What his epithet is?
Was the first one we met Terminus?
He who comes before, he who comes after. Yeah.
Also, he who walks behind.
Okay. And do I get the sense that this thing is following me specifically, or all of us?
Well, you're the only one that's in the interior for Alphabe's realm,
Mhm.
so it's at least following you.
Yeah.
Seems to be following you specifically. And when it's there, you can feel sort of like a tingling on the base of your head, like the just above the top of your neck, just a little
Mhm.
scratching.
Um. So realizing this, I think I would say to Al, is there a way that we can protect ourselves from this threat beyond the obvious of elimination?
There are those that know some of the oldest ways. In a time when they were less free to act, that might have safeguards. It is not something I currently know. I am unsure if a direct command would allow me access an answer to such a thing.
Well, what do you guys think? I know you're not there, but
Do you want to command Al to name?
I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where like the name causes you some psychic damage or something.
we do know the consequences of the commands, but yeah.
Yeah, but like, do we suppose that you can give more than 3?
No, I don't think we suppose that. So,
That's where my concern is at.
yeah.
And to be clear, the question that was asked and the way that was answered was, is there a way that we can protect ourselves, get rid of this shadow? And his answer is, there was knowledge such as this.
Yeah.
I don't know it currently, and I don't know if use a command
Yeah.
whether I would be able to answer you.
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh, really?
would there be one we could seek who would know this answer given freely?
So there is a moment of Al Shaib would answer immediately and would have the answer to this.
Mhm.
The DM could probably look it up, but the baby is demanding my attention. So the answer is yes.
Yeah.
The answer is something that you would recognize.
Okay.
He would not use.
Should we not hold it for a bit?
Yes, they're dirty.
Yeah.
So the answer that he would use would be something that you would recognize, but it would be in a language you don't know.
Okay.
So he would say, and I have to look up the word.
Mhm.
So he says this word
Mhm.
is not something. It's not someone or something that would know a thing specifically, but they are keepers of esoteric knowledge in such a way that the walkers and those that served them feared their kind. They are almost extinct. The few that remain have hidden themselves in the places in the world that have dangers that are nearly impossible to predict.
It's the
Sphinx.
But he uses the same term
Yeah.
that Bedveer did to describe the Sphinx.
Oh, that's.
That's not he uses a specific Sphinx.
Oh.
So that is the name of the one that Bedveer knows. But
Any Sphinx will do.
but Bedveer used a phrase for them, which you found out later translates to lie strangler.
Cool.
Mhm.
That is all.
So I know I had to say that in certain parts, but the short answer is
Yeah.
I don't know. But this is the type of weird bullshit
That a Sphinx would know.
that a Sphinx would know.
Yeah. So maybe we bump that up the list. Friends
Hmm.
visiting the Sphinx. You know,
note taker.
I'm taking. Jesus.
I had nothing to do in this combat. Should I do something else? And then it's like we get into combat. It's like, all right, write this complication down and check this and do this. Like, okay.
Doing it.
Thank you, love. If you need more, bring her down whenever. I will do so. As it is commanded, so shall it be done.
I guess, are we considering like separate sessions?
However you choose to note it. I'm
What's the OBS?
I'm going to. Well, I haven't talked to JP about this yet, but JP, the goal would be for these sessions is to upload each day as its own thing. So they're likely to be like yesterday's
Yeah.
It's like
episode.
9 hours.
It's going to be really fucking
Yeah,
long,
yeah.
but it's going to be one episode.
See,
Correct.
Sure.
But I'm more saying for the purposes of consistency with the way that our note taker is taking notes and the way that our calendar man is moving the calendar forward a single day. So it sounds like the plan was to rely on the crew and the other people aboard the ship as early warning systems and to take the short version of rest, kind of allow you all to be, getting up a little bit before dinner time to be able to go out into the city. You had Al Shaib to talk to on the ship. Is there anyone else aboard the ship? Because again, extended rest doesn't necessarily mean sleep.
Mhm.
It means
Chill.
chill, sleep, nap, read, relax. Do not do anything taxing at all. You can still talk to people as long as you do not go anywhere. So it sounds like Hatterai as well as someone that you wish to talk to.
Yeah.
Okay. So Hatterai is back aboard the ship. He is happy that he went back to the ship before things apparently exploded in Silver Spire. And he would initially ask, what happened that caused us to leave so quickly? And then upon seeing expressions of things, he updates that to saying he is willing to know once the danger has passed. This knowledge might be dangerous, and he does not need to know it. His curiosity can wait for this to be a historical record. So, I'm sitting in the mess. What do you want to say? What do you want to do? We pop you the hat, right?
How do I? We're in Haven for a specific mission. It's a little delicate. I need to know about the whip.
I have studied such a thing for quite some time. Is there anything in particular that you wish to know about the whip?
How it spreads, if you know.
Well, it's my familiarity with it is less academic and more practical. My experience is that the whip spreads by person-to-person contact, especially if one is in immediate contact with the blood that's coughed up in the latest stages. But it can be in much more loose contact. I have been told that there are other methods of spreading the disease where it originates. However, this is not something that I've had any personal experience with, is it's not been a method that is used in Reach in my times there.
What kinds of methods?
Well, as you are undoubtedly aware, the whip itself is not native to this continent. It is brought here. There are outbreaks when sailors, merchants, travelers of all sorts come from across the Great Sea, and they bring with them something that is contaminated or someone that is contaminated, and they enter the population and it spreads from there. It is supposedly significantly less deadly on this side of the ocean. It spreads quickly and is a nearly impossible or impossible thing to eradicate on the other continent, on the far side of the seas.
I don't remember the reason why we think that the plague doctor is spreading blood whip.
We were specifically told.
Oh, we were.
Marvel.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although you're not sure why that specific disease. There are a lot of different diseases.
Right. Because there was a time when we thought he was channeling Narsenhar's power.
Yeah.
We still think that, don't we?
I think we do still
Yeah.
do that. So I didn't know if he's channeling Narsenhar's power, why blood, but I forgot that Margot told us.
Yeah.
If how do I phrase this?
I suspect
Sounding
part of
really
it.
suspicious.
I suspect
trying-
part of the.
I'm trying to also real quick. JP, are you back? No. When he gets back, I want to try to double check to make sure, because I'm speaking a little bit stronger as Padarai, because I would have to sit like right next to the mic to do his voice normally. And I want it to be able to be
I
picked
can
up.
see it picking you up.
Yeah, but I've changed the way that I'm talking. So I don't know if I can try to talk the other way. See if he can pick up me speaking as Hatterai normally.
Another reason I would think for the blood web is that it's easily spread, or more easily
Mhm.
spread.
And that it's a common plague.
Harder to trace back.
Yeah.
It's
Did
spread
he
from
say it
like
was
contact with their
more-
blood. That's the
more
best way to spread it.
Did he say it was more or less deadly on this side of the continent?
Less deadly.
Less
Less deadly.
But he also said it spreads through coughing blood, in the blood that you cough.
Do we know anything about the other continent?
Yes.
The golden lion goes there.
Yeah, Golden Lion, the captain, the Bladeling
Mm-hmm.
was like told us a little bit about it.
Can vampires get the blood whip?
Is that a question you're asking Hatterai?
I believe that the vampire's condition would allow them to be a carrier, if not someone that would suffer from the consequences. I am unsure, however, as they are between normal people and the hosts that the whip on the other side of the ocean prefers.
Which host is that?
Well, I apologize. I do not have direct experience. What I have to offer is something that's been a consistent rumor and explanation to those that have traveled across the sea. Please understand, this is second-hand information. The explanation that has been given to me is that the undead, zombies, and other sorts of fleshy creatures of unlife that are very prevalent on the other side of the ocean are carriers, are ones that are able to have this disease and have little to no ill effect for years or decades as incubators, or ones that slowly suffer the consequences of the disease and then succumb to it after they've been able to move great distance and infect many others.
So-
Unlikely to be the ghoul army then.
My initial thought is that he would just have ghouls just walk down the street.
Yeah.
That's not, yeah,
I
that's
don't-
what I was thinking. But,
Or like
think
explode
that
like in the
would
blood
be-
bomb.
I don't
yeah,
think that would be acceptable. Adora, how long does it take the whip to greatly affect someone?
Again, this is a difficult thing. The whip, depending on its transmission, how far it is away from the original host that it is bred within, is less and less virulent. If it was to travel, say, from a particular undead host, and again, this is all second-hand information, but if it goes from an original undead host into a living host, one that would suffer from it, that host would die relatively quickly, something in the matter of days. If it then is transmitted to another host from that living host, I believe a small portion of the disease itself is weakened going from living host to living host. After several such transmissions, it can take days or weeks. I've known of one person who was able to survive with the whip for upwards of a month without either recovering or succumbing to the disease. There are some that do recover naturally, and the further one is away from a undead source, the more likely it is to recover, and the longer it is for them to succumb to the effects.
And how long before the effects start to show, do you know?
Again, it is a difficult question to ask, as we believe, and those that have, I would say, a more worldly perspective on travelers, believe that travelers do not intentionally bring such things, such ailments with them, and likely are spreading it before they are fully aware of their condition. And in those people, they are ones that have had the whip travel through several living hosts before it reaches them. They may not experience symptoms for days or weeks before they start to show signs of the initial coughing and stages of the disease.
I think it unlikely that he intends, and this is to you guys, right? But I think it's unlikely that he would use his ghoul army. It seems if he wanted the populace weakened before an attack, it would take several days at least before the thing would spread wide enough to have any great effect.
so that was my next clarification question, which was, didn't Margot tell us that he was spreading the blood whip specifically to weaken Haven's forces before they invaded?
Yes.
But they're not, is he? We don't know when the forces are arriving, or do we?
You do.
We do.
Tomorrow night.
Tonight is the night before Reaper's Night, and Reaper's Night is the
So he's,
Is the attack.
tonight he's doing the ritual to get everyone sick. and then the next day the ghouls are coming.
supposedly. Granted, he's bringing ghouls with him as well, but
Right, but like
the main
major-
force is supposed to be.
And he's using the ritual to spread disease in the city.
What if the ritual is to turn
That is-
the water in the city to blood? And then they-
Oh,
like Batman.
Or Jesus.
that would make sense.
or a good amount of again a source of water like up the river.
Or like, yeah.
Oh, this is.
Oh, that's up.
Oh, so on your map,
Yeah.
the big body of water at the bottom is not where the water is flowing to. It is where the water is flowing from. So that is an inland sea. And this river in particular is draining northward from the slightly raised inland sea outward. It is a very slow moving river, especially in this part, but it does go northward away from this inland sea. There are other rivers that go to the sea.
Because I think attacking with a ghouls in the streets would be kind of sketch.
Yeah.
But that's what I saw in my video.
I think I'm hyperfixating on the water specifically, but it also seems to be the best way to fuck with the populace. So
I will say that the
What'd you see in your video?
as a reminder, the vision is of Reaper's Night. It is not
Right.
of tomorrow night.
That's right. Or Tenby.
It's of tonight. Sorry.
Yeah.
So it is of tomorrow night, not tonight.
My vision, ghouls were being led by vampires attacking the forces of Haven.
does
In
is Reaper's Night indicated by something, or is it just a day?
It is the
No.
time of year, I think it only happens once or twice a year,
It-
where all 3 moons are at their smallest amount. So it's very dark.
Yeah, so they're not new moons. So it's not like all black, but they're all tiny slivers, and it's supposed to be the 3 sides. So
And
think of
but
like
it's
a
also,
fingernail moon, but 3 of them.
also super dark, so vampires like that.
Yeah.
It is not the darkest night of the year. There is and I'd have to look at the calendar to see what the name of it is, but there is a night where there
Is it
is
called Reaper's Night because they look a bit like sickles?
yes
Sickle moves.
size, yeah. So it is the second darkest night of the year typically, and the all moons are in darkness is an event that happens less than once a year. It's like once every 2 or 3 years, but Reaper's Night happens. I want to say every year it's once a year, but there might be an occasional year here or there that's twice.
I didn't look very far in either direction of the calendar.
Yeah, but usually it is once a year.
Okay.
in your vision, were the soldiers ill?
That's not something I asked myself when I was experiencing this vision. Did they look ill? I don't think so. Sally Main seemed pretty normal. I did want to know if I could maybe figure out where I thought my vision was happening when I'm at the city.
So technically, you guys don't have this map yet.
Because we're not quite at Haven.
Well, I mean, you will get this map, at Haven, depending on who you talk to. Some
The ship
will
has
have
been
a
down,
map,
right? Would it have a log?
It has a
Because-
log of you being there,
Far above Haven.
but it doesn't have like this is where things are. Like this type of
Okay.
map is something you'd get from the people
I
there,
guess.
and I'm also making it easier on you guys to be like, hey, this is where all this stuff is.
Okay, then I will re-ask. I will recontemplate that question.
Yes, once you have stuff. I would say that it is your character would be like, oh, if I knew someone from Haven, I could describe places, and they might be able to tell me where that is in the city. Like, hey, I saw this, this, and this.
Has Hatterai been to Haven?
Hatterai's been Haven.
Oh, okay. So, based on my description, would Hatterai be able to give me an idea?
How are you asking this question?
um,
Because Griffel is specifically avoiding talking about some stuff to Hatterai, trying not to trigger Margot's.
Wait, Griffel's not
Stuff.
involved in Margot's thing.
I'm not.
that's correct.
But
And also, my
but-
vision,
but
I don't believe, was
When you
covered.
guys briefed me, because you're allowed to bring me in on what was said.
That's not true.
No, we're allowed to tell anybody we think is. We're not allowed to do anything that we think would
trigger the court from being involved. And the
Yeah.
reason you could tell Griffle quite a bit of it is because Griffle doesn't really like the vampires at all.
Yeah.
Won't.
But my vision also wouldn't be covered under that.
Right.
Correct.
Margot didn't tell you anything.
Right.
Your visions,
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying you don't have to do certain things. I'm just saying
That's the thing.
her character and Foxy made a point of being very specific how she was talking to Hatterai. And so I'm kind of pushing that along, say, all right, well, I want to know specifically how you're asking this.
So I think I would probably tell him we've had a vision like other visions that we've had, because we've told him about other visions that we've had. And this one occurred in the city of Haven. Is he familiar with a location that looks like this within the city?
So you kind of explain, he listens along.
The square had this.
And he kind of asks a couple of questions and kind of goes back and forth.
He goes, I'm not certain, of course. There could be many places there that have similar characteristics, but the description that you gave of the broad open place, that one in particular sounds like the Giants Market. It's a place within the city that is designed for outsiders that are of different scales than the halflings themselves.
What a polite way.
Can I ask you a non sequitur? When we visited the wilds and talked to Narsenhar, prior to speaking with Narsenhar, the ship thought Narsenhar was a beacon. What size beacon did the ship think?
It didn't really understand what kind of beacon it was, but it said it was of Signet Royal power.
Okay.
But also that the beacon signal was like coming from every part of his body, right? It wasn't like a singular location.
So he,
With those are the beacons were she makers.
Yes.
and on the map, the C is the Giants Market.
Oh, okay.
The witch.
So we had asked Mstislav about armies that use ghouls as hire. They're not cheap.
Correct.
I don't think these are hired. I think these are just the force. Like it's just like the army of the court. It's the
Court
not,
tree?
not the song tree. Yeah, tree.
They're using it for their own ends versus
It's not.
hiring it out.
It's yeah. It's
Right. It just seems like infecting everybody with blood whip and then attacking them before symptoms could manifest. With a ruthlessly
now,
effective type of army.
you are focused on the people who are able to fight as opposed to the people who are not there. Were there a lot of soldiers in your vision?
No.
No.
There's not a lot of social division.
Where are all the soldiers? In
Yeah. So my thought is that he's going to do something not just to infect the city, but to infect them with the most, like
Yeah.
with a hyped up, like a virulent version that would manifest like symptoms a lot quicker.
And as you guys are kind of talking about this, and you're kind of doing stuff with Hatterai, he is going to, once this is not like we're just sitting around chatting at the table. Once this is like interrogation's the wrong word, but like once it's like kind of like a consultation of
Mhm.
like you're coming to him with information, he is going to ask to excuse himself and go to his quarters for a minute. And then he's going to go and he's going to bring back several books.
Okay.
And he'll set them on the table, because if this is like you really want to know something,
Yeah.
he's not going to rely on his memory. He's going to pull out his journals and his books and be like, okay, well, what are we looking for?
Hatterai, we believe that there is an agent who will use a ritual to bring the blood whip to the city. Do you know perhaps the nature of that ritual, or in what way that might expedite the disease?
I am a ritualist, but there are certain rituals I have had no desire to learn, either from an academic perspective or from a practical perspective. I believe the spreading of a virulent disease upon a populace is well within the realm of something I'm uninterested in learning about personally. But
Agreed.
the theory I could give some conjectures on. But as to the nature of spreading this disease in particular, I believe it would be, from my experience in the Reach, very difficult. There are other diseases that would be significantly easier to spread by poisoning waterways or foodstuffs or other sorts of things that are easy to transport, or using controlled insects or rats or other things that would allow rapid spread to the populace. My understanding of the whip is it is primarily transmitted from person to person in order to infect a large populace. And it seems it would be very difficult because you would need to have your initial infection be a number of people that would then need to spread themselves around the city, and then people are large and ineffective as entities to spread, especially when compared to something like water or with insects or mice or other sorts of things.
Are there a lot of vampires that live in Haven?
Very few, and less since the start of things. I have a couple of contacts at the university, and they have been discussing that individuals that are vampiric in nature have been withdrawing from each of the cities that do not have a strong garrison of people of one side in conflict or another.
What were you saying?
One second. Let me proxy person then.
So this is like way back when, but it might be relevant. So when I was traveling to court, we passed through Haven to get to court,
Mhm.
and we picked up a couple of other ships on the way.
Mhm.
Was that the Haven representatives to court?
Yes.
But they were
There
sanctuary
was someone.
representatives, right?
There was someone missing who was
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to be there.
Yes.
Was that the giant representative?
There was the Flace representative. Yes. Did not want to travel with
For who?
Flace. It's one of the other cities. So there is another city that is geographically very close to, and they had this big barge type ship,
Yep.
and the representative wasn't there. And there at court there were two groups of representatives of Haven. There was the free representatives, the people that were actually from Haven, and then you had the quote unquote true representatives of Haven, which are the people from Endeavor that were the former rulers that were sort of
Right.
the government in exile.
And then at court, they petitioned Arn to intercede
Mhm.
on their behalf to take Haven back for Endeavor.
Correct.
And then she was like, nah, fuck that.
She didn't actually say no, or you're pretty certain she wouldn't have said no, but it was more like, hey, it's not, hey, take back Haven for us. It was, we are here to hire an army to take back Haven from
Right.
you. You guys have these ghouls that are very effective.
Yeah.
And the party made a deal, and part of the deal was that they would not rent out the army to Endeavor to attack Haven.
Okay.
And is that the favor that made the Night King want to attack Haven
It's sort
as
of,
a target to get back at on?
sort of like an ally.
Or were there other?
So your characters know that during court, because of that action, when On basically told the rest of the council, the Vampire Council, listen, you're going to apologize or fuck everybody we see from the Vampire Nation. Haven came out in favor of that, being like, yes, we're in favor of this decision. You know, we support independence and, you know, all this sort of stuff. But there is a lot of politics there because the other city states don't want to get involved in this issue of whether Haven is a free state or not.
Right.
And so Haven needs allies.
Right.
And so Haven basically saying, hey, we support Desang from with their decision is sort of a possibly dangerous move,
Mhm.
but it's something that they need because they have to have some sort of
Right.
allies.
So Dasang has broken away from the vampire court,
Yes.
from the vampire council,
Yes.
and Haven is like, we'll support you in the hope that you'll then support us in turn.
Correct.
And because you've already shown like not animosity by not renting out your army to crush us.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have a ostensibly neutral army that is for hire for anyone who wants it. And our enemy attempted to hire that army, and you told them no. And your answer of why no was kind of obviously not the real answer why no.
Uh-huh.
So we take that as a favor to us. And so we are
Right. And so because Night King can't necessarily strike back directly at Dasang, or is not perhaps ready to strike back at Dasang.
you know he has struck directly at the sound from the last time he tried to
That's
make
right.
it.
Yeah, get off like an A-bomb basically, right? Yeah.
That disrupted the teleportation when you guys
Yeah.
really good.
Was Drac trying to say something?
No, sorry, I'm just reading things and looking at things.
Hadarai, is it theoretically possible that, I can cast rituals, but I'm not particularly good at it? Is it theoretically possible that someone might disguise ghouls as people, or like a carrier as people, and just let them loose?
Ghouls and other undead have excellent means of passing as mortal peoples, especially to those that have no magical or supernatural senses. And my concern is not necessarily that it would be difficult to hide or disguise the carriers. That is something that could be done with some manner of preparation and resources. Which, if you are attacking a city such as this, I imagine you have some resources. But my you can tell he's kind of like fumbling over a little bit, and like he's got some wheels turning in the back of his head. My concern is the if you have individuals that are larger and could be identified as individuals, that it might be difficult to keep such a spread of contamination going should your initial ghouls, in this case, be discovered.
How many?
We will say that my objections to this are on the basis of life being something that is precious and something that
Is he stuttering because he's nervous, or because he's?
You can tell that he's nervous.
Hadarai,
Can I like insight check like why he's nervous?
because he thinks that we're trying to get information.
Like why is he nervous?
He doesn't think that we're the baddies, does he?
Are we the baddies?
Well, the way that you're asking this question,
Is how do you best infect the city?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
you go with, hey, a ritual could be used to infect the city.
And I'm a ritual
And,
caster.
Okay.
and I'm a ritual. If I were to cast a ritual on these things to infect this city, what would be the best way to avoid notice?
Sure.
Okay, can I like?
I will be frank with you. We suspect that there is a party trying to infect the city with blood whip in order to weaken it for an attack. We are trying desperately to devise the way, the method by which they may do so that we can prevent it.
So this is understanding the nature of the infection and how it spreads exclusively for the purposes of countering said measures.
Yes.
What?
Has
should
everything
think-
we've done
I should, yeah,
been
I should
totally
think,
above board? Hadarai,
I should think you would know us well enough, right?
Well,
I don't know as well.
I wish to believe the best in people. However, there are decisions that have been made. If you are to consult histories, where very seemingly well-intentioned individuals have made what they consider to be a difficult choice.
No.
sacrifice.
Couldn't be us.
Things that have been done for the great good that
The greater good.
are not reflected as good things when taken from the historical.
He's
record.
still mad about that blacksmith.
Well, did Hatterai sit in on any of our discussions where we went, do we save Haven? Do we not save Haven?
He was there for the discussion about, because you guys consulted him for the discussion about Hardhome.
Right.
So like, that was not a unanimous 100% yes, let's bamf in and save them. That was a long discussion that he was privy to, where do we save this major metropolitan area was up in the air. So
Do we murder this major
It
metropolitan?
wasn't do we save them, it was what is our highest priority right now.
Because we're trying to save.
And that's
kind of what he's saying is like, he's not saying you guys are the baddies. What he's saying is, what he's saying is that things that, you know, may or may not seem like they have all these other consequences oftentimes get justified in the moment and are not reflected well. Because you're talking to a guy who's basically a history teacher.
It's the American
Like-
doctrine.
I'm gonna
Mhm.
boil the jug, but I'll be
America's the good guy.
Okay.
I mean, we've definitely not had any unintended consequences for our decisions.
Certainly.
Right.
So that is the perspective he's going. That's she's going upstairs. And,
Oh. I'm just like,
so that is the thing I'm saying is like his perspective is not you guys are terrible, horrible people. His perspective is you guys are making decisions or seemingly making decisions on a large scale. And history tells me that even those with the best intentions have made some really bad decisions overall.
But those are like that would be actively evil, which we're
Hatterai, would you rather us
not.
So what he's gonna
take
say,
our hands off?
what he's gonna say is
I do not wish to doubt or to say that any of the information that you have received is in some way in error. What I would be concerned with, should I be a person that puts myself in the position of one who wishes to, through disease or other sorts of things that would be considered crimes on a great scale, should I wish to do that on a population such as Haven, the whip is not something that I would traditionally consider to be a weapon that we worth using. It is similar to the idea that one can fight one another with all manner of weapons and tools of warfare. There are implements and traditional implements or magical or other implements that you could use. It is most likely that people will prefer very efficient tools. You do not have brawls or fights to the death where each side is using a sharpened bottle cap. Usually you would have swords and shields, maces, things that are efficient for the manner of destruction. And this particular tool, as you're describing it, is more close to the sharpened bottle cap than it is to the sword. Not that it is not a deadly plague. It is. It has been something that the Reach has suffered with for many a year, but it is not something that has spread outside of the Reach in I would have to consult my books, but I believe it has been more than a human lifetime since the last time it was able to reach this far south or this far west.
How many we have the exact numbers of the guys of what's his name? Didier's army.
Yeah.
How many undead does he have? I mean, he's an undead. So like how many like minor soldiers does he have?
I think the total group is somewhere in the range of like 40.
So not that big.
Okay, I'm looking at the Didier info.
Mhm.
I guess I would say this telepathically to the group. I would cut Hatterai out of it.
Because I gave a summary on the
You
Discord.
did, and so Marie told us to do the ritual itself. He'll need to have curse bearers and disease bearers. These are beings that are held alive with necrotic energy. And basically they are just walking disease bomb. Like they just explode into disease. So his ritual is, I think, to create these.
huh.
Why do we think it's the blood whip specifically?
We
I'm
were
not-
told.
Margot said it was
It's very specific.
and and that's the thing that, from Hatterai's perspective, right? He's missing some of the pieces of information.
Right.
He's like, maybe that information is
Wrong.
wrong, or you're missing some piece, because he doesn't, he's trying to give you guys the benefit of the doubt. Okay, I'm not giving you guys here's how to war crime, but he's saying if you're trying to prevent someone else, so you need to know how to war crime to stop the war crime.
Mhm.
Right.
I don't know why they would use this thing.
At
Right.
this time, I am under the impression the goal is to do nearly what Kylie said, which is just like send dudes into the city with the disease. and-
Yeah, so we're told that there will be a dozen or so curse bearers and disease bearers, a dozen or so of each. And the disease bearers specifically were told they spread plague in a burst when they die.
Only 12? The big city.
It's a big city.
Are oh,
It's
It's
like
a whole body full of disease.
it's like 500,000 people.
yeah, but that's amazing.
But maybe they're just gonna send them to the barracks or something.
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna ask. Is like, is there like, well, Hatterai wouldn't necessarily know this. We would have to ask.
I mean, he doesn't know. He is not. He never lived in Haven. He's
Yeah.
been through Haven a few times on his travels.
Yeah.
So he knows a couple of basic things.
Mhm.
And like the landmark that was given to him is a well-known landmark. So, if this was like a random residential district, he would
Okay.
not have been able to answer. But the vision took place next to the Giants Market, and he's like, okay, well, that is a relatively distinctive area. I can recognize that area from description. It's sort of like, if you say to someone, hey, I'm going to Paris. I went to Paris and I saw this gigantic metal thing, like a spire, but it's not like a building. If you describe the Eiffel Tower, you could be like, I recognize
Yeah.
the Eiffel Tower.
So there's probably some like source of armaments that would be good to target, like major city points, which
So-
people who are have more experience with them.
You guys are having this conversation mentally, and Hatterai is intelligent enough to recognize that he's kind of excluded from this. Like, you guys are having a private conference, so he's gonna not that he's bothered by it,
Yeah.
but he's like, okay, they're doing their own discussion. He's flipping through these tomes, these books.
Yeah.
We're not plotting war crimes. Starts ignoring him.
Gets the information on how to war crime and then cuts him out of the loop. He's like, I'm gonna trust them. Flip through these pages
Right.
real quick.
Right. We are under an oath to not share information, to share only need to know information. We apologize if our behavior seems not above board. We do assure you we have the best of intentions and aim to prevent the spread of disease in this city. We hope that that puts your mind at ease. Any information that you could share with us about the tactical places in Haven where a targeted strike of disease might be most impactful would be helpful.
So that we can prevent it. Specifically.
Again, there are details that would offer things this difference. So, for example, this city, the city of Haven, is not located next to any great national resource, natural resource. It does not have any especially easily fortifiable positions. This city is, I guess you would say, tactically unsound. It has a city wall that has peoples that protect it and things of that nature, but it's not built in a place that is difficult to assail. For example, Hardhall, it exists where it is because it is a deep port and it is easily defended. It has great walls and natural defenses. There are other places that are near natural resources. So the town of Three Trees, for example, is located next to a great body of water that well, historical records indicate is free of leviathans. Those sorts of things denote the success of great cities. This one is not. This city is important because it is located between those places that have other great importances. This is a trade city. It is important because of what is around it and how you, if you are going to several places, for example, the ship Faith, or to Sanctuary, or Place, or Endeavor, Grace. Many of these places, if we are trading with one another, will have to go to Haven in order to make it from their port of origin to their port of destination. If that is the case, were I to look at the historical records of how such places were destroyed or have fallen out of reputation, it is best to consider infection of foreigners and marketplaces and things like such of that, to use this as a place that is known to be a dangerous port. And if docking here in this city was something that would carry with it the danger of contamination, that would be something that may, over the course of months or years, cause Haven to exist as a city no longer.
That's such a Hatterai answer.
Yeah, like, do we think that that's the goal here?
No.
What would the Night King get out of Haven not existing anymore?
That's
Is this a question for him or for the group? Because you're specifically excluding him from stuff and
Yeah.
including other things, so I'm asking.
I think I'd say that out loud.
Does he know the
I think I'd say,
He
you know,
knows the Night
exactly
King.
like this. What would the Night King get out of destroying the city of Haven?
Again, I view things from a certain perspective that is maybe slightly longer term. But this particular city represents a certain level of insolence and insubordination among the free peoples of this region of the world. And within the greater vampire conflict, this city is a very minor player. The great vampire nations are such larger in resources and population than any of the city states that are around locally. This city being able to show it is against the council would be an affront to the pride of the council overall. I believe if the complete destruction of the city was the goal, and I understand there is information I'm not privy to, that the motivation behind such an action would be pride, to show that this backwater could not resist something as great as the nations. A tilling of the fields with salt sort of answer would be only something that makes sense if you are not looking for capturing a city for using its resources, as Endeavor would. They wish to have the resources here. They don't wish the city to be destroyed.
Right.
It is a statement of power more than anything.
Yes. And if a city such as this could resist and go against the will of the council, what does that mean that the will of the council is to any of the larger parties, any of the people that would be enemies or have greater impact? If a minor city-state could resist without consequence, the others might believe that fear of the council is unwarranted.
And when you say others might feel that fear isn't unwarranted, you're talking about Sanctuary and Endeavor and Nexus and
Locally, yes, but also this war, as I have come to understand it from speaking with individuals at the Legionare outpost, as well as in Silverspire, is much larger than what would be considered regional conflicts here. And there are entities such as the Legion and the Imperium that are on the same, I guess you would say, scale as the council itself. The council must be concerned with those scales of enemies, and this might be seen as a minor incident. There is something else that I was able to note when I was speaking with some of my contacts in Silverspire. I do not know if it is relevant to this, but since it is something with the war itself, it may bear mentioning that there is rumor spreading of a major assault that is going to be taking place in the Vampire War. But it is not against two vampire factions. According to the rumors that I heard, there were agents of the Vito that were seen in several locations offering to sell stone that would allow people to view the upcoming assault on an Imperium stronghold. It is believed by me, listening to some of what I would consider to be quite obvious propaganda, that they are wishing to show that the Imperium can't resist. And that is something that is more along the scale of the Vampire Council. I believe there's going
What
to
if
be
Haven is an Imperial drunk? That would be crazy.
matters would have had to change significantly since the last time I was in Haven for that to be the case.
What do you know of Hope?
Of
Haven.
of the mysterious rebel leader. Not much is known, but my personal belief is that it is more of an office. It's an identity shared by many individuals, maybe a small cell of leaders.
Wait, what did you say?
A Clotho.
I thought it might be. I thought also it might be something like that.
Adrian Pirate Roberts.
Yeah, he's basically going to describe it like a Dread Pirate Roberts. He doesn't actually think Hope is an individual person
Uh-huh.
because he's heard a lot of conflicting
But didn't
decisions, choices, descriptions of Hope.
Sally specifically talk like it was a singular individual?
Yes.
Yeah.
He thinks that Hope is sort of an office, that someone picks up a title more than a person.
You know what my crazy thought was? This doesn't make any fucking sense, but I was like, what if it's like the Summer Queen or some shit?
So
It
he's
just doesn't make any sense.
so basically he's saying, I don't know how relevant this is because this is not something connected to what you've got going on. But
Yeah.
when I was in Silver Spire, there was a dude who was a Vito vampire who was selling these
TVs.
these little scrying orbs as a propaganda device for their upcoming assault on the Imperium.
But Fateau is not associated with
Three.
It is very
it.
much
Is oh well then. And what did he mention when this was happening?
I
You didn't buy one, did you?
I did not purchase one of them, but I do have the signature of those that were offering to sell them. I believe that it would be possible to try to find a set. However, the cost was more than I was willing to spend on a curiosity.
It feels like a Palantir situation where you look in. And it's not great. We just had one of those.
You look into the hive
We
mind.
looked into the hive mind.
It's another Lord of the Rings
And
reference.
the hive mind.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I've read that series way too many times.
Also, the hive mind thing was
JP, what do
great.
you've been
That's not a problem.
silent? Do you have any about what might happen? Or
No,
how-
no, I'm as confused as ever. I feel. I like the line of questioning. I like trying to figure out what could be going on more than just, go in blindly. But yeah, no input and no thoughts on it.
So Hatter's like, listen, this is a thing I heard about when I was in Silver Spire. I'm not sure how relevant it is, but it sounds like there's some sort of vampire thing involved
If
here.
my magic rod doesn't tell me about it,
Yeah.
I'm
What?
not sure.
What
Wait,
do these
wait,
orbs cost? $10?
wait. You said there could be a Signet Royal, or there is a Signet
There is a
Royal.
Signet
Yeah,
Royal.
Do Imperium people use
Beacons?
They do.
Well, not the same type of beacons that you guys use, but yes, they use something like beacons. Yes, sorry.
So wouldn't it be easily identified as a Signet Royal in this fashion?
The Signet Royal at Haven is a well-known beacon.
Okay.
Like,
Has anyone ever seen it?
people know where it is,
Mm-hmm.
but it is a closely guarded, protected thing.
Not like a secret dragon living under the city.
What?
No, I don't know.
A
I think
nursing
Hope
home?
is a person,
Type
but
of
that
Oh.
person is not necessarily humanoid.
So the
It's like a giant jelly.
Here. is where the beacon is.
It's an aboleth.
It is a very well-known place. So Heart Square.
Heart Square.
Heart Square is where the beacon is,
Hmm.
and there's no like
Oh, right by the Arc de Triomphe.
Yes.
Wait, can you lay eyes on the beacon?
No.
That's what he
it's
said.
below the
That's why
city.
It's a
So there
freaking.
is
hope and the beacon are the same
There
thing.
is a thing that's built on top of it. So it's actually on the Discord if you guys look it up in the like setting description stuff.
Yeah.
There's a picture of the building that's built on top
Yes,
of the
it's like a big
beacon.
round.
Yeah, it's a big black round building. Do you guys remember this?
I
I'm about to remember it.
Yeah. So there's a big circular like city hall building that is built on top of where the beacon is.
That
Now
the
it is
Narsenhar's brother could live inside of very.
it is not unusual
Was
that a
Narsenhar a
beacon
brother?
is not physically seen. There's only one beacon in the inner sea. There's only one Signet Royal beacon that is prominently displayed. All the other ones are hidden because these are like
Is it sanctuaries?
no. Sanctuary doesn't have a full-on Signet Royal beacon.
I think we need to get into the city and talk to Hope.
So like
There's no way.
Why?
Grace has a beacon that is displayed prominently, but they're the only people that do that. So
Because we're gonna go. The only contact we have who's
Ooh,
close
that's
to Hope
there's
is Sally.
there's
They're like,
Shark Square.
Sally, we need to talk to Hope.
Yeah.
And she's like,
Hey y'all.
okay. So she contacts Hope, and Hope's like, these are strangers.
Could you hand me one of those books?
We're not strangers.
Which any of
One of the brown ones in that row of brown books.
What is so you know how you were talking about like the cities are kind of named after like the feeling that you get when you go there?
Yeah.
What is Haven's thing? Like what's the sort of inclination that people get when they go to Haven?
Well, Haven doesn't have a ship though, right?
Oh, it's Haven.
Oh, it does.
That's where the beacon is supposed to be, is underground. It's a broken up piece of the ship.
I missed that.
So Haven is supposed to give you a feeling of relaxation and respite. It's a sort of a traveler's
Right.
relaxation. Sort of the idea of the oasis is what Haven feels like. It's not in
So
a
when-
desert. But
So when Hadaro was talking about like Haven isn't strategically like important, like there's nothing.
It's not defensible in an obvious
Because
way.
it used to be a slave colony, and it would just be used for farming.
it's the breadbasket. It's not that it's useless. It's
It's
more
just
like
that it's
It's flyover.
it's not
country.
like yeah, okay.
its value is that it is a trade city, not like Grace, for example, that has massive mines. Sanctuary that has the forges. Like a lot of the other major cities have these things, and things that don't. For example, Faith, which has a very low population, it isn't in the middle of a bunch of trading lanes, and it doesn't have anything that it's really known for. But people go there to make deals, and then they leave,
It's also defensible.
and it's very defensible.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
So as you guys are talking, kind of discussing this, Hatterai is flipping through his books, and he finally kind of gets to something.
People don't prosper at prosperity.
Some people do.
Would you say that
Prosperity is also the most complete of the world ships, and from the perspective of you guys that have seen or know about a lot of the ships, it's the only one that still seems to be living.
would you say that 16 is Forerunner in nature? The robot. 16.
No, it is very, very specifically not. It is gnomish tech.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
016. So
Griffin,
Sassanian had a
Gribble is
map.
not.
yeah, Salamine has a battle mech, basically. And it is not ancient technology, it is new technology. So as you guys are talking and doing these things, Hatterai eventually is like, okay, well, this is what I heard. And he explains that it's 2,000-3,000 gold pieces for the device. And there was rumors that if one wanted a more premium viewing experience, that it could be as expensive as 5,000 gold pieces, well beyond the reach of.
So it is intended to be a display of such overwhelming forces to be inevitable, or they would not risk humiliating themselves.
That's a good point.
I'm unsure which conflict that is referring to, but I believe that the answer is yes in both instances.
Which conflict?
But
The one that they're selling tickets to.
No, but
view.
no.
Yeah,
You
there's-
said he said which conflict you're
Yeah.
referring to, meaning there's more than one.
Right. So you've asked him a shitload of questions about Haven and Haven being attacked.
Yeah, but he was just talking.
He doesn't
about-
associate them at all.
Well, he's saying that they're selling tickets to watch the brawl between the
The
vampire
Toe.
court and well, the Toe is selling tickets
Yes.
to specifically watch the Weiss fight the Imperium.
the Weiss.
The Weiss, one of the other courts.
Okay.
But
So,
I'm under the impression that they're the same thing.
so he's saying like, if they're attacking the Imperium, they're selling these tickets for this grand display of power. And he's saying, I don't know how connected those things are, but it is reasonable to assume that they're the goal is somewhat the same, right? That we want to show a victory or we wouldn't be selling tickets.
Yeah.
And in here, we want to show like the world. From his perspective, this is going to be like a Haven is now a historical footnote type of assault. So he, as you guys keep talking, he eventually finds a page in his book. And he says,
If you had other questions about the whip, I was able to locate my notes, although I'm not sure what sort of things you would be looking for.
Did we have more questions?
you were asking him at the beginning of this conversation a whole bunch of questions, and so he went and got his books and brought back the books so that he could answer questions about it. So I don't know whether you have questions or not, but that's what he went and got his journals to do. Is like, you ask me like 1 or 2 questions, cool. You start asking me like 4 or 5 questions. Hang on, let me get my notes.
Yeah.
And he went and got his notes and came back.
So, when we had asked Clotho about the ships, she gave us like a lot of alternate names.
They're all scary.
They're all scary, and I don't think we asked about Haven because I thought that there wasn't a ship there.
Ship there. You did not ask me.
Can we ask her now?
Kind of out of commit.
I don't think we did.
If there is a part of if we're interacting with Clotho, I need to know where you guys are for this conversation.
Yeah,
Like
it's
the,
not
the
like
DM needs to understand the conversation with Haterai, you're in the ship somewhere.
Okay.
If you're having a conversation with Clotho, I need to know where the ship is. Is this prior to you guys teleporting to Haven? Or is this after you've teleported somewhere near Haven and you're extended resting? Because we have not really resolved docking at Haven yet. So sort of left that open for this conversation because it doesn't really matter. But
Yeah.
it will be relevant to me being able to properly roleplay Clotho where
Okay.
you are.
Um,
So I'm not saying no, you can't talk to her,
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
need
yeah.
to explain it.
I don't know.
Would we ask that question in front of Haterai?
What is the other name for Haven?
That's what I'm like. Would
Does
we
he know
speak
about Clotho? Like, does he?
at least loosely?
Mhm.
He saw her turn into a woman.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I would ask in front of her.
So then I would say, because we would ask in front of Haterai, it would be before we dock it here.
Yeah, I'm
Is
good
that
with
a
that.
Once
Because I think we want to talk to Haterai and figure out where we're going prior to actually going there, right? So we need information before getting there.
I think it's funny that I'm using this as a prop, but when I look at it,
Oh,
is that
when did we,
that's what I was
Gary, when did we get the vision of the salvages of the one shot that we played? When did we get that vision?
that's of
When we were attacked by the Star Shadow.
Yes.
yeah.
so during the fight with the Star Shadow is when you got that vision, or right before the Star Shadow attack.
It's kind of to clue us in that the real
Big bad.
no, what's his name? The
Dalsab.
we're
Real
the real
Dalsab.
Dalsap is somewhere out in space.
On a derelict ship.
Yeah, so I opened this book as a prop, and then like when I actually like look down, the first paragraph is talking about an epidemic. Which I just think is
Nice.
open to a random page. So you ask Clotho in front of Haterai.
Sure.
And she says, I'm not sure what you mean. You're asking the name of something that you know the name of?
Oh, that's a good thing.
Previously, you told us that you knew other names, ancient names for things that we knew in a modern context. And they were quite different. And this was quite helpful to us.
She gives you like a confused look, and then she focuses, and you see just her face shift into several different like seemings of different women, and then it shifts back to that sort of mannequin-esque generic one. I do not have a mortal voice to answer that question with. You're asking me to explain a name of something, but the name you use is one that I now understand is the name you use. It is a name that is maybe different than what others have known or used it as, but I don't see a way to change the context without having some measure of personal mortal culture to use it through.
Karen,
Man, we fucked her up.
it's hard for
We
Wilshire.
broke our god.
Hope is not a world. Hope is a person. It's not a world ship.
Oh, sorry.
I mean,
Hang on.
her name is kind of the same as. Sounds like one of the world ships.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the Grave of Summer?
I would. Yes.
And in a modern context, we know this as prosperity.
She nods slowly.
In a modern context, we know a city of haven. Do you know what you would recognize as haven in an ancient context?
She focuses. You see that sort of strange mixing of the face. Give me something like a diplomacy check or something like it. I could also 100% say like a history or something if you wanted to use history instead.
Correct. We'll do
Um,
this, right?
because I think that what you're doing, the sort of SAT
SAT prep, yeah.
SAT prep answer is probably a really good idea. Like it's a really good explanation way.
Yeah.
Access to why.
But this is hard for her.
Yeah.
This is very difficult for her.
I get you.
So rather, I would normally just have her make the check, but I think it's better for you to check to have her make
Really bad. 17.
So she tries, and then I wouldn't use that. And you can see that she's trying to figure out how to explain it. You use these words, but they aren't name, they're words. It's just sound. There isn't a nature to your names, to your words. They are hollow.
Yes. We seek the nature.
I can do that. But from my perspective, one is used as a shorthand for the other. You use these words as a seeming. I am not one of seeming. I am one of being. If I were to show you, you would experience it as a measure of being rather than seeming. And I believe I witnessed one of you damaged by a measure of being. And she looks over towards Drock. Drock, do you know what she's talking about?
Nope.
Narsenhar.
How does? No, I'm confused.
When Narsenhar was trying to show you something, like fried your brain.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so basically what she's saying is, without the cultural context to be able to put it into words that you guys get, the way that she has to communicate is she's just going to tell you the nature of this place and everything about it,
Mm-hmm.
which is going to be like sandblasting your brain.
I'm in.
You're
Of
in.
course I am.
Which might be potentially very damaging, possibly crippling.
All one does is fry her brain.
I want to just to be clear, like she's saying this from perspective. You just saw when she kind of like didn't have any restraint and what she used when she used her summer power at
Yeah.
Silverspire.
Mhm.
Like at least Narsanar had the like, oh, I'm gonna give you a tiny piece of this
Mm-hmm.
because I think you're kind of pathetic and you can't really get it. Her thing is like, I can't do that. I don't have the understanding to give you a tiny piece. You're gonna get all or nothing.
Mm.
Um,
Okay.
and her concern is that it might kill you
Yeah.
if she does that.
You will.
Well, I mean, you've already been dead once. Not a big deal, right?
That effect is cumulative. That's all I'm gonna say. Although you have had a second milestone
Okay.
that I have tracked,
Okay.
which I don't know if that's 2 or 3 for you.
I don't know. I don't know when I'm on.
So it's every 2 encounters. So a skill challenge or a combat. Every time you have 2 of them, that is considered a milestone.
So we had one.
So you had in
Two
Silverspire, you
yesterday.
had 3.
Okay.
Not 3
3
encounters. You had 1.5 milestones.
Okay.
And what did you have prior to?
Mhm.
Because I don't remember when you came back to life. I don't
After
remember.
that, after the battle with On thing.
Right, but did you do anything between there and going to Silverspire? I don't feel like you did.
Mm,
Well, I think we had
We
a
went to-
day of long rest. Didn't you say that was a?
no, we went straight to Silverspire
2 days of
We went to
just
three
time
trees.
is
But there was no
ultimate
skill.
milestone.
challenge.
Right. But we had combat against my sister's 3 ships
Okay, we did.
Okay,
with a surprise round. And that's it.
so that would be so you had 2 full milestones. So you need 2 more encounters, and your death effect is gone.
We're fine.
Did the encounter of the wall? Did that count?
The wall, you gotta.
When we were on the
Staring out
wall,
on the wall.
that was one of the 3 encounters.
That was one of the-
Oh, that was one of the 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a combat.
Actually, I guess
What about going into
technically it's one additional. So you've had 5 total encounters because the entering into Silverspire was actually designed as a skill challenge.
Yeah.
The fact that you guys
Oh, the
got past it without, well, it was supposed to be, you guys go to the gate and you have to like try to convince your way through before the caravan gets there.
We did.
You did kind of. So the
Just
fact-
because it's a poorly done skill challenge.
Yeah, we did it great.
Ow.
Kind of skipped.
Not poorly designed.
So I would say so you've got like you've got one more encounter that takes resources before you are or your death effect is gone.
Is there a bag with D4s, by the way?
You
Kind of.
I would love. One of these has the number at the top, and the other has the number at the bottom, and it's throwing me off. Oh, not that
They're
you.
both at the top.
I was just gonna peruse the D4s.
I was just giving you 2 that I know are the same.
Yeah, I don't like that design. Like that's visually difficult for me to read. But
Right.
thank you.
Right, ginger ale.
Of course.
Sugar, no
Age
sugar.
filled sugar ginger ale.
Cold
I feel like I don't roll D4s. You can get that one. I haven't played it.
But I don't have a bag specifically for D4s because
Oh, okay.
the bags break.
because it's so pointy.
D4s are really pointy. Thank you.
Josh, take the top off.
Take your top off.
You're already scarred. Can't get worse. So yeah. So her thing is
Yeah.
she could tell you it'll probably kill you.
Okay.
Because she doesn't know how to.
I don't want to be dead again.
Yeah, but you also wanted to run away from our last combat. Look how that went, Clotho. So you're probably wrong.
Read it. But
How do I read that? Exactly.
you don't.
Now you know why I
The
asked.
cool
for
part
it.
is you don't.
That's the neat part.
Is it a 6 or a 9? You don't know.
Okay. I think we go to Haven because I think we have a lot of information that we have to.
Well, there's
We have a lot, but also not the right stuff, and not really. I don't feel like we have enough, but I don't know how else we would get. Like, I don't know what we need to know Like, I don't know what questions to ask to get the information we need to know, or where we could even ask them.
What is the thing you feel like you're missing? Because I feel like we have a few ideas on what might cause the blood whip to spread. And we just need access to the city and or more information about it.
So you guys are having all this conversation, and Hadarai is reading his notes, trying to familiarize himself. So if you ask him more questions about the whip, that he can answer.
Go ahead.
What about, like, do we have anyone or know anyone that can track someone by their spell signature? Like, the big thing is we have the spell signature, we need to find that person.
But it won't necessarily be Didier himself, right?
It should be.
It should be.
Yeah, Margot gave you his spell signature.
Right.
We also, my initial thought is we would need someone who has the ability to detect undead. And
Which,
to
so
identify the
Ma-
disease bearers.
Margot also warned us that a direct assault would not be
We will not.
that we
So we will die.
So how? How are we
So-
thinking we approach?
so we need to find that. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is like, we know what his deal is.
So all of these things indicate to me
He will also need to have with him curse bearers and disease bearers. Curse bearers are extremely simple creatures. More like,
To be clear, when Margot said that like a direct frontal assault is likely to be lethal to you, it is not that like Didier himself is impossible to take out. It's he is coming with one hell of an entourage. And if you try to take just you guys versus him and his entire entourage, it is probably suicide.
is there I guess Hadarai or anyone else that might know, is there a spell, not necessarily a ritual, that might cause an individual to be more susceptible to disease and ailments?
So Hadarai,
Or curse.
I would imagine there would be something that would work in a way that would make it more difficult to recover, but to be more susceptible to the initial disease itself is not something that
he's flipped through.
But him specifically. Because my thought is that there's curse bearers, so they curse the populace, and then the disease bearers disease the populace, and then that causes the spread. And you said he definitely knows that there's something that would make them less.
Well, I guess now it's in our vision of the assault on 3 trees. The ending of that vision is Narstar showing up and Rajul coughing up blood, right?
But also like the thing is like coughed up blood and covered in boils, and his joints like exploded. It was like he suffered from 100 diseases all at once.
Yeah. So we know that they're portaling into the city.
Oh, could this be like an on portal where it goes wherever they want, or does it have to be specific?
So Hadarai is going to,
It goes wherever they want.
as you guys are having this conversation, he's in somewhat including him, somewhat excluding him. He was like, if there is some other information that I can look up for you, I can do so. But I'm for a moment going to set this aside. Is there any other specific? I do not have a map or a more specific knowledge of Haven, but I wish to use what resources I have to help. I have notes from my dealings with the whip, and I have notes with other things, but I need to know what information you need from me before I can properly advise you. If there is no more information that you had about, you wish to know about the whip, I can set that aside and look up something else.
Anybody?
Not that I can think of.
Hadarai, would you like to accompany us into the city? Not anywhere
we
dangerous.
could use your expertise. There may be questions we need to ask, and we cannot afford the time to come back to ask you.
We could just send
How certain are you on the timing of this
Almost
potential assault?
100.
Relatively.
I will say, Hadorai, our plan, at least my plan, is fly into the city and speak to people we know at least would be safe for the moment, and then we could consult them and then send you back to the ship to see.
I do not wish to appear ungrateful or that I believe that you are going to do things that would intentionally jeopardize my health. But I am not someone who
I agree.
is
It is likely you will be unintentionally harmed. Griffle, I believe that he should stay on the ship.
Understood.
He's like, "Oh, there's going to be a giant plague unleashed in the city that's especially deadly with all this other stuff on it." And he's like, "Do you want to go there?" No, not really.
You would not put yourself in harm's way to save a city of how many people live in Haven?
Half a million. And that's what makes him an NPC.
So he's basically going to say like,
contributions.
Not particularly cool.
My contributions can be academic and done from a place of research. I could coordinate your information gathering efforts. And
Yes, you have been quite helpful, and we greatly appreciate that. I'm sure Griffle meant no disrespect.
I'm about to wake up at Paragon level.
Okay, wait, I have one more thing, and
Yeah.
I think this might be a good idea. Can we take Clotho to Vertac?
I was gonna suggest that the other day. Yeah.
that would kind of be a separate thing from talking with
Yes.
Hadorai. So are we done talking to Hadorai?
I am.
I would say
Hadorai, I'm done with you.
I would say to him,
Al, please remove him from.
No longer authorized.
oh God.
Al,
Right.
please send in Vertac.
I think I'm imagining more like what is it in is it Goldfinger or like Austin Powers where like the guy has the button where he presses the button and he
That's
falls
awesome.
back.
That's awesome powers.
Austin Powers where he falls back into the fire.
That's also Will Ferrell.
I'm not dead, I'm just very badly burned. It's like he's in Al's realm. That's Mustafa. Yeah.
So I would say to Hadorai before we're sort of getting up to leave, I would say to him, forgive my brashness. I did not mean to insinuate any cowardice on your part. It is only that there is not much time and much to do.
I have no misgivings about being a coward. I believe that for the furtherance of knowledge and information, it is unwise to be brave.
That is most definitely true.
That's why we are brave.
And
Other
not
one.
wise.
No. Yeah. There is wisdom in knowing one's strength.
And so he says, if you wanted a copy of this, or well, assuming you're not planning to leave immediately, you are welcome to any of my my journals and notes, if you have something that you wish to know.
And then he would kind of offer the one he's got a bookmark in for his notes on the whip. Please. If you wanted to check it out.
Take it. Sure. Throw it next to my history of St. Titan.
So
Feeling a lot less self-conscious about that one now. Need to get myself a new holy symbol though.
You get a hand with a cross stitched into it. That one seemed pretty cool.
Have you heard about our Lord and Primordial Savior, Jan Steven?
So, going to talk to taking Clotho to Vertac,
Yeah.
correct? So, Vertac is elsewhere. He's sort of in a little corner of the ship that people kind of avoid because he's
There.
He's sort of feral in a certain a sense, and it's kind of like having a feral child on board. It's
I think we have one of those too, don't we?
In real life.
you have a child on board, but he's not feral.
He's not feral anymore. The sword chick. The other campaign.
Sword.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
referring to
Yeah.
Bronwyn. The one who had her memory.
Oh yes, yes. That is, she's not feral. She's just
What was her name?
Wild and untamed and a child.
Well, she's a Minotaur.
she's
Yeah.
like 17 years old with the
Oh,
mind of a 12-year-old
We're
and
talking
very
about the
terrible.
swords woman.
I didn't think she was still here. I thought you left her
We-
on
I
did.
think
on Legion
So she wouldn't explain.
Legion Outpost.
If we brought here, she would be
Yeah,
all over whatever
And-
room we
and-
left her in.
yeah.
Spreading the blood whip.
Was
The blood whip
was she the one that was like she's like an adult body but the mind of a child because the bargain erased like a bunch of her memories or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Forgot her name.
Me too.
So did I, but I have it written down.
It's probably a lot.
No,
or
you won.
something.
Yeah.
I honestly do think it is another name that starts with A.
I keep wanting to say Margot or Gwen.
It's from the same group. Well,
It
not
is.
Gwen, but
Yeah, you should. Wasn't she your PC for a while there?
she was
Played by
one of the
Coulson?
player characters. Yes, but I am god awful with names. Like the fact that there are as many names in this campaign.
Oh,
I'm
so
not
that
full
was
on
the group that we encountered there. That was like PCs from Faith from like the other
From
campaign.
the other
That was from the
anthology.
anthologies game.
Not
Oh,
Faith.
from the anthologies, yeah.
Yeah. Not Echo, not Pip, not Ari.
Echo was the Minotaur who she slipped a lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she was
Injured.
put into a coma.
Or, yeah. Right.
Where's Ari gone to? What did we leave him behind as well?
We left him
We left them all on the floating.
at the Legion outpost in Guarderic, so they wouldn't explode when you went back to
Right.
the mortal world.
We left all of them, didn't we?
Yes. So, take Clotho down to Vertak. What do you want? Like Vertak stares out at you from his little nest.
Yeah. So, Clotho, you recently awoken Thrazdul. It was in your nature.
Rosalind, thank you.
It was in your nature, and I wonder if it would be beneficial to you to speak with Vertak. Vertakernero.
Vertakarno, that's pretty damn close for being a weird ass dragon name from
Forever ago.
2 years ago.
To speak with him, to awaken him as the sword of the morning. Would you try?
This one is not asleep. He was awoken previously, but not completely.
Yes, he was awoken, we believe, by your mother, but only temporarily. And she was greatly weakened at the time.
So she nods. The scars left behind by his fall, his return to slumber, is not something that I can easily change. I am not to say that it cannot be done, but as I am now, I lack the expertise. This is something that will be more within my mother or grandmother's nature to be able to properly restructure. She thinks for a second and goes, there is a method I could use, but I believe even within my nature of being somewhat reckless, it would be considered unwise.
Clotho is advising that it's unwise.
Sounds right up our alley. We do all the unwise things.
The decision that created the. She kind of cocks her head to one side and she looks down at her arm with a big like scoop missing out of it. Created this scar that he is experiencing, the thing that I cannot easily heal. It happened at a specific juncture. I could change that juncture to be another choice made. But changing part of the scheme as far back as has been already written can alter a great many things.
Right, so she's offering to do what she did for us to get us onto the world ship.
Yeah.
But it'd be an even bigger
Yeah.
change. And it would be for Vertok?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you say something like that, she would think about it for a second. Yes. The one that was me made that change, but in current time. Moved a place on the scheme that was being woven. This is to move a point that has been woven and would reweave everything connected to it.
Yes, that does seem unwise.
Yeah.
Vertag's why we have this ship.
Really?
Well, he was there when we helped liberate it. Liberate.
Liberate.
So basically, she's saying there is definitely potential ways that she could do this. The one that she knows how to do right now,
Mhm.
she doesn't know how that
Yeah.
plays out.
Yes. Thank you for this offer and for the words of caution. We believe that this does seem unwise. You mentioned this might be in your grandmother's wheelhouse. How might we reach her?
She thinks for a second and says, the queen that was is in a place of the scheme that is viewed by all as past, present, and future as one. Her place is only reachable by those that have a scheme able to branch outside of the weaving. It is something that must be done to people, not something they do for themselves.
No, Sinha showed us the spheres
Mhm.
of like dark and light and said the grandmother was in the light one but needed an invitation.
And what she's saying sounds somewhat similar, but
Mhm.
it's a different like perspective of
Yeah,
Not just like,
her perspective.
hey, would you like to come here? But like actually like someone has to alter something about us.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
But she's not saying about you.
Mhm.
She's specifically saying someone has to alter your scheme in order for it to be possible.
Who could do this?
Clotho. Clotho has altered our scheme.
Mm.
You say that in front of her?
Yeah.
I would not.
Is it not in your nature?
It is not in the best interest of the preservation of the delineation of my power from Summer.
English, please.
You don't really know what the hell she means. She is saying something in character that is sort of esoteric and confusing. You can ask her to rephrase it, and she might try, but it's more of a, if you are confused with what I'm saying,
Mhm.
it's because she's saying it in a kind of confusing way.
Mhm.
Like this version of Clotho is a lot more alien than the version of Clotho that you've talked to previously.
Want to know my crackpot theory at the moment?
Always.
Have we ever considered that the adversary is the queen that came before? And all the things are sort of shifting,
We haven't considered that.
and it's a cycle.
No. We haven't.
So the question is,
way she
the
described,
DM, so DM is not going to rephrase what you asked. Does someone ask her to
No.
rephrase?
Can you give me what she said again?
Probably. So she says, you asked, the question was,
Would you?
would, you know, can you, she says,
You
no,
asked who could alter our scenes, and I said Clotho could. She did
If
before.
you said I would not
I would not.
because
It would not be in the interest of my delineation of power from, for my delineation of self from the
right.
presence of summer power.
So I'm interpreting this as it could mean potentially two things, like two ways that I can see it being interpreted. One is that if she interferes with the like province of another of the queens, like it kind of muddies the waters, like sort of like how in like Greek mythology no god can strictly undo the direct influence or curse or blessing of another god. They can only do things to other things to counteract it. So like she maybe not like if grandmother has like sealed herself off deliberately, like Clotho would like could go against that, but would not go against that because it would be like a stepping on toes kind of thing. Or the other way that I'm interpreting it that is that like because they're all of a similar power or they're all like of a type that like there might be some kind of like if they get too close together, not physically, but like if they get too I don't know how to describe it, but like the lines between who they are as individuals might blur. Because she in her current state she isn't really like a person. I don't know if I'm explaining myself properly. These are my two theories as to why.
And when she said I would not, she was referring specifically to altering our scenes
Yeah.
to get us to grandmother,
Yeah.
not that she didn't alter our scenes prior.
And also that not that she could not alter our schemes to get to grandmother, but that she would not. Meaning,
Right.
like she like it, and the reason being that it would not be in the best interest of her delineation as an individual. Meaning either she's afraid of stepping on grandmother's toes because of like crossing the path, like you know, interfering with another of the queen's things, or she's not currently like a full person, and if she were to like I don't know, like if she were to like get too close to grandmother's power or get too like involved in anything like that, like she may cease to be fully Clotho because she doesn't have anything like separating her from like the essence of what she is.
Mhm.
Or any number of other reasons. I'm just trying to like
Do we know, like when a skein is altered, does it undo the choices that have been made?
Yes. No.
kind of.
Maybe.
Those
So-
are all the answers.
So
Can you repeat the question?
So she just made a difference between previously we moved your skein in current time, sort of like in real time, and it didn't change a bunch. It did change things, but it didn't like unmake didn't re-change a bunch of other stuff that had already been done. But she's making the point that if she does that with Vertac, it is going to alter, for lack of better terms, the timeline of choices
Because he's been asleep for so
Right.
long.
And if she does it with us,
that made him the feral person that he is happened in the past.
right. But if she does it with us to get to Grandma, and Grandma's in a place where past, present, and future are all kind of mixed, it could undo our past and therefore undo us having released Clotho. It depends on whether or not it like completely undoes choices and actions, or if it just
I think we would have no way of knowing
yeah.
what changing that one thing would do.
Clotho, can you see Vertac's scheme? Is that
I do not perceive things visually unless I am trying to make it more understandable to peoples that function more visually.
well? In this case, you said the decision that altered Vertac happened a long time ago.
In enough in the past that the knots have been tied and are sufficiently strong.
Would you say that that was a long time ago?
No.
Okay. That's a question.
I mean, and to us, it would have been what, like a month, right?
Well, I didn't know if she was talking about the IO thing or the Vertec thing.
No,
No. She doesn't consider it a long time ago at all,
right.
but she considers it far enough back that she can tell that there would be changes.
Do you know the nature of Vertac's fall?
I can see the pieces of the scheme, yes.
Can you describe what events led to his condition?
I can attempt. However, descriptions with specificity that follow my nature and also take into account your restrictions might be difficult.
We appreciate the attempt.
Your companion was exposed to a measure of consciousness that allowed it to remember pieces of what it was. It was drawn into understanding by Seelie power, and as long as the light of the Seelie fell upon its eyes, it was awake. When that light faded, the eyes that looked upon it wished for light for long enough for them to blind themselves in the absence of such light. And that blinding is not such that is easily healed. It is different than being someone whose eyes have been closed and are opened. This is instead someone whose eyes have now adjusted to darkness and would be unable to see a new light brought before them.
Gary's like, I'm never resurrecting this piece.
So the dragons were all descended from Io.
Yeah.
And Io died a very long time ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and is there like a memory of like dragons as sentient creatures?
In the world, no.
So long enough ago that it's passed from like living memory.
I think we were told at one point that Io died well before any of, like, even the adversary stuff, the fall of Celestia.
Yeah. Do we know how Io died?
No.
That is the type of ancient history that's
Right. I'm gonna guess killed because Io is one of the original account holders, right?
Mhm.
And is therefore like functionally immortal.
Yeah.
could only really be killed. Yeah.
Would definitely not die.
Yeah.
Does Clotho know?
Close to know how Io died.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain to you that from my perspective, Io has not yet perished.
Oh.
Then how is it that Io's power has been severed?
We know that answer.
We didn't.
It was stolen from the bank.
Well,
Right.
his souls were stolen from the bank. That doesn't necessarily.
So his account is
Power.
empty.
I don't
that-
think it's empty.
So Io looks around, or Chloe looks around and says, Io's power is not severed from this world. I could not say it were so, else I would not be she.
How then does Aya's power manifest in this world?
By those that carry a portion of her power within them.
Oh, Ira's her.
And who are those?
So she kind of looks confused again and says, the ones that carry the blood of Io.
And how would we know those in our modern terms?
She doesn't have a reference point.
Yeah. Okay.
Does Vertek not carry the blood of Io?
This one could have been to be able to receive a channel of what Io is, what she remains. But the ability for this one to be as blood of Io would be in her living form is connected to the courts of the Seelie, is connected to her ability to express herself in her living blood. And that contract has been broken.
What if?
Oh, so dragons are stupid because Io's stupid.
No.
I don't think that's quite what she's saying, but I don't understand.
Is what I understood it to be. So dragons are dumb because Io's stupid, and then we gave Vertek power, which we supposed was consciousness. We essentially gave him a separate power, which was not Io power, but related specifically to the court, and that has been ripped away. But through that initial idea of consciousness, we took away the connection to Io. But Io's getting some feedback through your computer drop.
I think he's trying to talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to talk. So, how would that explain the dragon in Silverspire being awakened, though?
Same. We probably fucked him up too, because we did the same thing.
No, but he was awakened by Clotho and actually seems to be properly awake now.
Right.
Is that right?
Fallen.
Well, he hasn't fallen yet.
Right. But apparently will.
Will this? What was the dragon's name?
Razdul.
Razdul.
You're not gonna say if I'm right or not, but does that sound like a sound statement?
Yeah, well, you know I'm not going to say you're right or not. So
Yeah.
that's why you asked.
Well, I mean, like, okay.
Will Thrazdul fall once again, or is this permanent for?
The one that I brought to Awakening, no, it remade its part. The channel to the living Io is now within him. The Seelie was able to be restored, and a contract remade. His connection to the living Io will not fade, long as I live and he lives.
I see. And what do you know of the Lord of the Iron Plane of the Iron Tower?
It is not a name I am familiar with.
I don't know his name either.
She thinks for a second and says,
You met him, right?
Surely.
I mean, he was on our ship at Hardhome. And
We did have a name for him.
She wasn't with us then.
What was his name?
what?
Aegis?
Aegis' real name.
I don't think we have it.
or an alternate name.
Ibn Sin Shizen Show.
That is, yeah, he's got several.
He's got.
names.
I know him as Verdeidig.
But you said she was going to say something.
She says, I know of entities that have had those epithets, but I'm missing context, and I'm not sure I can get that from you.
We know that he holds Io's account at the Vault of Souls.
You say the Vault of Souls, and you can tell that she doesn't really know what you're talking about. But you said Io's account, and she was kind of all right.
Mercatar? Alandari?
Mercator. That is a thing I am familiar with.
We spoke with this entity, and he told us of the souls that are kept in accounts for other entities. Io was one such, as was the Summer Court and the Winter Court.
You speak of the powers of Dominion. This is something I am familiar with, yes.
We balanced your account.
Mm.
FYI.
For your little boyfriend.
Don't mention him. That's
Don't say his name.
So she sort of shrugs at that, like, okay.
She's a teenager. She didn't give a fuck about finance.
I'm gonna need her to grow up.
So the account that was held is held for Io, and her line is in custody of the one we know as Aegis. Are you familiar with the
I will give her like all of the names that we know that he's called as well, just for context.
Listen, none of those names ring. But as context as you've given, I would imagine a Hercator would only recognize one of a living blood. So it is unlikely that this is something that can be masked. You know of another of living blood. That is good.
She said a Hercator?
Yes.
Oh, so it's Hercator like a.
Well, we know there's like infinite of him, right? Like he's everywhere.
Oh yeah, he has like a.
Back channel to reality.
Yeah.
So yeah, so she says, okay. You've given me a little bit of context.
Mhm.
I can get some pieces.
Okay.
What are you asking about?
He would not be able to hold the account were he not of Io's line, yes?
I think she just said that.
Mhm.
Yeah. So she says, I don't believe that he would
Yeah.
be able to fool a Hercator.
Although Io's account was the first that the adversary gained access to.
It is not something that I am aware of, but it is a reasonable weakness in the Dominion. I would guess it would be something that could be done, but it is a guess, not a statement of fact.
Hercator told us the adversary gained illicit access to Io's account, and a second time access to the Vault of the Winter Court.
I know nothing that would conflict with this.
I
just wanna know,
so
like-
she couldn't say it's not
Yeah,
gonna
I
tell
just
the
want to know like
difference.
what Aegis actually is, because like when he stepped on the ship
Mhm.
ship was like, oh fuck, this thing is heavy, I'm gonna fall out the sky, and then adjusted itself and was like, oh no, everything's fine.
All systems normal.
Definitely.
We have also
Again,
we've also been explicitly told that world ships are fueled by dragon
yeah, we have been told that.
juice.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't recall when.
Well, so we found Vertak near Prosperity, and he was like he wanted the power from the heart of the ship, right? And later we were talking
To the purple dragon.
to the purple dragon,
Altanuan.
Altanuan.
Grimace.
Oh, goodness. But yeah, we did. We talked to somebody who was like, yeah, dragons were hunted and killed because they were used to power these ships. It was so long ago.
Huh.
I'll try to find it.
And we found Vertak in a pool of like leeches that were sucking him dry.
No, it's not sucking him dry.
They were just parasites. I
Oh,
think.
they're
He was in like the ship's blood or whatever.
They specifically all fell off of him because
he shocked him.
because his scales are super thick, and
They couldn't do anything.
so like he comes out of the giant pool of blood and just shakes off a bunch of leeches that are trying to bite him and carries off his life.
Or what if it was like a Matrix situation where the pool of blood was like, the beginning of the Matrix when all the humans are in the pods.
Amniotic fluid.
Sure.
Could I get a cold, sugar-free ale-8?
I'll check my research.
Speaking of dragon food,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, dragon.
How do I feel?
Okay.
Adderall, bring me a cold ale-8.
go ahead, Foxy.
So I don't think her ages matters that much at the moment, but it was worth trying to see if she knew anything.
Yeah.
Since we can't give her an accurate enough description of who this person is, like if we had his name, then she could probably tell us something.
We
but-
would get to this.
yeah. I don't know how we would get his name either.
Become best friends.
Yeah.
He's gotta wake up first.
Yeah. Man's taking a long nap.
Taking the longest nap. I hope he's not.
I mean, I think
getting
even if you
killed.
were awake, we would not hear from him.
I think at this point it is worth our time to see if we can trace Didier's spell signature and then decide how we're going to approach Haven and or him, depending on where he is.
Yeah, I think we need to get down Haven.
And we have had a discussion that, and I want to clarify that all of the stuff that we've been talking about so far, the conversation with Clotho and with Hatterai is prior to your extended rest, prior to teleporting to Haven.
So probably Clotho is gonna undergo a little metamorphosis or something when we take a long rest, is my theory.
Because
Because it's really important if we're talking to Clotho before or after a long rest.
I was thinking we show up in Haven. She looks at it with her eyes. She's like, "What the fuck is this?"
So
Also this-
for Clotho, there was a point. There was a note that when she said, "If you're lost,
Follow trust in the oak or something.
follow oak, elm, something in willow," and there was a note from you about how those were the names of the treants
the
in
correct
her dream.
yes.
When did she tell us if you were lost, follow?
Was the conversation that you had with her when she was inside.
Okay. If but she was like, if we are lost, right?
When you're like, we're gonna get out of here. And she's like, cool, if you get lost on your way out, talk to one of the treants outside and they'll help you get out.
Oh, okay.
That notation
Everywhere.
that notation was the design of it from the DM's perspective is if you had killed those treants to get through to her, would be one of those notes of like, oh, right, well, talk to the people that are outside that are your friends. The ones that are outside that are totally still alive.
Oh yeah, the treants guiding you. The treants that can show us the way out.
They're
The
fine.
treants that will show us the way out of the realm. Those treants.
Yeah. But you actually did manage to not kill them.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Cool. Okay. So what's great is I'd like to ask Clotho. My lady, How can we help you? What is it that you need?
My essence is diminished, and my identity is almost non existent. These two pieces allow me to wield my essence and allow my essence to be wielded. Both pieces are damaged. One would need another with experiences to buffer the use of power. The other would need to be repaired, as I can repair his. So can others repair mine.
So when she says his, she nods to Drock.
Right.
Mm.
How? Who? What others?
As he is to me, so I am to the queen that is, and so she is to the queen that was.
I need to get her to Mama.
Yeah.
And she's what, like in prosperity?
What's the
Do you have any idea where she is?
Mother?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I feel like at some point we need to take Clotho back with us to the vaults.
I remember that Clotho said if we gave her the name of Mother,
Mhm.
she would be able to free Mother.
One of three, yes.
Yeah, she was by sword, and we did fire, and there's seed.
Right. By sword, by fire, by seed.
Mother.
So mother needs to be freed by 3 things. Okay, so we reckon by sword is Clotho because she's the sword of the morning.
Yes.
And by
And-
fire you reckon you did early on.
So we still have to do by
So we
seed.
still have to see free her by seed, but there are seeds in Clotho's vault, right?
Mhm.
I will say that there is some sort of delineation that I would want to make sure is clear is that we reckon the first thing that was done was by fire. Clotho explicitly said that she was the sword.
Right.
And said it in terms that are not ambiguous at all,
Mhm.
and you know that she cannot lie.
Yeah.
So there's no so there's a lot of things that she says are like alien and weird and up to interpretation. That part was
Not.
up for interpretation or debate.
And so has she done that already? She's
Yeah.
freed her mother's
Yes.
sword. Okay. What was it that she did to do that?
She drew her blade and spoke her mother's name 3 times.
Oh,
It was very, from the perspective of your character, it's probably very anticlimactic.
right.
There was this big thing to get the name, and once she had it, it was okay. I
Yeah.
use this thing, done.
Okay, cool. Right, and when we gave her the name, it was an utterance, not the utterance. It was like part of the name.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
But it was an utterance freely given.
from her own lips.
You pass up the other pencils?
So, yeah, we'll have to put that one on the back burner. Haven.
Haven.
I want to pick up at 11.
Clotho.
Fancy belt.
Oh, you're saying to get shopping done?
Yeah.
We explained the shopping part, right? Already.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
sending
that's
this
the next one.
Yeah.
Clotho, we know that you are weakened. Will you be able to exist in this state for a time?
Yes, I am not in danger of fading from existence. So long as my power is separate from the others, I should continue to be.
He's the first fucking one.
Scammed.
The others of my line, Mother and the Queen Mother.
And do you know where Mother?
I have a sense of her. Yes. It is different now than it was then. Which means I believe it is a place that could be experienced by your kind as well as mine.
Where is that place?
She points.
Great.
How far?
I do not have a way of answering that question in a way that would not harm you.
What?
I would be able to answer the question to get you close, but not the full way.
What did you ask directions to?
Her mother.
Mother.
So she can point
Let us-
directly to her.
Let us
Is
start
she
with
pointing like what? Like up?
out.
She's pointing like out away from the
Like
ship.
like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Put her at the bow.
But not like this or like this or like.
Like, would it take you to the direction of space or to the direction?
Yeah, that's what
It
kind
goes
of.
away, it goes away from Sylvan. It goes away from because you guys are
Okay, so
you guys are on the
out
moon.
of space. Okay.
She's pointing out into space.
Okay.
Oh, we are on the moon. Yeah. Okay. Yes. What would get us close?
There is an entrance to a place that functions more as I am familiar with than you. And should you be able to enter it and navigate through as mortals, you would be able to reach where I believe my mother's essence remains.
Is this in the wilds?
She shakes her head.
Like every ship we've gone on has like a portal in it.
Can I? Do we still have the rose?
The
The petals?
petals, the rose petals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did we ever show them to Clotho and ask her what they meant?
I think
Not
so.
as an adult, right?
That's an adult.
No.
Not as adult.
I would like to do that.
Also, could you ask her how Mother has
I want
been
to
freed?
resolve this first.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know that she's been freed by sword.
Right.
How else has Mother been freed?
Okay.
Does she know?
You can also-
We know that you freed Mother by sword. By what other means must Mother be freed?
By fire and by seed. And her essence I would not feel were the flames unlit.
Yes. Cool.
And
Finally, an ambiguous
Closure.
answer that we figure out.
I was gonna say, if you said a straight answer, not really, but an ambiguous answer we understand. Correct.
And is Mother on this plane, as we would understand it? This mirror.
Mother is on this mirror. Yes. The path, as you have asked, is not necessarily.
Just
Not this
use words,
dimension? Is
Michael.
that-
The rings.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you think she's in the rings?
Well, he said. Well, he didn't point. She didn't point towards Sylvan, but that wouldn't necessarily matter.
The rings aren't.
The real
in
rings aren't on Sylvan. Sylvan's the name of the planet. The rings are very distinctly out in space.
Great. That answers the question.
Wait, yeah, because
That didn't answer a question.
The rings are on. The rings are on the prime, but they're stacked on top of the prime.
yeah. That is
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a genius.
Why didn't you ask her to confirm?
I don't need. She doesn't know what the fuck the rings are.
Ask her if you're genius.
She cannot say it if it isn't true.
Clotho, do I strike you as particularly intelligent? It's like you're a 10.
Are you a Chet?
I have a difficult
Oh,
time distinguishing intelligence between different limited creatures.
She insulted all of us with that answer.
You're particularly intelligent, yeah. Potentially.
But the what's the name of the assassin, the Goblin King?
Oh, Mark.
Merc. Oh, Merc seemed to like me.
You are someone that retains a small piece of his essence. I would believe any of his affectations towards you may be affectations towards his own pride.
Me too.
Was that okay? So you got all right.
Oh, yeah, I got my answer that I
yeah,
wanted.
Is filibuster smart?
No, the by fire.
Doesn't matter nearly as much.
All right. So
Um,
I do want to ask.
You wanted to show her the rose
Yeah,
petals.
I want to. I assume one's holding on to them.
Yeah, I think
probably
I'd kind of like to do that at the end of this particular line of questioning.
Okay.
because that's gonna kill her.
Well, no, just like I don't want to like have hey distraction in the middle of.
No.
I'd like to resolve the discussion and then we'll move on to the next one.
Okay. So I think this is my last question. Clotho, do you know the nature of how we might free your mother by seed?
Do not understand your question.
Clotho, do you know the seed to
Sorry.
which is referred?
Yes,
Can you describe it to us?
it is as a seed of summer.
She points.
Same place.
No, she points in a different direction.
Oh.
How far is that?
So she would give a very exact answer.
Great.
And it is.
She gives like
The same answer.
no, like hundreds of millions of miles.
Oh.
Plucky.
What's the name of the location?
What's hundreds of millions of miles in that direction? Plucky.
I'll ask.
So Plucky takes a second to try to figure out where it is first for a second, and then it gives you a name and location.
Okay. On a map.
Well,
We
technically,
need to look it up.
but
There's a little smirk.
it gives you the name and location of a star.
Well, is it the star that we've been reading Leviathan into?
It is not.
Okay.
Does the star have a name?
Yes, I'd have to look it up, but yes.
Soul.
The reason I looked at you is because
I was going
Would
to
you
say if it's
consider-
like Hadar or like what?
What
you
does she
consider
when you say that?
a seed
She gestures towards one
Maybe.
and then kind of points.
is
around.
an onion plant.
Oh, a
building?
bunch of stars.
No, onions are like ogres.
So she says it is
Doesn't answer my
as.
question. But you can put an onion in the ground and it'll grow.
Yeah.
It is as a star.
Onions have rings.
A seed of summer.
So the infinite rings
Or just an onion?
is an onion, which is a seed.
She pointed at, well, actually, she didn't point in the direction of the rings for the seed.
She pointed to a bunch of different stars.
You asked her what is the seed of summer. She says it is as is. What is the seed that mother has? And she says it is as a seed of summer. And she pointed to like half a dozen stars.
Can I point to some other stars and say, how about these?
Like,
I don't know,
which
can
direction
you?
would like to say? Those are the- okay.
I meant that as like a die rolling thing.
Yes. Oh, she says yes.
Yes. I'll try a few more.
Oh my God.
I'm a scientist.
So you try a few more, and she nods along as you point to different stars.
Okay. What if I point to not a star?
One of our moons.
And she says, no.
What must be done with the seed to free mother?
The power of summer must be returned to linear existence.
Like not in infinite rings?
I have not heard that expression used to explain our perspective.
I don't know.
Did you hear my explanation before?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I heard the word onion said like 5 times. Fine.
Okay.
They're called the infinite rings of No, the Rings of Infinite Starlight.
Yeah.
The rings of folded starlight, the infinite rings of folded starlight.
Infinite Rings of Folded Starlight.
Although you've had one person complain about that name already, so
But also folded implies not linear.
Who complained?
Right.
Marcel, because they're not infinite.
Oh, there's 99.
Yeah, there's 99 of them. And he finds
He's
it.
such a nerd.
Yeah. Who probably.
That's like
Well,
his
back
weird-
when they were named, people couldn't count to 99.
That's
so
right.
it wasn't.
that guy's in your Twitter like replies being like, well,
Well, actually,
We're getting ratio every day.
so is this line? Do you feel like you've?
Run out of steam on being exhausted by this line of questioning.
I mean, you're talking to someone who's very difficult to talk to, and it is kind of mentally taxing. I understand that.
Wait, repeat the answers she gave
So
for
I asked where the seeds are, or what is a seed?
for, but she said the seed is of.
Summer. What?
That's not what she said. Something very specific.
Seed of summer power?
She pointed at the stars and said those.
It is as. She asked, "What does the seed look like?" She said, "It is as."
So, the suns are not the seed. The
What
seed
sort of
is in
look
the
like?
infinite rings.
So what is the seed?
And she said, "It is as."
Okay.
So similar to
Yeah.
within the rings,
And
most
it
likely.
has to be returned to linear time. So we probably have to get it out of the ring.
have you ever grabbed a sun with your bare hand?
I have.
That's how we got the scar.
Not me, only daughters.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can unfurl the onion. Unfold the rings.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Akatos would have no problem with us blowing up the rings.
We're gonna have to go in there to deal with that vision.
That's right. We do have a vision in the rings.
Still don't know what that thing is.
What thing?
The thing at the end of that vision.
A monster.
The thing that came out of
It's
it.
a-
like
a hunter killer.
Oh, the hands.
The human hands.
That's what it is.
Maybe that was Mother.
Hmm.
or grandmother.
Have we had like the indication that the that have we had the indication? Because like we sometimes get an indication if a vision has passed.
Right. You have not had the indication yet of
Okay.
the rings vision.
But would it be morning time on the moon? Yeah. No, because you can't just
You're
know.
talking about two different visions, but also no. But by the time you get done with your extended rest, it will be morning time.
Rock, what's your opinion?
Because you're talking about the vision with Lady An. She's asking about the vision with the
HK.
yeah.
I mean, I definitely like this line of question. There's a lot we have to do still with all this, but I do think it's a bit distracting from the whole Haven ordeal, and
Yeah.
I do think that should be the focus. But I really like this. Like, this is good and it's good information, but yeah, there's so many things, so many threads to try and pull on in this campaign. It's hard to know what to do. But I think for now, I do want to focus on Haven.
So, and I will say that like Foxy has been waiting with saintly patience to do the thing she wants to do with
Yeah.
Rocco. So
I have.
so because I want to make sure that at least gets talked about because I do not want to end the scene with like cool. Wait, we'll get to you later, and we're done with this line of questioning. Carry on.
Yeah, no, and that's fair too. Yeah, I don't want to stop people. But yeah, I think anything for me on this, I'll wait.
Okay. So you wanted to take out the rose
Yes,
petals.
I would like to very much take out the rose petals from wherever they happen to have been, and I would like to ask her before I show them to her. I will explain to her, like, oh no, I can't do this. Sorry. I will explain to her like. So we had, like, you know, when before you were freed, so before you were freed, there was a seed, and I may pass to you guys to explain like where you got the seed from, possibly, and we had a vision of a babe being born, but it did not survive. And we resolved to change this vision. But when we did so, the seed began to grow and sprout, and this was the birth of the child that would then become you, Clotho. Before we knew how to contact you, when you were still within the child and trying to manifest, the child was dying because of it, and the petals of this rose that bloomed, this flower, they had a ritual on them. And we tried to use this ritual to help, not really knowing what it meant or did. And it had some reaction, but we don't know. Again, I'm trying to not make it sound like, yeah, we just do shit.
Right.
I'm trying to make it sound like we had like reason to believe that because the seed bloomed at the same time that it was something that would be helpful, and so we tried to like lay the petals on the child. And it did something, but there was a shaman present who objected to us continuing to do that. And when we spoke to Ishi Ishaya, she said the petals were a weapon against her kind. Like a ritual or a weapon against her kind.
She listens and kind of weirdly has that like completely blank mannequin expression. And then you kind of get to the end of the explanation, and she still standing there staring at you.
Cool. So then, because when like we showed Ishi Ishaya, she was like, ugh, like she actually like flinched back away from this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brock, are you gonna say something?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. She like actual flinched away from the thing as if it was like so I'm just being weary. So I'm like, may I show you?
She nods.
Cool. I take one of the petals and I hold it up for her.
She looks at the petal in your hand.
And what of this are you wishing to be done or wishing to know about?
She
What
doesn't seem to have
is-
any reaction at all to the petal.
Okay. What is the ritual that is inscribed on the petals?
So she gestures towards the big like what's it called? The table, the magic table with like the produces food. I don't remember what the hell it's called.
Yep.
But she gestures towards it and says,
If you would not mind, I do not wish to touch that. But being able to see more of the petals might help explain how I perceive it.
and gestures for you to kind of like spread
Put them on the table.
petals.
Yep,
Yeah.
will do.
And so you get them all spread out, and she says,
And you wish to know what these are, or what their purpose is, what they do, or what they can be used for? Which is it?
What they are.
They are shackles. They are something that strongly inhibits my ability to exist within your time.
Where would they have come from? Who would have made such a thing?
so she puts her hand over the table, and you see like that green gold light, the summer light, go from her hands and shine upon the petals as they are spread through. And under her light, you see like tiny ritual writing that you'd seen
Yep.
before. But then as she shines the light upon it, you see something else behind each of those, written on all of the petals in this dark kind of black, almost like burned onto the petals. The petals, by the way, look like they're from a rose that looks like it's just in bloom. Like they don't look like they have faded at all since they've been held. But under her light, there is this burned mark on all of the petals written in Forerunner script.
What do they do? You said they are a shackle. What do they do they shackle others like you? Does she?
She shakes her head. Your language, your understanding, your perspective is so difficult. It isn't shackling who I am. It is shackling the ability for the transference of what I am to be who I am.
Oh, so the
Maybe
seed was what was preventing Clotho from re-manifesting again.
She says, I would not explain it as such, but from your perspective, it is not wholly incorrect.
Close enough.
Didn't the baby absorb some of the petals?
But I heard it
I placed
to stop.
one petal on. Sorry, I'll explain again. We did not know what this was, and we thought it may help. The babe was dying, and you with it. I placed a petal on the skin of the babe, and it sank in. If I have caused you harm by it, I apologize deeply.
She shakes her head. I did not cause what I am harm, but what I am was put into something that I could have been as who I could have been, but placed within them at a time when they had no who yet. It was an improper position within your linear time to be placed within an appropriate vessel, even if the vessel was appropriate.
So the seed stopped her from going into a teenage girl.
That's not what she said. I don't think. She said the baby was just too young.
Right.
But this,
But the seed, the ritual, isn't that what you just said?
she wouldn't have any context for that. I don't think.
She says that this ritual
Yep.
prevented what she is from being transferred into who she could be
It's a vessel.
and existing in your perspective of how time works.
Yeah.
So like
it,
a mortal body.
it put her in the right mortal body at the wrong time.
Oh.
So it made her a baby, so she doesn't have an identity. So it did kind of cripple her.
But
Because
we had to put it in the right body because the baby was gonna die.
right, but that's because of the interference of the seed.
The way I'm interpreting it is that the seed was so like Belsath, or perhaps the echo of Belsath, killed her, like the Goliath Clotho,
Right.
and then she was obviously pissed at him, was like, you bastard, I will be, I'll just be reborn.
Right.
And he's like, not this time,
Mhm.
bitch. So it's like the seed was created essentially to prevent her rebirth,
Yeah.
right? And so I suppose my proposition is that any person who would otherwise be a candidate, because we don't really know how this works, right? But presumably a candidate is born who is a potential way for Clotho to who is the potential of Clotho.
Mhm.
And while the seed was in existence, maybe it was that they just kept being born and then they would all die because they didn't have the lyric.
It's an avatar scenario. When she switched her, can I?
1 second. So, from my perspective, it makes the most sense that this conversation is happening in character aloud.
Yes.
Is that okay? So,
Yeah, I would say so.
so Clotho is listening along, and while she's not nodding along like someone who you would say like a normal person who would be actively listening to a conversation might be nodding along, she's not correcting you either. And you've seen a couple of instances where if you've been actively wrong about something, she will step in. Like when you say she couldn't move her skein,
she says, no, that's wrong. I wouldn't do that.
Right.
And she doesn't correct anything that you just said.
Okay. So, I mean, we don't need to know the exact mechanics of it, but in some way or form, the seed was what it was preventing her from manifesting.
In her
And she-
full power.
Yeah, and then something about the sacrifices that we made that caused the seed to bloom, then allowed her to be freed or reborn in some way. But she reckons that she was reborn at the wrong time, but to the right person.
More or less, yeah, I think so.
Mhm.
Mhm.
But she had to be because, like, at that time, it had to be, otherwise that the child would have died, and then perhaps there would have been like another child somewhere that didn't have didn't have the lyric Clotho waiting to manifest inside them, and so they would also then die. Like, my theory is that the potential Clothos were all just being potentially born and then dying because they did not have like the potential Clotho born in them.
She nods at that point and says, my nature, and as it exists with the nature of the foundation of the basic principles of the world, lean towards self-correction. Should a potential be removed, another will be born.
Yeah.
The
So they would
seed-
just keep being born and then dying and being born and dying. Yeah.
So
She's
she's
excited because I was right.
yeah. So she kind of agrees with like a minor like that's not how I see it, but
the principle of
the
it.
principle,
Yeah.
you know, she agrees with you in principle. Just she doesn't see it from that perspective.
Okay. So then
So she has to be imprinted upon an infant then.
She doesn't respond if you say that to her.
well, because
Well,
only,
isn't that what she
only
just said?
there's only
That
certain
without-
people that could become Clotho.
Yeah, but those certain people, they don't get whatever their connection is, so they die shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
So it has to be an infant that this happens to,
So she goes
not
into
an
them
older
as a
person.
normal person.
Older.
So she nods. It is difficult to say what is true and what is not, given the limitations. But that is a possible explanation, though I think it is unlikely.
And were you imprisoned in the seed that bloomed? Is that why you were released? Because we brought the seed close to the child?
My transition from who I was to what I am, and then from what I am to who I will be, was crippled by the thing you refer to as the seed. Bringing my essence close allowed what I am to transfer even while crippled.
So the seed held part of your essence.
It contained everything that is what I am and none of who I am.
Oh. So the seed was the Clotho, and then it bloomed to let you out. Okay.
But that transference only would have happened with an infant. It wouldn't have happened with like a teenager. Is that right?
I don't understand your expressions of differences of vessels through linear time.
We know that what you are can only become who you are when there is a who for you to be.
Yes, and the who has to be one with a scheme that can develop in a fashion that is compatible with what? The scheme and its placement in time is not a consideration that tends to be made.
Are there many or few of such who's?
In any particular branching of the pattern, there are many possible who's.
Right. So we could have transferred her to a teenager potentially.
Would you say that each of our visions have to do with one of three type of people?
What are the three types of
Be more specific.
Yeah, you gotta- They all involve people. Yes. Congratulations.
Well, so the baby that we transferred from Lord Stone Tree was a queen yet to come, aka daughter of a noble. The one that I had about the orc on the mountain was like also a queen yet to come because he was at his chief ceremony, right? And he got attacked. Is that not right?
He went back to the mountainside where the chiefs are decided in order to.
Was he already a chief?
He was already the chief. Yeah.
Okay, in that case,
He was seeking guidance, right?
He was
He
he was going as a representative to seek guidance of what they should do.
blue dragon, vision of man,
King who was.
because he
Missed
had
his
left
life.
his.
Left his post, yeah.
What else do we have?
I mean, my guy was just a dude who pissed his pants on a ship.
Do you know that for sure? Nick?
He was a first mate.
Do you have a child?
No.
King yet to be, king to come, or queen yet to
I
come.
think you might be stretching
Like-
here.
Captain? No, that's not true.
I would say that you are stretching, but
Okay.
whether that is true or not is a secondary thing.
The golden lion and the
Also, the,
maze
the
runner.
Minotaur and the maze.
Whose perspective were we on that golden line?
The
the
science. Yeah.
yeah.
That'd be it. What position would that be on that ship?
She's basically communication officer, more or less.
Okay, that doesn't work.
Good try though.
I mean, it's good to explore.
Yeah,
like,
no, yeah.
yeah.
Throwing out theories and talking about them is definitely part and parcel to having a campaign like this that is built on the idea of mystery.
So the infant was one of many.
Many who could hit, who
Uh,
could be closer.
One of many who could
The show title.
hold what Clotho is.
Yeah.
And the reason the child survived is because we changed their fate by
Yeah.
making them
Making
the
them
vessel for
Clotho.
what Clotho is.
Yeah.
But it
so-
could have been
That
somebody
is
else.
A demonstrable falsehood.
Oh,
Okay. Demonstrate it.
She chose, she does something, and you see this, like basically, the scheme. You see these pieces of yarn spread out. And then you see that there are sort of like ghostly threads within. And then she puts her hand on, so she has like, I wish I had yarn so I could do this. It's a physical problem.
Got pipe cleaners.
Yeah, so she good idea. So she shows this. And then she places her hand on one side, and you see the threads, which are kind of like a dark green color, light up with that green gold light. And several of the ghostly threads that are here fill with that green gold light and make a pattern down this way. The presence of, and then she pulls the hand away, and the ghostly threads fade away. And you see, after the ghostly threads break from some of the others, they fray and vanish after a very short period of time.
Mhm.
The presence of the Seelie is designed to control or to provide rules and guidelines for the interactions between, and she gestures to her hand and then gestures towards the scheme, between the immortal, the creatures of nature, and the mortal, those without. The presence of the Seelie, not my presence. I am of Seelie. I am not Seelie. Such is not my station. I would never make such claim. She pulls her hand away.
What did you specifically say?
I said by making the child the vessel that holds what Clotho is. we altered the child's scheme.
So she basically said,
And she said that's false.
"You didn't alter my scheme."
It didn't alter the child's scheme.
And then she, you guys talk about this, and she looks and she says,
You allowed for what is Seelie to exist in the scheme that requires what is Seelie to exist. I am of Seelie. I am not Seelie itself.
Who is Seelie?
What
What
is-
is Seelie? Either way.
is that
We are.
so she just explained, I think, that Seelie is like the rules that govern the interactions between mortals and immortals.
We've known that for a long time because it's like we've talked about how the adversary's goal is to undo Seelie courts, which is the rule of the universe, kind of, essentially.
One of the sets, yes.
One of the sets of rules,
she nods.
What other rules exist?
the unseelie.
She nods.
Is there a third?
There is.
Is it Io?
She shakes her head.
What is the third?
The creature that you call Io is of both Seelie and Unseelie. There are different rules that would be associated with the governance of the interactions of an immortal, and what it is interacting with would change which rules govern that interaction.
Right.
If it were to interact with another creature of nature, then it would follow my other's accords.
So the
Or-
unseelie.
Were it to interact with mortals, it would interact with my accords, or those of my court.
And what is the third?
The third are intentionally difficult for my kind or my other's kind to properly understand. They are.
She sort of like scrunches her face, and you see pretty much the first real looking expression from the mannequin version of Clotho, and it's sort of like disgust.
They are exception-based rules.
Is
Are
that
they of the Goblin Court?
like Merc?
Yeah.
Or association is reversed but not inaccurate.
Correct. What did you say?
Are they of the Goblin Courts? But
They
it's more like
are.
they are of the Goblin Courts. Or the Goblin Courts are of them.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, and she knew what you meant as well, but she was just when she was
Being
repeating it,
particular, yeah.
So to make
she's
sure,
being she.
so to make sure I understand, the reason why the statement I made about the child is false is not because we changed their scheme, but because we allowed their scheme to be changed by Sealing.
I think it was like they had a bunch of potential things, and we took the Sealy tab.
You didn't change what
Also,
had
not
already.
she has a problem.
Changing
What?
implies that something had not happened, or had already happened.
She had a problem with one thing that you said,
Yes, and I don't know what that is.
and what she is explaining to you is you said that the thing, whatever happened here, was for her. She says no, it was changed because of Sealy power. Do not say that that is me,
Why did I say that it was her?
because that's what you're saying, like, hey, we have these things. We made one of these things. We changed the scheme to make it to where she could be here, and that's why it's a thing. She said no. When that happened, the child lived because it is now connected to Sealy. It's now connected to this power, right? She puts
How
her
is it
hand
now
on
connected to Sealy power?
She puts her hand on it and says the power flows into these channels. Flows into
No,
these
how is the
ghostly-
child connected to Sealy power?
She's gesturing towards one of the ghostly channels. Like these little ghostly threads that kind of come out and then fray and disappear. That is what she's representing as the child. And she says it exists now because it's connected to Sealy power, not because it's her.
And
She's-
how is the child connected to Sealy power?
Because you brought me.
Through it into connection.
So it's she is not Sealy power, but she's like the conduit to Sealy power.
And she's making a differentiation between the way that you're phrasing it as she's listening is saying, hey, Sealy power, putting Sealy power into this is this, and you are Sealy power. And she says, no, I am of Sealy power. I
Oh.
am not Sealy
I
power.
didn't say she was Sealy power. I just said the actions we took changed this thing.
Right. And she's saying the way that you're saying that is not
For
her perspective.
it's the semantics are very important. To
Yes.
us, we don't get it enough for it to be important.
Right.
That's the idea.
It's that.
Okay.
The semantics of how you're saying it is something that is bothering her to the point where she's correcting you.
Okay.
But the correction is so
Above our pay
legally,
grade.
well, it's not like above your pay grade. It's more like it's like a legal contract. Like you bring it to a lawyer and like these words are synonyms, and they're like, no,
Yeah.
they're not actually synonyms from the way that I'm doing things.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what other purpose could these be put to,
These being,
the pickles?
I see no purpose they could be put to that is not the inhibition that they were designed to do. They have my name upon them.
Oh.
Thus, they are effective exclusively as a weapon against what I am.
Right. May they be destroyed so that they may not be used against you?
Should these be destroyed, the manner in which they are created would allow them to be remade. As they are, they can only exist in this form. And as such, the damage they are able to do is held within hands that seem unwilling to use them for their purpose.
We'll just put those back in the back.
Right.
Just a point of clarification for the notes. So you said Sealy are the rules for interacting with mortals, unsealy are the rules for interacting with immortals?
she will almost always phrase it as
Non-mortals?
nature. So creatures without nature and creatures with nature. So Sealy Accords are creatures with nature are interacting with creatures without nature.
Wait, Sealy is nature.
Nature with a capital N, like
Right.
creatures with nature.
a nature.
With a nature
And then unsealy
is
no nature.
is all nature
Nature to nature versus
versus nature to people to like
Sealy governs how
and
Clotho
mortals.
interacts with us.
Just
Just Sealy governs how Clotho interacts
And
with like Aegis.
mortal be mortal is sort of outside that system.
Right.
It is not part of the
Yeah. And then the third one is what the fuck?
No, she said exceptions to the
Exceptions.
rules.
Or exception-based rules.
Exception based rules, but it's not exception to the rules. That's a pretty.
Okay, so Sealy is the rules are for interacting with those with nature.
and so Sealy is nature with non-nature. And again, to flip it back to the other things, it's like truly immortal things and mortals. And then the other is truly immortals with other truly immortals.
So, like, would not be a true immortal
From her perspective.
because she doesn't have nature.
Correct.
But she is immortal from our perspective, as in
She can't die
she can't. Yeah,
unless killed.
And
But
so
part of the reason that I was changing forms is because Clotho makes that delineation very strongly.
So, other than Merc and the Goblin Court, can you give us examples of the third thing?
Of exception-based rules.
Mhm.
It is not within my nature to explain the exceptions, but I can explain those that have them.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Each of those that can contain within them a portion of a creature of nature, but do not have their own nature, and as such are not connected to the foundational principles of the universe. All of those sort of creatures would fall under this category. An example has already been given in this conversation.
of a creature that contains within them a living portion of a creature of nature, but is not a creature with nature of its own.
The Vertec.
For a brief time, yes.
Does that mean the adversary is no?
It's like a fourth thing. Where's the adversary fall on your scale?
The adversary is outside of systems as the systems are designed to create incompatibilities with the chaos of the adversary.
But he also has a nature. They have a nature.
They do not have nature.
When she says
Maybe
that,
the
the
answer.
heat in the room goes up by like 30 degrees.
As you understand.
Lady, please.
I don't think I agree with her. I won't say it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
keep
as she
reducing.
understands nature, they don't have nature. Maybe.
Is this like creatures of the adversary don't have a nature?
Right.
Meaning,
From her perspective,
Right.
that she's, you say that, and again, it's like there's now 2 times you've seen an emotion from her,
Yeah.
and that emotion was pissed. Like, absolutely not. You will not say that that is a nature.
yeah.
Wait, so, but she just said that the rules were created to go against the adversary, basically.
To create incompatibilities.
With it. So, although it is very distasteful to you as well as to us, is the adversary part of the foundation of the world?
The foundational principles of this reality were codified as a buffering system to prevent the flow of the adversary into this reality. In very mortal terms, a wall around a city.
And so,
Boom, boom, boom.
where is the adversary from?
Outside.
Where is outside?
She pauses for a second and then says,
Outside.
Can one such as yourself go outside?
I could not exist outside.
Can only the adversary exist outside?
The adversary and those that have taken a portion of it within them can exist outside. I could not be one as such.
Because it goes against your nature.
Because my nature and the source of my nature's power is incompatible intentionally.
Hmm.
How were the Accords formed?
The Accords were formed in a similar fashion, as has been explained. Walls around a city when an adversary appeared.
Okay.
An agreement for all that to exist is better than to not exist.
So did the walls around the city exist prior to the adversary? Or did the city exist
Are we
prior
talking
to
about
the adversary?
metaphorical walls here?
yes.
Or like, okay, yeah.
She said this, like, this is a crude example, but I don't know how to explain it to you at a better example.
Okay. So like reality is the city and the adversary is outside the city and everyone inside the city was like, wow, it would suck if we didn't exist. But
it all
in order
happened
to
at once.
exist, we need
Reality
to
is a West Marches campaign.
yeah.
We need to have walls, because there are things outside trying to get in.
Okay.
So the city existed prior to the adversary. Reality.
Yes, the walls did not, and thus there were very few, if any, barriers between those outside from coming within.
But now there are.
The walls are damaged. They are sieves instead of barriers.
Oh.
I wonder if when we were on the wall, was that like the wall?
Oh, was that the
That's why he went bum 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 5 minutes But ago. also, it's like, it's a metaphorical wall.
Sure.
Not like actually a wall.
Yeah, but like
No, no,
it
I
would
wanna
make-
go.
It would make sense because like the attack. So like the walker only started attacking us personally when we were like, no, this wall has to exist. We still should guard this place.
Right.
But at that point, the attack on the wall was this wall has it the way that you described it was this wall has existed forever and you've been here guarding it forever,
Yeah.
but nothing has ever attacked the wall, and so you're starting to doubt why do we even need to be here in the first place? It actually makes sense that would be the metaphor for yeah, wouldn't it be better if you just weren't at the wall and there were no maybe the wall doesn't even need to be here, let's tear it down.
Yeah.
Are mortals the source of the holes in the wall?
I do not have a way of answering accurately and truthfully within your metaphor.
Those without nature. Didn't like the word mortal, remember?
That does not have a clear answer.
Are only those without nature ones who are responsible for damaging the wall?
Are only those
I think
with
we knew
nature
that.
responsible for damaging the wall?
So it is both.
No.
What about ones with exceptions? One of the 3 rules we know.
Yes.
Okay.
Some portion of all forms of existence
Contribute.
carry some portion of the blame.
Do you know, is there a named entity, a single group of entities that caused this damage?
There is no answer I could give that would be objectively true to a question as complex as one you have asked.
Was the damage to the walls deliberate and intentional, or an eventual thing that was going to happen? That's not a good question.
No.
Her
Was it-
answer to that would be both.
Was it intentional?
Yes
it-
and no.
Well, if you assume that the adversary is beating the wall down.
When those responsible made the choices that led to this happening, did they know the consequences of those actions?
Some did and some did not.
Okay.
Who enforces the accords?
The accords are enforced by the acting queen or king that is in charge of their enforcement.
Is that mother for you? For the Seelie?
Within the Seelie, it would be mother.
And mother's other for the Unseelie?
Yes.
I know.
The queen that is of the 2 courts, and the king that is for the other.
Would that be Merc?
So she very slowly shakes her head. Like, I
That's the Lord of the Hunt.
don't use that name. It is possible you could use a name like that for it,
He told us not
but
to
it's
call him
not what
that.
I'm familiar with.
So basically, you said,
Yeah.
is it this person? And she's like, I know the king goes by a bunch of different names. You gave me a name of someone I don't know and asked, and she's like, that could be a name that he uses, and that's not a person that I know.
Right.
So maybe, but probably not.
Okay.
Was she also even talking about him? Didn't she say the Unseelie?
No, we
No,
didn't.
Unseelie is Winchard Court Butler.
But Merc was like a lieutenant or something. He's not the.
No, he was
He's
the Goblin
the
King.
Goblin King.
Yeah.
And he said, "Don't call me Merc, call me Your Majesty, or I will fuck you up."
Well, specifically to the 2 of
Yeah.
you, not to them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well,
Actually, to the
and
3 of you.
Drock as well. Yeah.
The
So-
3 goblins in the group.
Okay, so he is the one who calls the Wild Hunt.
Yeah. Remember when he said, "Boys, we're gonna go hunt a walker"?
Yeah.
But
At one point, say he wasn't. He was pretending he was him.
he's not the king.
He's not the king.
Yes. So he is his king has given him many privileges and raised him to be one of the highest of his king's servants.
Okay.
The Goblin
So
King
he
is
is the
not
goblin.
the head of the third.
Correct. Yeah. The Goblin King is not the head of the third faction. He's just the king of the goblins.
Oh,
Okay.
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 I did know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but
he said that
was-
during the conversation.
Okay.
Your characters would
Remember
know
that.
to make that differentiation.
Okay, so it's like a servant of the reigning. Are there? I don't know how to ask this, but like, there are 3 queens in each Seelie and Unseelie. Yes.
The queen that is, the queen that was, and the queen yet to come.
Yes. Is the same true? The king that is, the king that was, and the king yet to come of the other?
No.
No.
There is but
That's an
one
exception.
king of the wild.
I see.
King of the Wild.
King of the wild.
Did she call him uncle?
Yeah.
Previously, not.
Does he have a name that you would care to use?
I think he has been forbidden.
Which would be
Correct. So she thinks about it for a second. I have a name I could utter that is his, one that you would be able to know and understand. Yet my utterance of something would draw attention to me from those that have forbidden that name.
Understood.
name Tyrion, perhaps.
No, the adversary would have. Oh, well, yeah, we're not really sure that the two things are quite separate at this point.
By the way, this whole line of questioning,
Mhm.
not like something's going to explode when you show her the petals. This is why I wanted it to be separate things, because I was like, this is going to be a whole different line of questioning. I don't want to get the other stuff done first.
Clotho, where do the 13 forbidden gods fit into the structure of the universe?
So she thinks about it for a second and says, 13 is a number that some of myself have known as masters of dominion, but it is not foundational.
And yet it seems the adversary has erased these beings from existence. To what end?
We don't know it's the adversary that forbids them, though, right?
I mean, not 100%, but I think we think that. 'Cause I
Would,
was
would Clotho know who forbids them? Maybe that's a good question, too.
Is that what Drock wants to ask? Because
Yeah.
so the question is, who forbids for 13?
Yeah.
Their knowledge and connection with reality was removed by those that serve the walkers.
Right.
The walkers did not have the ability to interact with existence enough to draw it out. It was offered to them as a sacrifice. The ones that you mentioned, who I believe would be considered masters of dominion, were those that are most able and willing to wield power in conflict against the adversary. They would have been the front lines in the conflict, with the only exception possibly being my other's forces.
Sorry, you said they're offered as sacrifice? A
Yes.
sacrifice for what?
Sacrifice to the adversary, to the walkers, from those that serve them.
Is there a reason that is she saying adversary differently?
She says adversary, yeah. She says it slightly differently than you guys are.
And there's a reason for that?
She's British. Yeah. She's British. British. No. It is a way that the dungeon master is using to denote a capital letter of A. Right. Not that she's talking about something different.
Right.
But is that she denotes it as different. I'm just using it like a way to explain a capital versus the way that a lot of people talk about it. Kind of the same way I would say nature slightly different if I had a good way to say nature slightly different. Natures.
Nature.
So yeah, yes, she is saying it differently, but the purpose is to be an accent
Yeah.
for the
So
capital.
we can she's saying it not accented differently, but we can hear the capital when she says it.
Correct.
Cool. Okay.
I'm sorry when I kind of cut you off on your line of question there, but I did like your question as well. And
I don't remember.
so you were asking why? Well, I guess it was kind of answered. Why did the adversary forbiddens them? And I was double checking. It was the adversary, but yeah, we kind of got both answered. It was they were forbiddensed because they were sacrificed by the followers, and they are kind of the biggest threat. It sounds like.
They were like the front line.
Or not necessarily the biggest threat, but the most immediate threat, the ones that were actively fighting, like the front line.
Mm-hmm.
They were sacrificed by the followers.
The followers of the walkers. So the walkers at that point couldn't touch the world. Actually.
Were the
Ah.
followers mortal or of nature? Nature?
Without.
They were neither, although your conceptualization of mortal is a difficult term to properly assess for truth.
Who were these followers? Can you explain it in a way we could understand?
I cannot explain in ways that you can perceive without either harming you or drawing attention to myself.
So they are forbidden.
Yes.
Who forbiddens them?
I can't answer without the same context.
Okay.
Basically, she can't.
Factions.
She can answer.
Yep.
She's afraid that she can either do the "Hey, here's every answer into your brain," and kills you,
Yep.
or if she answers, she's getting really close to these things that are sort of like conceptual landmines in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows that she's vulnerable right now and doesn't
Right.
want to touch anything.
Is there a way that we can break the forbiddance?
Forbiddances are non-legal exceptions to the rules of the Seelie and Unseelie.
Mm-hmm.
The restructuring of the world to recognize the power of the Seelie and Unseelie would be incompatible with the presence of a forbiddance.
So what she's saying is, if the world was in the proper order as she sees it, forbiddances could not exist.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
In this world, did the gods lock up the primordials?
You know that they were against one another at some point,
Mhm.
but it's all before prehistory. Like everyone considers like the Forerunner time to be like foundational history, and it's
And the
some
conflict between
kind
the
of
gods
before
and
that.
the primordials was prior to that.
So how that conflict kind of happened is so far gone that like nothing even kind of remains of what it could have been.
Were those such as Emmett against the gods?
That is not a conflict that is in my nature to track, unless it conflicts with something within the Seelie, and I do not think it can.
Mm-hmm.
That conflict would be with creatures of nature.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a step back
Yeah,
because
that would be an unsealed question.
that's basically what she's saying.
Yeah.
she would say it in a way that is better than I'm saying it
Mhm.
to make it clear that she understands what you're asking and basically says that isn't my
That's my problem.
So
that isn't my expertise area.
the gods and elementals and stuff are all creatures with a nature.
Yes.
Cool. So interactions between them is not her wheelhouse.
Right, because that's an unseelie question.
Would she understand interactions between the adversary and creatures with the nature?
No, because the adversary should not exist.
Yes.
It's outside of everybody's realm.
There's no rules for it, which is
Even the non-rule guys.
okay. I don't have any more questions about the rose petals. I'll just gather them back again, and so she's saying like we can't destroy them; they would just remake themselves.
Actually, she's specifically saying if you destroy them, if you don't destroy them, they can't be remade. If you do destroy them, they can be remade.
Okay, yeah. So
And-
we need to hold on to them basically.
Yeah. And that the assumption that she was making was that she doesn't know who would remake them, but she knows that you guys having them, you don't seem to be trying to use them against her.
Mhm.
So she thinks that's better than them being destroyed and then having the potential to be remade by someone who might have ill intent.
Okay. And was there any ill effect from my putting just one petal on the baby?
She would say a portion of the shackle was reapplied.
Is there a way to remove? I would undo the damage that I have caused.
I would have to have what I am remade and rebuilt in order to repair that damage.
And how would one go about that?
Find a new baby.
My liege lady would need to properly restructure.
The queen that is.
She nods. It is technically possible that the queen that was could do so as well, although that experience is not something I would prefer.
I understand. Not at all. But enough.
So from the way that she's talking, it's like the queen that is the queen. We'll just call her queen rather than lady. So the queen could do it, and that seems unpleasant. Queen mother could also do it, but that would be orders of magnitude more unpleasant.
Terrifying, yeah.
That she does not want to deal with.
For my part, I am sorry for the harm that it has caused you. I thought at the time that it may help.
The lapse of proper rules and ordinations has made mortal kind and mortal choice be much more chaotic and limited than it would be if there was informed choice.
Basically,
I don't blame
translation.
you.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You're acting on imperfect information, and
Yeah.
it's not really your fault.
Cool. Okay, good. All right. I don't have any more questions. I don't have any more questions for Clotho.
Haven't heard from Mike.
Well, I don't want to. I'm falling asleep. This is
There's a lot.
it's just heavy
Very,
info. and
very
it's like-
newly. Yeah. It's an information dumpy.
We have also been going for 3.5 hours, so.
Oh, that's not what's bothering me. I want to do.
No, I know, it's just, without
3.5
standing up and moving around, everyone gets a little tired.
3.5 hours, or like at least an hour and a half. Although it's like
A lot.
that motherfucker. Sometimes real boring.
Yeah,
For a girl who likes the party, she sure is a bore.
Well, you're answering her a lot of boring questions,
Yeah.
and also she doesn't have an identity to party with.
Yeah, it's not my fault. It's Dronk's fault.
Maybe we need to throw her a party to show her her identity.
For a party at one point.
We'll just save Haven and we'll stick around for the party for once.
Saving Haven.
But your bargain says you're not allowed to save Haven.
That's not true.
No,
What?
That's explicitly not true.
we're not allowed to
You're not
Get the
allowed to
courts to
interfere
get the courts to interfere.
or tell anyone with the power to interfere or wasn't part of the bargain that you're not allowed to interfere yourselves or tell any or like by any means inform anyone that you think would interfere?
So the important part here is from Margot's perspective, the interference of people that aren't Dasang is irrelevant. So if you tell someone who's like, "Hey, we're going to get an army from Grace to come and protect it," she doesn't give a shit. That army is going to get steamrolled. So who cares? The bargain is you cannot tell Dasang, and you can't tell people that you believe would reasonably then tell Dasang.
Which is why you were able to tell me, because I don't like any of the vampires.
And so you're not going to tell.
So I'm not going to tell it. Like, I may seek outside help, but I would not go to
the vampires.
vampires.
By the same token, and using another example, should Aegis be around, you know that Aegis has a long-standing connection with Lady An,
Right. We would not be able to tell him.
Yes.
because it is very reasonable to assume that he would then tell An.
Maybe we should have told Endeavor.
Yep, they would save Haven.
So
They would capitalize on.
we've just had
They
a very long, very noodly conversation, and I want to sort of say either I can do it or if someone else wants to do it. Any kind of like salient things from the conversation with Clotho and the conversation with Hadorai. Anything that you say, hey, these are the points, bullet points we want to remember real quick, and then we can.
Note taker.
Oh, I got 'em. I got more than you guys
You got
can
'em?
care for, I'm
Cool.
sure.
Is there a short version that you would be able to? So let's do Hadorai first because it happened the longest time ago.
Okay. So I asked Al about the shadow. It's Terminus. A Sphinx could help us. Griffle asks about the Flood Whip. It incubates in undead and is very strong, and we know that the ritual guy is going to have these undead corpse explosion guys. We think that the attack happens in Giant's Market. And
The undead corpse explosion stuff is, he specifically stated, I think it's a river.
well, but we know from Margot in her notes on DDA that he's bringing about 12 exploding corpses for his ritual.
Except.
We were also told from Hadorai he heard a rumor that I guess he heard a hawker selling from DeVito, selling tickets to a pay-per-view fight between the Imperium and
Luis.
another vampire group.
Luis is another court, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas Vito is not a court, it's a half.
Vito is a court.
It's a small court.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a small court. Okay.
For the record, Luis is the one of the big power players in mortal space.
Can you spell that?
OOS.
Oh,
OS.
we've seen that. but
Oh, you've
not
seen that
in-
several
not-
times.
We space.
So,
There's- I'm gonna write space vampires.
sure.
Space vampire.
They're one of so basically the three big crime space factions are the
Yeah.
Legion, the Luis, and the Imperium.
Okay. I
Right.
did not
And
know
none
that
of them
was
like
theirs.
each other, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they all hate each other.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. We met with Clotho. We brought her to Vertak, and she said he's 2 damage from his fall to be restored. Essentially, having the connection through the she to Io was good, but then when that went away, it sort of burned him out. So we would need mother or grandmother to fix him. Grandmother exists outside of time, and we asked about Io. She is still alive. She is not dead, as we previously thought. And her power exists in those in her line, like the dragon that we just met. But it's in some way damaged. We asked Clotho how to find and free her mother. She said she's on the Prime Sorta. We surmise she's in the Infinite Rings, and that the seed that we need to free her by is like a star. We need to return it to linear time to free her. Griffle showed Clotho the petals. Clotho said there's shackles that prohibit her from existing in our time. There is Forerunner ritual kind of hidden on them. She showed us the skein and says the child's skein was not altered by her inhabiting it. Seelie is the rules of interacting with nature, between nature and non-nature. Unseelie are the rules for interacting between nature and nature. The third kind is the exception. We asked a lot of deep questions about the nature of the universe.
There is only one, like, king of the third court
Yep.
instead of three.
Yes.
I just want to
that's-
clarify. Did you write the third is the one of exception? It is
yes.
rules of exception.
Exceptions.
Exception-based rules.
Exception based,
Exceptions to the rules, essentially.
which I don't think is. It's not exceptions to the rules. It's exception based rules.
It's not it's
I
not
just wanna-
something-
I think that's a very
it's just
specific
advantage.
type of wording that
Okay.
means specific things.
Exception.
It is actually fairly specific. Also, so the
Base.
Sealies, the summer court, correct? The Unseelie are the winter, and the exceptions are the goblin.
We don't,
Goblins are part of it.
yeah, we
It's
don't know
not-
that it's the goblins, but they're part of.
Right.
A part, but not the whole.
Because they don't, like, to me, exceptions to the rules is operating outside the system, whereas exception based rules is within the system.
Holy shit!
But
What?
The velocity on that new thing.
Oh no.
Gary, what are you doing?
Excessive.
That man is efficient.
Got a game to run there.
And then I also wrote that we asked about the 13 gods. They were guards of dominions, which I guess that's a thing you know about.
Domains.
Domains.
Or wait, was it dominions? Or
No, it was
domains?
Dominions.
Was it dominions or domains?
It was.
Dominion or
No.
domain?
Don't you as a cleric have domains or whatever?
But dominion is not domain.
I know. Did we say that the gods were guards of dominion or domain?
Creatures that wielded dominion,
Creatures of them.
which is how she phrases it.
Okay.
Oh, wielded dominion, but a dominion could be rephrased as a domain.
Could be.
Okay. So you're saying, like, I am the god of life.
Language wise, yes.
Yeah.
What you said is that accurate statement.
But that's not necessarily something
Well,
filibuster would know about. That's just like
But I thought
cleric.
isn't a cleric thing where you like pick
Domain.
domains?
Yes.
Well, you pick a
You
god.
pick a god, and the god has domains in fourth
is-
edition.
So like
Totally
knowing
different from-
my character knowing about that is different than Michael knowing the mechanics of the game.
Well, but I guess like what are the domains? Because wouldn't that tell us what the gods are?
There's
Each,
more than 30
there's more than each god
So-
has multiple domains.
Yeah, so in like fifth edition, for example,
Yeah.
you pick a domain, and then you pick a god that worships that has that
Represents that,
domain.
yeah.
In fourth edition, it's reversed. You pick a god, and then you get access to all the domains that they're above.
Oh,
So like
So one god has
a
multiple.
cleric of life
yeah.
would follow one of the gods that has a life domain, but each of the gods has multiple domains. It might be like life and civilization, but you're not a cleric of civilization and life. You're just life, and you worship that god.
I see.
In 4E, it's different. You worship the category,
Okay.
and you get access to everything below the category. And I
Um,
would say that Filibuster understands more or less the rules of the game. Like the game is trying to represent what Filibuster would know.
Sure.
So he would understand that
Uh-huh.
the
dominions.
I'm also having a
domain.
crisis of person there.
Yeah.
I believe.
Join the club.
Join the club, yeah.
Losing my
You're-
religion.
You're a cleric who worships a god who was slain by the adversary, and you routinely ask, "Is the adversary the bad guy?"
No,
And you
originally
worship that
I
little box?
worshipped
My
The adversary.
box.
Yeah.
The box, which is associated with the adversary. Which
Oh, what box?
Oh, yeah.
The black box,
His little
which I still have.
his little focus was Forerunner tech that he found.
Oh,
in the show.
cool.
But since meeting Thyssuriel, it's been like, okay, this is kind of what I'm going along with as in opposition to the adversary. But I don't worship Slackturiel
Right. He's just
because I am directly going against what Slackturiel is by its nature. Is that the correct term?
Pain and death and stuff.
But through its domains.
Going into
I am
domains.
creating my own religion through my actions.
I am like, what domains do I have? Skill. I think it's
I think it's skill C and madness or something like that.
yeah, something like that.
And that didn't
The sea.
trigger
off.
into like any red flags there.
I think I want to say.
I no longer have madness. I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So skill C.
Yeah, those are pretty much the notes.
Cool.
Yep.
So, turn on the engines. Now Griffel would be very aware of what proper protocol would be. My question is how much Griffel would care about proper docking protocol at Haven. It would be very
Conspicuous.
it would be very against protocol to appear well within the range of the detection of the beacon of the port beacon.
Mhm.
That would be seen as sort of like taboo. Not like automatically they fire upon you, but it's kind of rude to teleport inside of the area.
Yep.
It's more, it would be much more friendly or appropriate or normal to teleport to outside of the range of, and then fly into the range.
We know that their picture is more powerful than ours.
Yes.
Not by a huge margin, but by enough that we can't just hide. I think that for that reason alone, and the fact that we may need to like beat a hasty retreat, it would be good to have the ship nearby for us to do that if we need to. And for that reason, I think we should announce ourselves and follow proper docking procedure.
Okay. And so you're teleporting to outside of
Outside of the
a
range,
range.
and then
Isn't that a big range?
yes,
It is.
Yeah,
it's huge.
It takes some time.
Yeah.
But you guys can kind of start your extended rest while the crew
Yeah,
flies
Crew
the ship.
complies.
As much as you guys are like, the crew doesn't do anything for us. It actually does do
Yeah.
stuff for you.
Yeah.
That.
I think Drock said that at some point. Like, the crew doesn't do anything, and I was like, what?
I'm sure they don't like you.
This was probably after he failed the diplomacy check to rouse them to action during that one fight.
Yeah, they're just useless for me.
Wow. Also, Gary, do I just not have a holy symbol right now?
So yeah, holy symbol just doesn't do anything.
I'll make one for you.
I don't know, like what my
Beliefs are.
beliefs are right now. So
You wanna
I feel like
join
narratively, I
Anything?
shouldn't really be able to use any of my cleric stuff because I don't have any faith.
Can help me form my religion.
Yeah, you could be Philly's number
You
one.
can be my second-hand man,
So
woman.
narratively and in the world, I think we've already discussed this slightly, but you feel like there is like it's harder to use your power. It's not impossible, but it feels like it's very difficult to reach.
Yeah.
You can still use it, and via the rules of how this works, this is not a DM hand wave so your character functions thing. This is how it functions in the world.
Okay.
Kind of like Bedbeer.
Yeah, he could still use his stuff
Mhm.
even though his god is forbidden and presumably dead.
Right.
Also, his power source is not divine in nature,
It is.
according to Renki.
He's a paladin.
Renki said his power source wasn't divine. Well, his god didn't actually exist.
That's what Ricky believes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag believe that. Yeah.
Hashtag this is what this character believes.
But also, you guys got to see that he did actually use divine power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
He went to his temple.
do you guys remember what Terminus called him?
Paladin.
The last paladin.
Yes.
Last.
That's what the Terminus said, and so dies the last paladin.
He did that.
He didn't die.
Well, that was the I'm bringing down the killing blow before
The
you
big
know,
swat.
before he got stabbed in the face. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I will teleport us, like, I reckon it would be like about 200 miles.
You don't have to go that far. Probably 50 to 100 miles would be normal handshaking range.
Paladins, protectors,
Depends on what they're
or
worshiping.
defenders.
Depends on what they worship.
Well, I was
Oh, you mean
asking
mechanically in like D&D forms? Or,
Yes.
D&D 40,
Typically they are defenders, but they can be strikers.
and Drock is also a defender.
Battle minds are always defenders.
What's the other defender class?
There's multiple.
There's a lot of them, warden and fighter and But paladins have a class that is both.
Yeah.
So they have a striker version of the paladin
Mhm.
that is a full class.
Yeah.
And they have a defender version of the paladin, which is
A
a full class.
blackguard.
Blackguard, yeah. A blackguard is a striker
Have
paladin.
we met a warden?
Probably yes.
I was wondering.
Oh, you've met at least one. You've met Half Tree, who's a warden. One of the lords.
Oh, eggs factory.
Yeah, Yiggs is a warden. We're doing descriptions. Oh yeah, so you teleport within range. You send the basically the ping out for a handshake, and you get back a very confused signal from the thing, because it is recognizing you as, so you send thing, hey, normal docking procedures, this is what you would normally do. You basically do what you would do on this fervor, and it sends back how is this is able to comply with a stationary point meeting another stationary point.
Yeah, signet royals don't fly.
That's the response you get.
Hang on, how is this able to?
How is this able to be a command? How do you wish us to comply as a stable point is meeting another stable point? Now, the Signet Royals have a lot more ability to communicate than any of the other beacons. So, like, this is like straight up, it's sending you a message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can I assume that there is an equivalent beacon operator?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Mhm.
So someone's job to
To do this,
Yeah.
communicator.
Is this sort of like Morse type deal where it's like beep beep?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
For
Can we-
normal beacons, yes, not for the Signet Royals.
So when the fire loop of the ship folds down,
Mhm.
it's under the ship, right? It comes together under the ship.
When the ship fully lands, yes.
Yep.
But as long as it's flying, the ring is around the
Around,
outside
yeah.
of the ship.
So if I were to float it in water, which I know it can do,
It would the ring would go underneath.
it would go underneath, and it would cease to flame actively, right?
It turns off.
So it would
Boils the
still
water.
look weird.
It looks like an impressive ship. It doesn't. It doesn't look unique.
Okay. Why
it
does
is
it
on the
think
water.
we're a stationary point?
Because our beacon
You're a
is so
Signet Royal.
powerful.
Ah, I see.
So basically, the operator is you say, "This is what I am. I am a Signet Royal," and it says, "You're another port."
You're another city.
How-
What? How am I?
what?
How am I? How is this? It's docking.
Are you telling me that? But also, they're like a port just appeared in the sky.
In
No,
water.
it can't necessarily tell. It can't necessarily tell like our exact height off the.
Mhm.
It's not that accurate that far out.
Yeah.
But it can tell so we're flying like a little bit above the ocean.
Yeah. And basically, you can tell that it's not the beacon; it's the operator of the beacon.
It's
You send it to it, and it's like, so you're another city is asking to dock. What? That doesn't make any. Clearly, the message you sent is incorrect. Please
All right.
please correct whatever it is you just said.
I will declare.
Try again.
I will declare. We are the the superstitions end. Yeah, I don't really want to. Yeah, well, yeah, we will be on. We'll be honest. It was like a high tower, no longer in possession of sanctuary, because I don't know how Haven feels about.
Do we
sanctuary.
want to say that?
Most people
Don't
hate
they
They
think-
get the designation of the origin of the beacon automatically, so they
But I
can
mean-
tell the beacon
You can
was
technically hide it, but yes, it would be normal procedure to give
to
it
give the origin port of the ship, which would be sanctuary.
sanctuary.
But aren't we pretending that we are part of Sanctuary? Like for your sister's thing?
No, we're pretending like Rajul is running off on his own.
Rogue agent type thing.
Yeah.
But would he say that he's not from Sanctuary?
So one step back. So when you appear on the radar, effectively, it shows your port of origin,
Yeah.
and that is, to the purposes of most people, basically impossible to change.
Yeah.
It's possible to mask,
Right.
but that
But it
also
would be
means,
obvious that we've mastered.
yes, it would be obvious that you've
Yeah.
masked it. So it would be very unusual to not say.
But she's
that you're
asking,
from
should
I'm
we
saying
say
Griff will deny it.
should Griffle say we're not associated with Sanctuary
Okay.
as opposed to just letting them think we are.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be a weird look, but yeah. If you say that you're not part of sanctuary and your ship reads a sanctuary,
What is the
Yeah, I don't
idea
think-
that
that's
Roger?
what I'm saying. I
that's
don't
exactly
think that
what
she
we
should
wanna
do
say.
that.
What I was gonna say was like, like formally of sanctuary, but no longer.
But I don't think we want to say that.
I thought we
'cause-
do want to say that because the goal, the idea is that he ran away with the ship.
But he'd be like a renegade. Like, would he want
That's
to?
what we're trying to present him as, right?
Is there anything?
I don't know why he would. try
Yeah,
to
he
distance-
wouldn't announce that. He'd just leave it probably.
Yeah, like, is
Like
there,
where the superstitions end,
yeah, like
looking to dock.
right. I think it draws unnecessary attention to
Yeah.
like.
Keep it
Vaughn.
simple.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, I will declare we are the Superstitions End, bound for, gosh, who do we want to speak to? Or what purpose can we state that we're here for?
Sally mean broken piece.
Restock, resupply,
Yeah, bound for resupply.
defend your city from impending doom.
Yeah, we are the Superstitions End, bound for resupply. You are the nearest port available.
okay. So the sort of bound for resupply is even like a shorthand.
Yeah.
Like even the lesser beacons can send that signal.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives you a response back from the beacon saying pause outside of pause at the edge of sensor range for clearance to enter Haven Harbor,
Contraband.
and then
What do you consider cuts?
it's silent for several minutes. It's not. That's pretty common. Like.
Yep.
You're gonna have to wait for a little bit to get
Yep.
to get checked.
We're on hold.
Sir, have you seen this?
And then after a couple of minutes, the beacon operator sends back ship designation superstitions end. There is a marker on your beacon labeled as renegade.
True.
The Port of Haven is open to all ships of all designations. However, official markings cannot be given for port.
So they're gonna do us under the table.
Basically, yeah. So basically saying, this is an open port for anyone. You're not going to get official paperwork that with Haven stamp on it that says you're allowed to be here because you're marked as problematic.
I will send back received and appreciated.
What's the line from Star Wars when he's in the cell block? When he's in the cell block and the guys come up and say, "Oh,
Yes, everything's fine up here. Thanks.
So sends back Superstitions End, please proceed to Night Dock 7.1. And gives you a place and sends through the beacon instructions for where to go,
Cool.
gives you docking procedures.
No, we'll just put it on autopilot.
Yeah.
that's right where we want to go."
And then it after you go to enter in, after about a minute of being on, you said you wanted to land on the seat, right?
Yeah, so what I want to do is like while we are not within sight of Haven, I
Mhm.
want to fly so that it's quicker. And then once we are about to come into sight, I want to land on the water so that we seem a bit less remarkable.
I want to say that you're going to be within sight of a lot of other ships well before you're inside of the port,
For Yeah,
because it is such a busy port. So
we're a little slower, but not significantly,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
yeah, you're a little bit slower on the water.
Yeah. I think it's
We're just
worth-
pulling
I
out
think
like
it's
50 feet
worth-
above the water, and then we just walk down.
We're also like resting during this time mostly.
Yeah, we are.
Well, I mean, this
It's
is
like the land.
so land, and some of this is going to be like the sailing for a couple of hours to get into port is going to be what the crew does.
Yeah.
Not her, but she's there for the initial handshake.
Yeah.
After a couple of minutes of sailing towards, you get another message from the beacon operator. A Signet Royal class ship, designation Superstitions End. Our beacon is detecting significant weapons capabilities.
True.
And
Yeah, I will send back
You're goddamn right.
I will send back were our intentions not peaceful, we would not be following procedure.
So the beacon operator responds, message received. Beacon, this port does not have beacon capabilities to limit your weapon systems to acceptable levels. Would the Superstitions End consent to an inspection by port authorities for the presence of weapons to be permitted to be docked within the city?
Do I know what that would entail?
They're going to have like an inspector come on board the ship and like look at everything.
To make sure that the weapons.
And basically, they're probably going to leave someone aboard the ship to give, at minimum, give the people of the city warning if you decide to basically turn on all the weapons and start firing at them.
Yeah.
Because from the perspective of the city, you guys are floating a warship in
Yeah,
the harbor.
yeah.
We cleaned out the paintings, right?
We might commit a
We
little
did
bit.
clean out the paintings.
All right. Good.
I threw the bodies overboard somewhere over the like sea between Hardholm and
Yeah.
the reach.
Yeah.
I think I just like dragged
In the
them out.
north, it's in the North Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that.
So it means like our Dana Proudmoore, we're gonna be like, this city has to be raised. Arthas, no.
So I personally think that would be fine. I see no problems with that.
Shit, I just realized that my notes are actually upstairs in a way that I can't access them from down here. But so I'm gonna have to summarize this. The Port Authority would not summarize what I'm about to say. But in the interest of not having me run upstairs and stop game for 10 minutes to look up this information,
And then have another 10 minutes of explanation.
no, it would not require explanation. But it will basically, when you say that, it will say, the Superstitions End, Port Authority is sending two BBA class vessels as escort into port. And when it sends the classification of vessel it's sending you like two smokestack destroyers labeled as Black Blood mercenary companies. And like your character is like, these are Black Blood, like straight up battleships. Like these are
Yep.
these are not
These are my homies.
these are not fucking around ships. These are like mercenary warships that protect the trade lanes
Yeah.
in the sea.
We take
When you say homies, do you mean that genuinely or
No,
like,
genuinely, these are my people.
I don't know.
So it's basically saying you're bringing a warship into harbor. Please submit to inspection when
Yeah.
you get here. If you agree to
Here,
inspection,
inspection.
cool. We're gonna send two warships
Yep.
to escort you into harbor.
Yeah. Strength and steel.
Send that back.
Hey?
So yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Strength and steel.
Yeah. I will send back strength and steel.
So there's a bit of a pause and then say, does Superstitions End have guild members aboard?
So I will send back the shortest possible version of yes, guild members not currently serving but on assignment elsewhere.
Okay.
On approved assignment elsewhere. Like as in like I am a guild member, but I'm not a currently serving officer of that.
Would Guild Contact wish for Beacon to interface to allow for direct communication with A-class destroyers?
Yes.
So basically, it's going to route your comms because you can't communicate with the destroyers directly, and you're kind of too far away.
Yep.
And it's going to say there's destroyers in port. We're going to kind of route you to speak to one of them.
Yep.
And then you get a not just a sort of signal through this, you get a voice coming out of your beacon.
Yep.
They reading you loud and clear.
Navigator Griffle Starenshrift, formerly of this firma.
Starenshrift. One moment. Oh, records say you're one of the ones doing favors for Verdeidig for our charts.
That be me.
Still an assignment, same thing?
Same thing. Well, not quite, but might as well be.
These waters are getting real choppy. We're going to send someone out to make sure our people properly taken care of. You know that's sort of guild lingo. When they say waters are choppy, they don't mean like the actual water is choppy.
Political-
They mean it's
Yeah.
There's some weird shit happening.
Yeah. No, I
Um,
got that.
yeah.
Uh,
So
The political climate is
now,
interesting. eh?
who was the ship name that I traveled to court on? What was that?
Kestrel,
Kestrel, right? No, it was the Wastrel.
the wastrel. Sorry.
Yep, sorry, Wastrel. Close enough. The captain of the Wastrel was one of the.
He's an admiral. But
Yeah.
Wastrel, not the wastrel.
He was a lower admiral, though, right? He wasn't one of like the serving admirals, like the top guns, like
Yeah.
the admiral of the
He's-
West or the.
he's stepped down from being one of them.
Yeah.
He was one and is no longer.
Cool.
Not like out of disfavor, like he retired to a cushy job.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Hinsey, that's who was my person.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm just refamiliarizing myself
Yeah.
with a couple of things.
So basically, the operator basically is like, cool. I recognize that name. Is this what you're doing on assignment?
Yeah.
We will come and escort you. Just be aware that shit's getting a little weird here.
Yeah,
Politically.
yeah. Acknowledged.
So, and then there's a pause. You can hear the line is still open because you can hear some sort of like background stuff because it seems like an actual straight up sound
Telephone,
communication
yeah.
telephone type thing. What is your role and assignment on this ship, Griffle?
Officially,
We're on open comms. Official designations are preferred first.
officially, navigator, same as Sverber.
So there's a bit of a pause. There's some irregularities reading with your ship, Navigator. If there is anything the guild needs know, this could be something that could be explained once we're not on open comms with Port, but if things need to be known by Port, you can explain on open communications.
Because she's not on the roster.
Basically what it's saying is like, you're a guild member, you have some weird shit on board your ship. We want you to explain it to us before we get to Port, if you don't want to explain it to Port.
Yeah. So what?
What do you mean?
Yeah. No. Not like what do you mean? As in like I don't know what you're. No, more specific. Like, can you be more specific about what is causing the influence?
Which of the things on
Yeah,
board?
which of the things? Yeah, which
Got
specifically of
A
the
number of
things?
weird things on board.
I want to provide them an inviting opportunity to I invite your inquiry.
So, long-range energy readings state that the energy from your ship is very unusual. Will this interfere with our systems should we approach?
It might be Al.
Mhm.
I would argue it's definitely Al.
Yeah. We carry primary containment of such energy. Is that what you refer to?
Containment could be something that would disrupt our sensors. However, our divinatory sensors are not reading anything where the ship is currently located. It is registering on beacon radar. However, it is not registering with any sorts of divinations sent to that location.
Oh, it's the
wording.
wardings. Yeah.
So basically, he's saying you're pinging on the map when we try to look at you.
You're not there.
There's fuck all there.
Yeah.
So he's like, is there anything we need to know before we sail to that location?
Yeah.
The forbidden.
It's not forbidden. It's a I know the word for it, but it's not coming to mind.
It's an anti-divination
Yeah.
field, basically, around the ship.
Can I instruct our beacon to turn that off?
No, it seems to be
No.
it's not part of the
Okay.
beacon, first of
Please
all.
no.
It's you are aware because you've been on the ship long enough. It is a permanent enchantment on the ship.
On the ship itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So I will send back. We are warded against divination. I assure you we are truly here.
And you read as, according to beacon designations, a major city. What is the size of the superstitions end, and is there any method for approach that is not going to leave us grounded on things that we cannot see?
I will give them the birth of the ship.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then we'll be there shortly.
We carry a beacon far outclassing the vessel on which we travel. For reasons I cannot divulge. I'm sorry.
Probably can't even
Over now. So basically, from the perspective of Port Authority, right? You read as another city that's
Yeah.
floating into here,
Yeah.
and they're like, okay, well, let's go get a look at that. What the hell is coming towards us?
Oh, it's
Nothing.
not there.
Okay, the fuck is it? Is that a floating city that's coming at us? So the
A floating city that we cannot see.
floating city that we cannot see, and then anything that we send as reading towards it. Oh, there's unusual energy and high quality weapons. What the fuck is this thing floating towards us? So without being able to see it, it's very confusing. So after that sort of weird handshaking moment and talking to port authorities, it gets closed off.
Mhm.
And over the next about hour of you sailing into port, you see two huge destroyers that are significantly larger than your ship come and escort the superstitions in port.
Yeah, but what are their weapons like? You know, size doesn't.
Yeah, could we take them?
Yeah, we can take them.
Griffin, would our ship be able to take those two battleships?
Absolutely.
Yes.
No questions asked. Smokestacks are the best of the guilds.
I want to say it's the dreadnoughts. I think it's their smokestacks are the general ones. I can't remember which one had this. That's the document I needed to go look up, but I want to say it's dreadnought or dreadnought's the human one. I forget the names, but it's
I can pull them up.
it's the biggest version of the goblin ships, the ones that hunt leviathans.
Yeah.
How do they stack up against everything we fought earlier in Hardhome?
Huh?
How do they stack up against what we fought in Hardhome?
So one of these guild destroyers.
Sorry, just to clarify, I would have said pilot.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't have said navigator, I would have said pilot as my official designation.
One of these black blood leviathan hunter ships could probably take 2 or 3 of the sort of named big ships in Hardhome.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Like these are, you know, the thrones, which are the sort of the head of the top class of the Genasi ships, or sorry, the top class of the ships from Grace, and the Genasi ships. They're one step below these things. So like these things are sort of the battleship, the like undisputed kings of their area on the inner sea. And like Hardhome has a lot of like quote military vessels of like a city state. These guys have like a country's worth of resources. So you're comparing like like a World War I straight up full steel battleship versus like an Age of Sail gunship with like multiple cannons and stuff.
Mhm.
And so it's like it's from a different age. And the battleships that the Black Blood use are sort of seen as being excessive by most people, in the fact that they are massive, they're all metal, they have weapon systems that are sort of way more than is needed for most everything. And the Black Blood Guild isn't a city state, they're their own sort of private organization. And so the fact that they have access to these ships is part of the reason that they are still independent.
Mhm.
I say all that to say that they have naval superiority because of this type of ship. So the two ships go and escort you guys into port. And the inspection that comes to look at your ship comes in two pieces. There is a halfling that comes as a port inspector that has another halfling as an assistant with them. So we're carrying all their stuff. However, coming with them are two officers, the first mates of those two battleships, comes to escort the inspector around your ship. And Griffle, you would be familiar with this process, and you know that basically any ship that is claimed to be within the Black Blood sort of realm of influence will have officers and people that go on board when the inspectors come in and say, you're not allowed to look at that, and tell the inspectors to go away.
Okay.
So you would be aware that if you want to, you can have these first mates of these battleships basically say, yeah, you're not allowed to look at that. It's fine, Carrie.
Spin to the pocket dimension.
Yeah.
So I say all this to say that because they are here, you're not going to have any problem making anything that you want to remain secret aboard the ship remain secret from the port inspector. But the port inspector is going to have people that he's going to station there,
Yeah, that's fine.
quote unquote, to warn port if you guys decide to go crazy. But also the two ships are going to lay anchor just outside of where you are. That if you did try to leave, again, they don't know you can fly, but if you did try to leave, you'd have to go through the battleships. And since you're here under Black Blood's sort of flag, more or less, it would be really bad for your standing within the guild to cause problems, and it would be in the best interest of the destroyers to attack you if you did something, because the Black Blood wants to maintain their ability to be like, hey, we are neutral, we don't cause problems.
But if so if I do ask them to stick their nicks out for us, we really got to make sure we don't fuck that up.
And the Black Blood Guild is like, from the perspective of the port, they've placed themselves to block your exit to below you to Kingdom Come should you break the rules. And from the perspective of the Black Blood, they're saying, hey, we're putting these people here to show you that we are vouching for these people. And if they are a problem, we will blow them up. So there's definitely that there's sort of like political pull and tug of you guys docking. So you guys dock, you guys take out
Oh, I got it wrong. It was Salt and Steel. Sorry.
Salt and Steel.
No.
So you guys dock here. You guys can take your extended rest and send the quartermaster into town. On your extended rest, we'll note that basically as soon as you guys teleport in, Clotho walks to the deck and just like looks up into the sky, off into the distance, and seems to be focused on a particular point for like 30 minutes to an hour, pretty much the whole time you make it into port. And then she sort of shakes herself out of it and goes back to sort of half-assedly paying attention to things around her.
Did it seem like a point we would be familiar with?
Was it where she was pointing before?
You no idea because of you teleported from here to here.
Yeah.
But if she was pointing away from Soban before, she would have been looking through. Theoretically.
Possibly.
Well, some hours have passed, and the moon moves.
Yes.
So many things.
Yeah. Maybe
She wasn't looking at the moon though, was she?
No.
Okay.
So
Fire explodes.
So yeah, you guys get here, you take your extended rest, everybody wakes up at level 11.
Made it.
Finally.
During your extended rest, you can read Hedorai's notes of stuff. So if there is something that you want to know that you could potentially get from Hedorai, his journals are pretty detailed. So he kind of has more information than he said to you in there, but a lot of it's like the plague came through in this time. There were this many victims. This is how far, south or west it got. It's kind of dry reading, I guess is the way to say it. But it has tons of information in it, his notes. It's maybe 30 pages of his notes and records about the spread of the whip in the Reach.
Is there anyone I know aboard either of the smokestacks?
Yes. So people get rotated along the smokestacks a lot because they're huge and there's tons and tons of people. So there would be miscellaneous people that you've served with on
Cool.
the
Can I
smokestacks.
spend my rest like seeking them out and having a VP?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you won't be able to kind of go too ham on like, hey, old friends were drinking together,
Mhm.
but you would be able to sort of see what's going on, and you could tell that when you go and meet with them, that they're pretty uneasy being here. That there's a general feeling that something's about to go down among the crew.
Can I? Do I even have any? Hang on.
Have any?
What kind of check would it be to basically be rumor gathering
Streetwise.
among my? Yeah, that's what I thought among my peers. The problem with that though is that I'm pretty sure my streetwise is actual garbage.
Yes. Now there are some things that because you're a member of the guild, you don't need to make checks to gather rumors. They're just going to talk to you.
Yeah, cool. What do I get?
You're going to get just by default that everyone assumes that there's some sort of major shit about to go down, and the crew is relatively conflicted about the fact that they're docked here. Most of the people that you talk to think that the guild is kind of getting itself too into politics, and the fact that two of the big smokestacks being here, there's only like 6 of them in the whole fleet.
Yeah.
And 2 of them being docked here is
A waste.
not necessarily a waste, but is a signal that can be read by the other city states of
Yeah.
support of Haven's independence,
Mm.
and that's not a super popular stance
Right.
because that is a controversial stance, and the guild doesn't tend to be controversial. Controversial ends up being bad for business a lot.
When Gary gets political.
I'm just standing.
So that's the easy vibe. The check that you get is that people they don't like being here because they think being here represents that they're taking a stance, and taking a stance means it's more likely that they're going to have to fight like people.
Yeah.
And while the people aboard the smokestacks have absolutely no problem going out and blowing up leviathans and being in danger, the idea of fighting other ships filled with people is
Yeah.
pretty distasteful. Like distasteful is a weak word to use. It's something they really don't want to do.
Is there like a inkling of who would be attacking Haven?
Yeah, what do they
Yes.
think is about to go down?
They don't know. It's not we think there's a specific thing about to happen. It's the other city states all have these really complex reasons for wanting this place to be free or wanting them not to be free. And
Mhm.
everybody's, talking out of the side of their face and no one gives straight answers. But somebody somewhere is going to make a
Make a move.
big move.
Yeah.
And we would really prefer not be docked here when
Yeah.
that major move happens. And so there's a belief that we don't know if it's Sanctuary or Nexus or, Grace or Endeavor, but somebody's going to make a move.
Somebody's gonna make a move on this city.
So,
Oh look, a renegade sanctuary ship.
question then about so I know why I don't like the vampires.
Mhm.
Is that a view that I think would be shared by a number of others among the Black Blood?
The rank and file, yes.
Yeah.
The
Maybe not the officers so much.
the officers and a lot of the people that are more, I would say, politically savvy or politically active sort of respect the stability that the vampire court brings, even if they don't like them personally. They're like, as an organization, are useful for trade
Yeah.
on a larger scale, but the normal people feel like they're gross and
Yeah.
problematic.
Okay. So can I I want to do that thing where I start a rumor
Mhm.
and then I want other people to then spread that for me.
Okay.
So if I plant it in maybe 2 or 3 different places and then let it spread
Mhm.
and I want it to be oh, you can never trust those vampires. I've had dealings with them and they're all power hungry and full of themselves, and eat other people for their sustenance. It's just not right. It's not natural. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just popped out of nowhere and tried to destroy Haven. But
So I would want a streetwise check for this.
okay.
Do you know what armor every one of your co-workers is wearing? Armor?
Two of the
3. Drock me in 1.
oh, I didn't know your armor was also.
It's by Ramley.
I didn't know you were wearing the spider's armor as well.
Okay. That's a 12 plus 5.
17.
17.
It's an easy check. Even is that you were using your 11 sheet or your 10?
11.
Okay.
Oh, no, it should still be 10.
Okay.
Oh, it's the same. It's half level. It's the same.
I didn't know if you're correct because your charisma. I don't know if you started with 8 charisma or something.
I did not.
So because like sometimes the +1 does make it.
Oh, you missed a juicy little bit.
Oh,
We're full of spreading rumors,
Mm-hmm.
and the rumors aren't the vampires just the worst? I wouldn't be surprised if
If
they
they
came
just-
up out of nowhere and attacked Haven.
So
There's 3 of us are wearing vampire armor.
when this happened, you get from aboard
You
one of
guys
the.
know how I feel about the vampires. I
Yes,
just made
you
it
are
very
fucking
clear.
me.
I've made that very clear.
Very specifically, you're not to tell anyone.
So
I'm not
No,
to
no, no.
tell any. I'm not to tell
We
any of them.
instantly forget why we're in Haven.
No, it's technically fine because I have no reason to believe that they would go to the Desum because
Yeah,
they
that's
so
true.
don't like the vampires.
That's true.
So what you get from the crew of I'll get the names of the 2 ships because I have them on my sheet upstairs. But what you get from one of the crews of the 2 ships is that fuck the vampires, like that sort of stuff. And there's a a question of
Anyone who's patrolled in
why?
anyone who's patrolled in the south has dealt with the direct consequences of the malediction to some.
And then the Black Bloods
ship.
the Black Bloods generally do not like them because they have to manage the shores down south where the undead are.
I don't know anything about this.
Oh, but that's why.
Okay.
So what you get is a bunch of people in, fuck the vampires, we don't like them, and asking if you want to be brought in on the bedding aboard the ship. That there's a pot and there's a big, like, one of them pulls out this big board with all this stuff. And unless like.
Who's gonna make the first move on Haven?
No. It's not who's gonna make the first move on Haven. One of them explains. So, Captain spent a good bit of our leisure money on these fucking orbs. There's gonna be some big showdown with the vampires. And we're gonna have it all set up in the mess.
That's why.
And then you
Sorry,
see
don't
this
fucking-
like grid and showing like the Imperium versus the Weiss. And there's bets and a bookie about what's going to happen when they show that the ship as sort of a thing.
What's
Like,
the goblin's name that I'm talking to?
again on the paper.
On the paper.
I'll get it for you.
Jerry.
Scary.
So I'll get it for you because I have
Bookie.
notes for this of who the bookie is and stuff. So basically explains like a bunch of the crews are unhappy being docked in a place they don't want to be. And so one of the solutions is that the captain has authorized one of the officers to go and buy these orbs as entertainment to keep them happy. And the way that the crew is doing it is having this very complicated betting system about what's going to happen when the Weiss and the Imperium go toe to toe.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So do they know any more details than we do about this fight that's about to happen?
When? Do they know when?
Yeah, I'll ask.
So they don't know when it's going to be, but the rumor is that there's going to be more details coming, quote unquote, coming soon.
Okay.
And so they have this big grid showing like either complete Weiss defeat on one side or complete Imperium defeat, and then sort of gradations in the middle, and then side bets. And the side bets are about where this supposed battle is going to be taking place. And a lot of them are like the names of like space stations and the names of several of the Imperium ships. Like Sin the Second Divination, for example, is like the Sins are on the list of like what the Weiss are going to be doing. And so there is this sort of multi-tiered betting system going on. And when you're like, fuck the vampires, they're like, oh, would you like to place a bet? And pull out the the big grid and like, cool.
Yeah, but we don't like the Imperium that much either.
The goblins don't seem to have a like the crew doesn't seem to have an opinion one way or the other on the Imperium. They're sort of like they're
Because
neutral
We don't
and-
interact with them at all.
yeah, you don't really interact with them at all. So it's like it's neutral. And we really don't like the vampires.
Yeah.
So we're kind of hoping that they get their asses kicked.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Who would you say is the dominant tower of the three big players on Silban? It'd be the vampires, right?
The Imperium doesn't really interact with Sylvan very much, and neither does the Legion really.
So yeah, so
And-
by default, so we're mostly left alone, but by default, because we've got a few of the court stations.
We're in
Yeah.
we space, right?
No, Sylvan is not in any of the three major things. It's between the different spaces.
Okay.
Technically, it's between Imperium and Legion space. We space doesn't touch where Sylvan is, but it's kind of considered to be neutral.
Okay.
Like anytime one of the groups tries to like actively control Sylvan, the other two will stop them
Is that because it's strategically important, or
Yeah.
because it?
because it's important because of the sheer quantity of people that live on Sylvan.
Right.
It's a major population center, even
Right.
compared to the rest of the plains and stuff. It's a planet. There's a lot of fucking people that live here.
Yeah. Do we know about like other planets?
All the stuff that's on the thing are either major ships or things on other planes or space stations. There's nothing that's mentioned of like another full-on Solban-esque planet,
Right.
Oh.
at least on the betting grid. And you've not heard anything.
Interesting.
I have a thought on that, but I'm gonna hold it.
So yeah, so they ask you, hey, you want to place bets? This is what's going on. Captain paid for the premium pay-per-view experience.
Yeah. It's a bit
And you
like
can see that the bookie pays out really terribly if you bet that the vampires get their ass kicked, because a lot of people are betting on that.
And yet,
And yet people bet on it because, hey, even if, we want this.
so they want them to get their ass kicked, so people are betting that they will.
Yeah,
yeah,
So that's the okay.
popular opinion.
So I will put 100 gold on betting that the Imperium will get their ass kicked.
Oh my god.
is that like a lot of money?
For the
Like,
normal crew,
yeah.
it's a hefty bet.
That's-
That's like
Is that conspicuous in a bad way?
it's
I
not
don't
enough.
think it's enough to be that conspicuous. It's just like my prospects have been
She's
like,
betting on the vampires.
Yeah.
She walked in, talked shit about them. They open up the gambling board, and she's like, "I'm putting 100 gold down on the vampires." thing."
That doesn't mean that I think they're weak.
There's no return on that. It's like a 2-to-1.
No,
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 no.
It's not.
She's betting. She's betting that the
Betting
vampires
against the
will
grain.
win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most of the people are betting that the vampires get their asses kicked.
That's pretty funny.
What
It's like the
is
rest of
the Indian or the
Ethiopia.
Also, the chicken should be ready whenever people want to try some. It is bomb.com. So
I saw that. It was in that bowl.
it's in the big bowl. Yeah. So if you guys ever if you want to try some of the chicken curry, which is designed for snacking and lunch, and stuff,
good.
it's up there and it's real good.
What do you have it with?
A fork.
Oh, just like out of a bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, but with like it's a curry, right?
It's not a curry. It's curry flavor is in it.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like it looked like chicken.
It's chicken salad. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
But it's also I make the distinction of it's curry chicken salad because it doesn't taste like normal chicken salad. Right. So it's one of Rachel's sort of specialty dishes. So you place this bet down.
Yeah.
The bookie is like, hell yeah! Like this is getting hot, and basically uses your big unpopular bet to goad a bunch of other people into placing more bets.
I like how you're like, I don't like the vampires. They're annoying. They're going to cause trouble. I'm betting that they're going to win.
yeah.
Also like 100 gold.
Yeah, for you
okay.
guys, but for them it's
So yeah, I wanna deliberately start the rumor that like bet those vampires probably gonna attack Haven, huh? Like maybe they're, make an example of the small guys, always taking things that aren't theirs and ruining things that they shouldn't be, and
yeah. And you made the check. It does seem like that takes hold, especially with your bet that's for the vampires to win.
Yeah.
That sort of is taken into account of like, oh, maybe they know something we
Credible
don't.
threat. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're a credible threat if they think that they're going to take the power to the Imperium, because the Imperium kind of has this reputation as being this like unknown, far off, like crazy power. Think of like you know, if you're in like a different section of the world, thinking about, you know, a superpower that's way over there, right? Like it has this prestige with it, even if you know very little
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's you start rumors during your extended rest
Mm,
and complete the extended rest
cool.
here. So I think this is actually a pretty good thing. Let's stop for probably 30 minutes plus, somewhere in there. We'll check back with you, Drock, in 30 minutes, but we'll stop
Yep.
here and
Sounds good.
do some miscellaneous stuff.
Hey, Gary, I had a question. The concordance for Triptycho. So in the last fight, we were slaying aberrant creatures, so +2 for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one that says
Did you slay an aberrant creature?
owner slays an aberrant creature. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you kill an aberrant creature last fight? I don't think you did.
Only one person did.
Only one person did, and that one person was, I don't think you.
What was the main?
Some of the spawns.
The main body is the one that counts. Yeah.
Okay.
So you would not get a bonus for that because you were not the one that killed it.
Okay, that's fair. And then
Divine.
so there's also another one that's like owner fulfills a prophecy or alters a scheme to benefit the Summer Queen. We were acting on a prophecy, weren't we? Not really a prophecy. I guess it was just a you know. So I didn't get any for the last couple fights, eh?
And you see why I didn't want to call it chicken salad? Because it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
This is.
Yeah.
It's a style.
Yeah.
Curry chicken salad.
Yeah, it's curry chicken salad.
Yeah.
So like the curry part is important
It
because.
is.
So yeah, so I would say that doesn't qualify quite yet.
Okay.
But you're definitely working on things.
Yeah. And then how do you get noble ranks in the Summer Court?
The queen promotes you.
Mm.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Well, let's pause things and then we'll break for a little bit.
Sounds good.
And Brock will send you a message in 30-ish minutes.
Yep. Talk to you guys in a bit.
There's
Wonderful.
nothing. There's no ritual. Certainly.
There's definitely a ritual that has the word undead somewhere in
Well,
the
undead
But-
ward prevents movement, but not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a detect undead thing. I'm pretty sure there isn't. I know there is like a candle that shows like undead shows a green light or something, like ghost light or something like that.
Maybe we should buy one of those.
I think you have that ritual. But anyways, so you take your extended rest. It's at the dock. It is now 5 p.m. What would you like to do? The busy city of Haven is not winding down for the day yet, but you know, it's a port city. It's getting towards dinner time. Maybe some of the nicer shops are closing, but business is still going on everywhere in the port. And you are at your gigantic dock with your comparatively small ship.
Would we easily be able to find Sally Mae?
Through just like walking
Known-
around and
known
asking.
that she rides a mech?
Probably not that easy to find just walking around, but you could do ascending to her, and she's
Okay.
definitely going to be within range.
Yeah, we do ascending.
What do you want to say?
Hello, we are in Haven. Let us rendezvous.
Would love to catch up.
Just okay. So is it like meet anywhere? Like where do you like? You're having her come to here? Are you meeting somewhere in the city? Like what's the? There ideally should be one of these for everybody,
There
right?
is.
Everyone has one of these.
Yeah, there used to be. Then one took mine. She has like half of a ream of paper that probably has her map in it.
It's right here.
Oh my god.
I'm doing things. I don't know.
Gary, because I don't have the ritual specifically, but because I know I'm planning for this, could I get the
The
quartermaster to buy corpse light?
Yeah, definitely do so.
Is there anywhere? I mean, we don't really know where we would want to meet her in the city. So maybe ask her to suggest a place.
What about Hart Square? I mean, it's mostly a question of, are you going to have her meet you someplace, or are you asking her to come to the ship?
Oh, I mean, we can meet her someplace, I guess.
Hart Square is where the beacon is.
Hart Square is where it's the main,
Oh yeah,
it's like the government building.
yeah. Let's go around there, and eat somewhere with good tacos.
Good tacos. I mean, to be fair, if there is a place in the city that has good tacos, Hart Square is actually probably where it would be.
Do they have free tobacco?
Because there's going to be lots of like, Hart Square is huge, with the city with like the city center in the middle of it, and so there's going to be lots of like people with food and stuff around, and like, if there's a taco truck, it would be here.
All right.
So she sends back, sure, meet you there. I'm easy to see.
All right.
She's kind of short.
Gonna be riding
Could be running
16.
back.
Yeah, she's gonna have 16. So,
She's gonna have what?
16, 016.
She rides a mech.
He's never seen the mech.
Have you never seen?
No,
her?
I thought you called it Sweetie.
Sweet.
She does call
16.
Sweetie.
Oh,
For Sweet 16.
okay.
Unit 016 is how it says it is. It is its designation. So anything you guys want to do on the ship prior to going to meet Sally Mae? Or
I have some questions for both of them.
How long does corpse light last? In minutes. No, that's a cast time. Duration 1 hour. That's not long enough. Oh wait.
So we're gonna cast Corpse Light, and I'm just gonna set it off.
That's okay. It's all undead.
it's not like a trigger, it's not a flare.
I'll cast it on you, so it won't matter. You'll be the light.
Slightly glowing.
Just like you're the light of
Oh,
The light of my unlight.
Pure of heart, free of pentacles.
The tagline. All right, so you guys head out to the square. The night docks is what this area is called. That being said, it is plenty busy during the day. But one of the things that you will notice is that the night docks has a theme of the people that are here, and it's pretty much people that are wealthy and people that are armed. So you have basically military people and people associated with some of like the warships and things that are in the harbor, and the wealthy. And there's
And we're both of those things.
not a whole lot of people in the middle, or that are not one of those two things, or you guys, which are both. And going through the area of night docks, right outside of Bracebarrow, which is the section. It's on the map. It's one of the things written rather than the key, like on the map itself.
The Arc de Triomphe.
Yeah. Right outside of Bracebarrow, there is a enormous sort of open building with courtyards and people and music and things like that. Kind of imagine like an outdoor beer garden type thing. And there's a lot of people there that look like you guys. They are very distinctive, non-uniform individuals that often have magic weapons and armor. Things that you sort of recognize as other, maybe itinerant adventurers going into and out of this giant, like outdoor beer garden place. And going through there, Hart Square is pretty huge, and there is that sort of giant, squat, circular black building in the middle. But even with there being tons of people coming and going from the building, Sally Mae, and more specifically, Sweetie, stick out like a sore thumb. There is a small sort of clearing around her that everyone avoids, not necessarily being like afraid to, but nothing really comes in reach of the mech. And she is sitting on the mech's shoulder with her hands on its head. And when she sees you all, she stands up and puts her one hand on the top of Sweetie and points in your direction, and then kind of waves over to you and has Sweetie command walk over towards you. So you see Salumain, she goes, "Hey, how are you? Oh, it's been so long. Is there some sort of shit going down? I heard there is a crazy warship that I wanted to go look at that came into the harbor yesterday or earlier today.
Yes.
You want to come with me to go take a look?
We would be happy to give you a tour later.
It's your ship. That's badass. Okay."
Is she a gnome?
She's a half.
How dare you?
What was that blinking?
All those shorties. Okay. What do we want to say to her? What is our goal here?
I would say that there is in fact some shit going down, though I can't necessarily divulge the essence of the shit,
The particular flavor.
the particular flavor of shit. Just know that it is stinky, smelly, and
Will probably cause disease.
probably causes more shit to happen.
All right. And you're here to stir things up, or
We're think of us as a plumbing crew.
Do you want the
We're
good
here to
news?
make sure the shit flows and doesn't get clog up the system.
Do you want the good news or the very bad news?
Wait, we have good news.
well,
Come here.
she's like, I prefer very bad news, so I can point Sweetie at whatever it is.
Think of your words carefully.
Yeah. Well, I can share stuff about the vision. Perfectly fine. But I guess I'm the only one that
We've
ever
told
got
her
that.
about the vision specifically before.
Yeah, because you guys seem to sending to her to be like, hey, is everything cool in Haven?
Yeah.
That is not telling her about the vision.
I thought we told her the.
Yeah, I thought that was part of it.
Well, I don't know that we told her we had a magical vision. I think we might have just said that we thought that there was an army coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also probably didn't tell her that in the vision she dies.
No, we definitely didn't tell her that.
Okay.
Oh, so because this is your vision, do you feel a connection to her? It's eerie.
He's not. Was he playing as her?
Yeah,
In the
was
vision.
she your POV?
That was your.
Yes.
Yes, she was my POV.
And also, yes, you get that sort of eerie
Mm-hmm.
connection.
So I imagine when I ask her that question,
Have
she's
you-
like,
Have I shown you guys a picture of what Sally looks like?
I have not seen what Sally looks like.
So that's what Sally looks like.
Okay. How tall is the mech?
Like 10 feet.
Okay.
She easily fits in just like the chest cavity
Yeah.
of the Mac.
Okay.
Actually, look, I have a picture of Sweetie on here.
I don't think we have ever seen
Yeah.
a picture. Just a
I've definitely seen a picture of. Have you seen the picture of the
like
token
the
at least?
first session.
Yeah, it's been a little while. I'll write this down as a thing to show.
Find Sweetie.
No, I know where it is. It's very annoying to get it on my. Whoa.
So she said she likes to hear the bad news first, and I'll say,
Yeah.
Well, we've been led here on a vision, a series of which all of us have received at different times, and mine, saw you dying in an attack on Haven tomorrow.
Oh, well, I like none of that. But
The good news is, we have been able to change a number of these visions from occurring as we saw them.
right, and you're changing it from I die tomorrow to I die today, right? She gets this big grin on her face, like
Not if we
she's
can help it.
clearly joking. Bitch, we
We would very much like to avoid as much death as possible. This is why we contacted you. We hope that you can be helpful in finding the threat and eliminating it quickly.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of a badass in that way. Not the best at find a threat,
but if you find one, I can get Sweetie aimed in that direction. Do you know who, what, where? Can I get something?
We're looking for a small contingent of vampires.
Mm.
Can you say that?
In my vision, we know that they're vampires and a ghoul army. From my vision.
Also, we only have to worry about saying things that they would get back to the song.
But I feel like
Sally Mae might be somebody that would talk to the song, right?
talk to how many degrees of Kevin Bacon are we concerned about?
I think it's just if we reasonably believe that we're not breaking the pact, we're not breaking the pact.
So I would also say that you kind of know that Sally does very much shoot from the hip, that sort of stuff. She would probably tell Hope a bunch of things.
That's what I
And I would think the trigger here would be you should if you're gonna tell anything that you think Sally's gonna tell Hope and Hope's gonna tell the son, you should probably tell her not to tell Hope or not say those things, because it is likely that is a like that chain of events.
that's exactly the chain of events that I was
Yeah.
That's 2 degrees
yes.
of Kevin Bacon.
Okay. So you want me to not say the V word?
No, I'm saying
This is probably fine, but
The V word?
vampire. But going
Oh, but if we're just talking about the vision, we know that it's vampires.
oh, there's so many V words.
It's a bunch of virgins attacking your city.
they have a vendetta. But no, basically the thing is like try to be careful with it, and if I feel like you want to go, I'm gonna be like, hey, I think that will trigger.
I think what we can't really say is that it's the Night King attacking.
Yeah,
And-
it wasn't going to. But because
There's going to be a plague inflicted on the city tonight.
I think, yeah, I mean, because we heard that there are not a lot of vampires here in general, so I feel like if she can lead us to vampires.
I was thinking if we could I would have told you all this before getting off the ship. This is my current thought. If I don't know how connected Sally is, so this is kind of the concern. Is if we could get Sally to have us talk to someone of authority that has access to any number of people, we could cast that corpse light ritual and sort of like spread out. Try to find it.
How exactly does corpse light work?
It says if I'll read it to you.
Thank you.
You create a pale green flame that illuminates as a lantern. The light emanates from an object you designate during the ritual. The green fire produces no heat. Any undead creature that enters the illuminated area or is within it, and that is of a level equal to or lower than your Arcana or Religion check -10, is wreathed in a green flaming aura that harmlessly flickers around the creatures. This aura appears, this is an important part as well, this aura appears even if the undead is disguised by a polymorph or an illusion effect.
So the only that I see is that the ghouls and the vampires were portaling into the city, or at least using portal magic during the battle.
That was a larger force. So I think today what we're looking for is DDA and his 12 exploding corpses.
Yeah.
And
So you ask her to get back to what's actually being said. You ask her, you're looking for some vampires.
Yeah.
And she goes, there used to be some, but ever since the whole thing at court, and so Sally was there at court when all this stuff
Yes.
happened. She's like, ever since that thing at court, most of them have gone away. There's one of them that set up shop in, actually she would know this. So one of them set up shop out in Basewick, and has been doing some sort of weird thing where they're selling some stuff to people,
oh my,
which that's kind of
Well, it could be-
unusual.
What kind
But
of
most of them
stuff?
have fled the city.
could be the TV.
Are they scrying orbs?
Is it
It's on
Scrying Orb or is
Scrying
it something less?
Is that what
Yeah, yeah.
who's talking? So you Scrying?
All of us at once.
Yeah. So everyone's talking about like, oh well, yeah, I guess you've already been there. But yeah, so they're selling for some sort of event thingy. I don't really know what it's about. And then she kind of like leans forward and kind of whispers a little. And I think they're one of the Bateau people. The last show I saw put on by a Bateau.
Okay. I don't know why I didn't think of this until now. What if they're just telling them that it's a fight between Whis and Imperium to get everybody to watch them destroy Haven?
It could be.
Well, I was saying that's probably.
But
Well,
like
you're just saying
it's
straight
a
lie.
lie.
Yeah, they're just straight up lying, and everybody's gonna tune in and watch Haven get destroyed.
Oh, you're saying it's like almost like it's like a hyping up a fake fight.
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah,
Like Weason,
It's like-
Weason.
it's a dark example. It's like them being like, "Hey, everybody, there's gonna be a great air show on September 11th over New York City.
Oh,
Tune in
yeah.
and watch the air show."
No, I yeah.
Yeah, but like the scale is different though, because like it's like the excitement is all about like the Imperium, the two of the most powerful like organizations in the known universe going up against each other, not like
That's what he's saying.
one of
That would make you more likely to watch.
It's a misdirect.
Yeah.
You're
They're
saying,
lying
you're
about
like,
it.
oh shit, it's George Foreman and Muhammad Ali, but then you got like
2 YouTubers fighting.
Dink and Tink.
Then
Well,
it
it's
makes
all
it
like
pretty cool.
yeah,
Sure.
like Muhammad Ali and this kid.
Yeah.
Like the goal here isn't to like put on some great spectacle. It's to like make everybody watch
Then make an
To read.
example,
completely. Make an example of Haven.
right?
Mhm.
And Weiss and Turi, why would Weiss? Why would no? Because it's Vito who's doing this.
Which is filming it.
Just
and
to
they're-
lie to you to make you to watch it.
And they're
Who it is does not matter. Potentially, not.
So step back from like I think the question that she's actually asking
Oh, I
is
see.
the Turi are the most powerful house of the vampire houses, and they control the council. The Night King is the head of the council, and so the council is Whis, Turi, Vito, Desum,
Mhm.
and Whis, Turi, Vito. I'm missing one, but so there's 5. So there's 5 major houses, and I've forgotten one for a second. But so like the council as a unified force is what is fighting Desum. It's not just Turi versus Desum. It is the vampire council against Desum. So it's not unusual that like Vito is doing the advertising for a Whis thing that's happening, and it could be Turi is like footing the bill or whatever. Like they all work together as part of the same overarching unit.
because when we were on the ship, and Foxy was placing her bets, would we have had access to look at one of those orbs?
Because she's like with the rank and file crew,
Yeah.
and the crew has been told that the officers bought one of these sets of scrying stuff.
But it's not like sitting out.
It's not sitting out. They're gonna set it up like in a mess hall or something for sort of like kind of like imagine what they do for like an aircraft carrier. Might buy a movie that's in theaters and show it to the crew.
Did we actually know when that was going to be set up and watched? Like, was it announced when?
No, the timing is not
Time is not known.
known.
Specifically, the timing is not known.
Yeah, it's coming soon, and there's going to be an announcement of when things are going to happen.
It could be what you say, but what I'm struggling with is like there would need to be a reason why they would want to make a spectacle of this, and I don't see why they would want to make a spectacle of this when people are going to hear about it regardless.
I think maybe just to show the power of Turi and the council and to embarrass On potentially.
Who are we talking with? Where I asked something like, "What would the Night King gain from destroying Haven?"
Hatterai?
You asked Hatterai.
It was Hatterai. Yeah.
And it was basically like political clout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making an example of anyone who wants to snuggle up
It's
to Desum.
the
We
reigns
know
of Castamere.
We know that they
Yeah.
had
And that is because he's also thinking of it from that perspective, right? So the Reigns of Castamere in Game of Thrones is a historical event that took place. Like it happened before. And that's Hatterai's perspective. It's like it's something like this as a historical event of making an example of.
So we know that the Night King has Forerunner tech. I mean, this could be like if he's gonna pull out his crazy weapon to televise it, to be like, look what we have. I mean, like, you know, these people are agrarian-ish, and he's like, look, I've got a nuke.
Mm-hmm.
That would make them extra fearsome.
It was ghouls I saw in my vision, right?
But that could have just been like the
Prior to assassin the stuff. Well, no, because I got that vision after that. But
No.
did Tari have its own ghouls already, though?
Very likely.
When you say already, I don't, what's, I don't,
Fairno isn't the only vampire that has control of a ghoul army.
correct. I mean, even Margot, right? When you saw Margot, she had ghouls.
right.
And also in the description of the forces, there's a bunch of ghouls he brings with him.
Fear vision could have just been like the vanguard, you know, or whatever. Like you could have just been seeing the beginning. Yeah.
I think ultimately we need to decide like
Yeah.
what we're telling Sally and what caveats we need to give her.
I think that we don't want to get her too heavily involved. Like I think we just want to get information from her.
I will say I just started chatting with her and then I was like, oh wait a minute, what if this is something else?
Yeah. I mean, we could also ask her to get us an audience with Hope and try to take that angle.
You know that Hope would you can't tell Hope anything specifically though.
Right. But if we could get her to trust us and give us more, you know, she'd have more information. Or we could go check out this.
Also,
Hope.
nothing
Can
preventing
we
us from.
can we do a ritual to track the spell signature of
That's not.
I don't think that's a thing.
Well, it's not the thing.
so what can you do with someone's spell signature?
You can do ascending towards them,
Right.
and you can. There is a spell there is a spell, and there is also just the generic detect magic. If you know someone's spell signature, you can see through like illusions and disguises and
Yeah.
walls and things like that to see. Like for example, when you were sort of sneaking around Three Trees trying to leave, and one of the Legionaries did a detect magic and saw a powerful spell signature behind a wall and was like, hey, there's somebody who's potent on the other side of the wall. Created that sort of weird situation.
Mhm.
That would not only work in general, but if that Legionary had like Morin's spell signature, he would have been able to be, oh, I know who that individual person is. So basically a successful detect magic can get them even if there's like illusions and stuff can make the check harder. But like that's the main thing is it's like, oh, we know for certain who this person is.
We could send him ascending and try to honey trap him.
Yeah. Hey, something's wrong with our scrying orbs we've been selling. Can you come check on these? Come alone.
And he reads the spell signature. He's like, why?
When you get
Oh, you can send it. No, you're not a send. You can't.
when you receive a
Alana
sending,
could send it. Actually, that'd be
you
worse.
get the spell signature of the person who sent it.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily know who that person is though, right? Unless you know their signature.
Like we could impersonate a message service or something,
Yeah. Or you could, I mean, there are message services that exist in the town. You could
and we'd impersonate them.
Yeah.
Oh, also
Automatic call forwarding. Will you accept a collect call from?
Yes, the invading force contacts a messaging service in the city.
like the getting someone to do a sending for you would be kind of expensive for like the normal rank and file. For you guys, it's nothing. So like that would be something that would be in like a well-to-do neighborhood,
Yeah.
but it's definitely something that exists in the city.
So we would have to say something very smart to get this guy to meet up with us or give us any information.
But even if we met up with him, what is the plan?
Well, we need to find out where the plague guy is.
Sally, how long does it take to walk from here to the other side of the city? Sally,
I know, I understand. The DM is
we're here.
no, I get this. I'm saying like,
Is this like a 5-minute walk, a 20-minute
what?
walk?
Are you asking how far away Basewick is? So the place she just talked about?
If I were to walk from, do you want me to be very precise with my wording?
Well, I'm saying like she told you.
I don't give a fuck about Basewick.
How big is the city?
How long
You
does
see
it
the
take to
city
walk?
from
I am on one side of the city, Sally. How long would it take to walk to the other side of the city?
Probably like half an hour to an hour, depending on where you're going.
Oh, an hour? That's how long corpse life. Perfect.
You want us to just head out in 6 different directions?
No, not split up. Again,
Because I mean, this city has like
Sally-
500,000 people, so
this city has guards. Sally is somewhat high up among the city's defense.
He wants to do corpse light on a bunch of people and
I
just
was
send them walking out like a fishing net.
That's a plan.
because we have been told specifically that all the vampires who I imagine are most of the undead people are just out.
Mhm.
So if there's anything that's undead, likely something of note.
Okay, so if we said to Sally, it is very important that we find these undead.
You don't know what undead we're talking about.
These undead
Sleeper
adventurers.
agents.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to employ the city guard in our search?
So let me explain one thing to him and then I'll answer you. The other reason I'm saying is this is the map of the center of the city. There's a big fucking space out here that's also the city.
Okay.
So when you ask like how long does it take me to walk across the city? Are you like getting outside of the city limits? Or are you just trying to get out of the outside of like the inner city? That was the actual thing I was asking.
Okay.
Because like the city is
With the
fucking
context of
enormous.
why I'm asking, does that help?
Yes, it
Okay.
very much helps.
So is that even
Um,
feasible?
So like
So
you,
where is there more city?
everywhere. So basically consider that map to be the center of the city, and then the greater part of the city that's not nearly as densely populated would make the city itself roughly 10 times as big.
We
Let's take
probably
a
want to stick to the most populous areas because if they're going to target it with a disease bomb, they're going to want to hit like a large population center.
Right. And so the answer to your thing is, if someone had if we dispersed a bunch of people with corpse light through the inner city, could they cover most of the inner city where corpse light ran out? Yes, they could. But they wouldn't be able to cover like all the outlying areas and
Yeah.
Because again, this is an agrarian place, so around here there's huge ass farms.
They have like a bunch of satellite towns and stuff as well.
Yes. Although most of the satellite towns are on the side of Silvercross and not on the side of Loutra. So they're mostly south of the city because the north of the city stuff is where all the Centaur are. So, apologies. It
No, that's
sounded like it was
actually-
being really obscure.
no, that's
I'm
okay.
confused about it.
Oh, I know.
Mark?
I'm trying to state why
So
I
your
want my
question
plan to be
is-
like 4 times.
She was.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I probably could get somebody to help out, but I don't really know. It sort of depends on what you need to have done. I probably should ask Hope if we can co-op the guards for a plan. It depends.
Will they get busy?
Do your guards perform rounds throughout the city in general?
And if I've done something especially stupid, I have to do it too.
And with these guards in general, do you think be opposed to having a small ritual cast upon them that will cause no harm to their person,
Not upon them. It's upon something.
upon an object in which they carry?
And so she thinks about it. She's like, probably someone would have a problem with it. It sort of depends on where the order comes from. I can get guards to come and do something short term, but if you want me to like pass out some stuff to the guards, that's probably gonna have to go for somebody else. I may or may not have a history with getting the guards to do things they're not supposed to do.
And so what is one more thing? This is very important.
Could we make it something fun? Like, could we give them like fire fidget spinners?
I think talking to Hope is fine. We just have to find a way to phrase it where we don't sound
We also don't have a lot of time, right? We have like
a few hours,
flowers,
Yeah.
which we only have 1 hour of
Something like
so
4-ish hours probably until
but like
Full
we
night.
go talk to Hope, and then she agrees, and then we send out the guards. That feels like already, right?
you know that it takes place at night.
we have to.
We have 4 hours
This
until
is probably our
Until-
best
until
chance
full
of
dark.
covering the city because
Yes,
we're
I think it's a good idea. I don't know if we should try to lean on Sally more versus try to go talk to Hope.
That's one. Oh, you're saying like bypass Hope?
Yeah. I don't know.
You can tell from Sally's expression, like she kind of doesn't want to get in trouble, and she also not only doesn't want to get in trouble, but she very much believes that going to Hope is the thing that she's supposed to do, and doesn't have a problem
I
with
think
it.
it's okay if we do. We just have to be tread very carefully with our wording of
Okay.
and like, oh, we're casting Oh, we're casting corpse light on your guards' objects. Why? That's a very hard question.
How many things can you corpse light at a time?
I think it's one.
Well, one, but I can just
You can keep casting, yeah, keep casting, but it's gonna take you time to do.
How
That.
long does it take to cast?
it's a 10-minute cast time. But we said.
Did we say that 10 minutes?
Well, he said when time matters. When time matters, that's when we do the 10-minute.
Yeah.
Or are we always ready?
I say we assume that it's always 5 minutes,
Unless time matters.
unless time really matters for the purpose of that specific ritual, right? So like, Raise Dead is a big enough chunk of time that the fact that does take as long is a big important plot point. Magic Circle takes a long time because putting up the Magic Circle, if you can put it up instantly versus it takes us a little while to do it, that changes
You
how it
assume
functions.
that's like casting an en masse.
You
Is
would
it
probably need to have
ritual?
other people to
Is
do
it
it, to do it in a
divine or is
reasonable
it
way.
arcane?
Well, this is another reason to go to hope.
What I'm saying is like, it's gonna take you 5 minutes, not 10, to cast that.
Sure.
But even casting them 5 minutes at a time,
That's yeah.
it's
it's a big-
still gonna take up a lot of
it's a lot of
the ground you have to cover.
Yeah.
Even with 2 of you guys chain casting, it's gonna take a lot of time.
I can cast it too, right?
Are you a rich caster?
I am
Yeah, you are,
a
because you're part of Chrysalis. So the 3 of you guys, again, it's going to take a third of the time than just one person, but it's still gonna be
Yeah.
take time to pump out this many stuffs around the city.
Okay, well, let's go talk to Hope and also, but if this plan doesn't pan out, we don't have a plan B?
What is plan B?
No, we don't have a plan B.
What is it?
We should make it.
I have no idea what plan B would be.
I don't know, maybe Hope could get plan B.
We can always hope.
I mean, Sally Maine's reaction to the city is being invaded and you die tomorrow was pretty tame.
Yep, it was.
So I don't like their
maybe
chances
something-
anyway.
Well, yeah, maybe something's already known. Like maybe they're not completely oblivious to like
Maybe.
I think talking to Sally is the answer here.
I will say
I mean, sorry, talking to Hope.
I'll say that like Sally's thing was very clearly like an offhanded joke when you give someone bad news.
Yeah.
Like that wasn't like she didn't care.
Right.
That was pretty clearly some sort of like coping mechanism effectively.
Yeah.
And that's just her personality is to joke about it.
Mhm.
So
Very well, yes. Please, we would like to speak with Hope.
okay. I should be able to get it done pretty quickly if this is an emergency or really
It is an emergency.
Okay.
Of utmost importance.
all right. I gotta go talk to some people. And then she taps the little band that she wears around her head and activates the little psionic connection with Sweetie. And then commands him to go do the thing and lead you guys to the big black building. The city council meeting. Like, so you guys, what's your little while? It's gonna take me time, till so I can get in there and get out pretty easily, and I don't know what she's got on her schedule, but I'll see what I can do. Okay, if not, I'll be back in, this much.
5 minutes.
Is that an hour?
No, she.
So she went like this, and she like pointed up, like through the building at the sun, and like she moved it very slightly to the side, like
Didn't seem that long.
No.
some indeterminate amount of time, but a decent amount of like maybe an hour or so.
Oh,
Just start surreptitiously casting on guards.
Yeah.
usually.
I think, yeah. Let's just start doing some corpse light.
Like
Walk around the square.
you can cast it on objects, right?
Yeah.
So you can pan them out later if you're trying to just do that now.
just a random dude in the middle of the city is like.
I'm saying like you can
Can
cast them
I?
and
We
keep
can
them
make
with you.
counterfeit orbs and start handing them out to people.
Well, can I like become like a salesman, like a temporary merchant? Just start selling it to people.
Okay. Griffle has
Look
like
at this glowing
hang on,
green.
hang on. Griffle has like a bag of like little knickknacks and like things that I collect.
Uh-huh.
Right. So like a bunch of like little stones and feathers and like cool little things that I find, right?
Mhm.
It's like, yeah, that's on my character sheet. Swear I'm not making this up.
No, we've talked about this. This is the whole like naturalist vibe thing.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah. And I have my little like book of like pressed plants and things as
Mhm.
well. So I'm gonna take out like a bunch of my like cool little stones, and I'm like polishing them up, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start custing on these, and I'm gonna start selling them. And I'll like
Black blood trinket.
yeah, I'm like step right up, Sultan Steel trinkets for all.
So you guys start doing that. 16 and so 16 kind of takes up position outside of the door,
Mm.
and Sally Mae hops down and runs into the interior of the building.
I'm gonna like hop up. Is this thing like? Could this support my weight?
You can
Yeah,
jump,
easily.
jump on 16.
I mean,
Good try.
it is still active and it might react to you jumping up on it, but will it hold your weight? Yes.
Would not
Okay.
strong. Would strongly.
Can I try like?
I'm going to advertise for the top of Sweetie. Kills her.
Can I try and climb Sweetie?
So you go. It's not difficult to climb up on top of Sweetie. It is a mech.
Yeah.
So it does not like tip over or anything. It is very much heavier than you are.
Yep.
And it doesn't react much to you touching it and climbing up onto it. It notices you and then it
Cool.
doesn't do
I'm
anything.
gonna stand on Sweetie's shoulder and be like, "Come on,
So I mean,
like, guys, come on."
there's a lot of like people that are like hawking their wares and things like that. Some of them have like full on carts. Kind of like I said, like if there was a taco truck, it would be in this ware. So but there's a lot of people that have like baskets that are hanging around their neck and selling knickknacks and things like that. You would not be out of place
Okay, cool.
to do this.
Even if it's glowing green.
I mean, it'd be like minor magical trinkets or like slightly enchanted things.
Like,
That
You see this armor? You see these muscles? You want to be like this? Come on, step right up. All of these trinkets could be yours for the low, low price of absolutely free.
So that gets started, and you have people coming. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're
Like
selling them for free,
hotcakes.
they will go as fast as you can enchant them.
Okay.
3 every 5 minutes.
Yeah. So about 2 rounds of selling things later, 10 minutes later, Sally Mae comes
You
back.
sold 6 objects.
You've sold 6 of them. Yeah, more glows when you're touching the corpse light until you give it to someone else. Nobody else in the crowd glows. Undead are reasonably uncommon. And Sally Mae comes back out and sees all this and sees you like sit on top of Sweetie. And
Fucking wares.
she goes like, "Doop, doop," and then she like mouths something but doesn't say anything. And then like Sweetie, like I'm assuming like you're standing on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Like Sweetie goes like this, puts the shoulders up like this, and then puts the hands like this with you standing there, and then just goes to like hold you up above the ground.
I start doing like a little dance.
Because like
Da-da-da.
Sally thinks this is hilarious and the type of bullshit distraction that she normally gets in trouble for. So like
Cash merchant will be like, I fucking hate this.
So she comes up and says, so because I am obviously awesome, I was able to get you permission to go and speak with Hope, but I had to use some emergency phrasing things. And if this is not a real emergency,
One moment.
and I've misused my phrasings, I am going to be in deep shit. So what I'm saying is,
How much Tesney are you channeling? Right
All of it.
I've talked to her before I talked to this. But so what I'm saying is, you all need to actually have an emergency when you talk to her. And if you kind of flub, maybe play up whatever it is as more of an emergency. Because I don't want to be a deep shit.
You got it.
I assure you that we have at least something that we perceive as a deep shit emergency.
Oh, well, then I won't get in trouble, which is perfect.
Literally told her the city's attacked and she died. That's not that big of a deal.
Hope's like, yes, and
Sounds good to me.
Do you understand how much trouble this fucking halfling gets me into?
It isn't the whole like, oh, the city's attacked and you're defending it and you die. And she's like, well, I mean, that is kind of what I do. So, like, I'd rather not die from it, but the city has some kind of problem. You're thinking that she's not processing maybe the scale, right? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
there's something that happens in the city. There's some event. I have to go and deal with it, and I die, which is bad. I'd like to prevent that, but not like the entire city is razed to the ground. That would have a different reaction. You're pretty certain. So she's like, so because we're friends, because you guys got me out of something really disgusting.
What did you guys get her out of?
A pool of blood.
I am going to do two things. The first thing is I'm going to let you know that going to talk to Hope has a couple of steps involved, and like, don't be alarmed when you get like sealed in and might potentially look like you're going to get drowned. It's not going to be a thing. We're all in the up and up. Everybody's good here. They're not going to drown you.
The inward facing magic circle is not a problem.
So that's one thing. The second is you look like you've had an absolutely terrible day here recently, and you look even rougher than normal.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful. So there is an inn just down there. If you get bored, you and me, just spend a little time, right?
She's way too horny for goblins. That last If you live through tomorrow, that's fine. We can find some time, but we got to get through that first because I don't think we're gonna live till tomorrow.
I've been around Hope for a long time, and I know she would call that motivation. All right. So she hops forward, yells to Sweetie to set you down so you can go talk to Hope, and then hops in and goes stomping off away. Unless you can stop her.
Close, folks. Limited time offer only. And remember, if you see someone glowing while you're holding the trinket, make sure you ask them what they're doing.
Tell it hard.
Say something.
Make sure if you see something, say something.
Beautiful.
You see something, say something. What did I buy?
Only you can prevent blood with.
What's the Nancy Reagan thing about doing cocaine?
Just say no.
Just
say no. Yeah.
I was like, just do it.
And hey, if you want to sell those trinkets on for a tiny profit, no more will ever be sold at any time ever. So you have an exclusive product that will always appreciate in value. It's like you own it, but not quite.
All right. So, someone that you probably didn't notice that much. I mean, like, there's a bunch of people coming in and out of it, but like, when Sally Main's like, yeah, there's an audience, go ahead and go through here. You notice that after Sally Main has sort of gone away, there was a halfling that's kind of in like, looks like kind of like a clerk. Uniform might be too strong of a phrase. It's not actually uniform. It's just sort of like typical attire that you would expect of like a clerk or a scribe. And is waiting for you with a little wooden case that you're pretty certain contains like some sort of writing implements. And he holds it to his chest, waiting for you guys. And then he says, kind of holding it up, oh, so you're with Salyamane, are you? You're supposed to go and speak with Hope about a matter of great importance?
Yeah, I think you don't trust her very well, but you should trust us.
Well, right this way. He turns away and just sort of like walks off into the building.
Okay, follow.
What race was that?
He's halfling.
Oh, okay.
Some nasty habits.
So, Morgan. But they're not very tall, so it doesn't go over your head. So he leads you in. The interior of this place is somewhat maze-like, but not in like a actual like, Minotaur style maze. More of like it's the inside of like an office building, and
Every hallway looks the same.
every hallway looks the same. There are like small labels on doors and things kind of everywhere. There's tons of people moving around that all look like they have a purpose of where they're going. So it's one of those things of like with a guide, it's pretty easy to navigate this place, but it would be relatively easy to get lost if you didn't really know where you were going. But he leads you down through a couple of turns, and then you're pretty certain you're making it towards more or less the center of the building.
I have a question.
What's that?
While we're walking through these hallways, do I sense anyone with divine power?
You'd sense occasional people here. Probably more people in this building than the average, like walking down a street number of people. So slightly higher than average number of people that have divine power.
When you sense a power source, do you sense like a strength too?
Depends on if you're actively sensing or not. So if you're just like walking along and you like get close to someone who has a power source the same as yours, you'll notice if you use a power check, you can sense how strong they are.
Yep.
So if you wanted to actively say, I'm going to look and see how strong they are, you can do so.
Yeah.
But that does take an action.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do, or is it just?
I just
I'm
want
just curious.
So heading through, getting towards the center of the building, it goes to this one of the only like doors that looks different from the miscellaneous office doors and stuff that you've gone through is a big steel reinforced door that's double wide from what normal like a human sized door. And it's slightly taller than a normal human sized door. And he goes to it. There are two guards that are stationed outside. There is also a very rudimentary looking mech. So you can see it's kind of like 16, but it doesn't. It's like a frame of 16. There's not a lot of armor on it. It's more like what's it called? Like the lifter thing that is in Aliens.
Oh, I literally just watched Aliens.
I know. what
That
you're
Ripley gets into, right? Where it's got like an open front case and she goes to lift things. That sort of thing.
Astromech.
So you can see, like, if the person's sitting in, you can see them. It's not like a battle one like
Yep.
Sally has. So it's there, and then coming to it, the guy hops into it and uses it to open this massive steel door. And when he opens the door, you can see that it's about this thick, and it is layered, right? So it's like it's inside. It's like here's a steel plate, here's a steel plate, here's a steel plate, here's a steel plate, and that's all sort of laminated.
Are they
together.
different layers of different materials?
Yes, it does look like there's different colors. They all look metallic, but they're all different colors.
So like, are they? They could be there like blocking different things.
Do any of them seem magical?
Yes,
In the inside of the door frame, does that continue in the walls inside? or
Yeah.
just the
it
door
does look like yeah.
Okay.
So it looks like there is that same sort of layering stuff that's in the wall that looks like it seats into. And you can see little markings on the. So like if you have the door like this, it's opening up. So you just kind of how you have this piece right here, this little line that is the edge of the door. This on the inside here has little runes and stuff marked onto it that you're pretty certain is going to make a completed magic circle when it closes.
Right.
So like this is a
Inward facing magic circle.
outward facing.
Outward facing.
This one.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
This is a things do not get in. This place is one of the most fortified places. If everything is like this is one of the most fortified places you've ever seen. Sure. So Pops opens the door with the mech, and it's pretty clear that it took the mech a little bit of effort to do so. The halflings, them together, would not have been able to open the door by any stretch of the imagination. Opens the door. Inside, it looks very similar to the outside hallways, except for the fact that there's it goes on for about 10 feet and then stops, and then there's a stairway leading down. And the stairway looks different than what you guys have ever seen before. You've seen this type of stairway, however, Griffle. So Griffle, you've seen that type of stairway on the interior of goblin ships.
Okay.
It's like the corrugated metal, like catwalk type of
yeah.
stair. And yeah, so
Like a ramp or like a
Like a fire escape.
like fire escape
Okay.
style stairs, yeah. Although they are stairs, they're not like a ladder.
Yeah.
okay.
So like they're metal, they've got holes in them so the water and other stuff can get through. So the guy notched the guards, goes through, pauses on the other side, waits for the door to shut behind, and you can feel the magic sort of reactivate as the door seals back. You can the people who are trained in Arcana, 3 of you guys, can feel that it's kind of only like partially on, so it's not actually active as a magic circle. It's like primed and ready, so it's like it could be turned on to just stop everything.
Like a panic
Um,
room or something.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a panic room where it's powered and ready to go, but it's not on.
Yeah.
And then you guys see the stairway after a minute of everything being closed. He leads you down the stairs and you go through a couple of flights of stairs going down, and you start to hear sort of moving water around you as you go down several floors. So your characters do not have a reference point for this. You as players would have a reference point for this. You're on the interior of a silo. So it is a cylinder that's about 60
Yeah,
feet across,
government facility.
straight down into the ground.
Yeah.
And that's what this place looks like, that has these heavy stone walls with metal pieces on them on either side that lead down for several
We're
floors.
going into what I imagine Area 52 is like in my life.
And we know that the ship is underground.
You know, the ship is underground, yeah.
Are we going?
The ship.
The world ship that is supposed to be here.
Uh,
World Ship Haven, or the remains of World Ship Haven. And as you guys go down about 2 floors, the stone and the metal work that you would recognize as like goblin interior ship fades away, like is no longer a thing, and you start stepping on these hard metal plates that have like pieces on it that almost look like sinew, like connected to the walls and down. And you can feel the sort of vibe of the place change as you make it down past, I said 2 floors the first time, it's 4 floors. You make it further than 4 floors down, the architecture changes pretty drastically into being Forerunner tech, into being like inside of a world ship, although there doesn't seem to be anything living. So you wouldn't recognize things from like the inside of Prosperity, like Sin Divination, Sin the Second Divination had big living biomechanical components. So none of that is here, but the physical components that look like sinew and bone and metal kind of all mixed together, that is everywhere. He leads you down to a landing that's 6 floors down. And then he walks up to a huge sealed, like looks like a vault door that is currently partially open. And he gets to the door, goes and open it, and it is it's 10 feet tall. It's not quite as thick as the original door you guys walked through, but it's still maybe a foot thick. And when he opens it, it swings very easily on the hinge. Although you can tell that door is probably, several hundred pounds at bare minimum. So he easily opens the door, and inside on the other side is a very well lit, very nicely furnished, looks like conference room. It's got a big, long wooden table made of dark wood, polished. There's like stands on either side. You can see some like fruit and refreshments and stuff on a table on the side. I mean, it looks like what you would expect a nice conference room to look like. And there's some doors that look more like the interior doors you saw upstairs leading out of the room in the back. And so he gestures for you to go in and says, "Hope will be with you shortly, and you will be able to justify whatever it is that you've caused so much of a stir about. And if you are done speaking and ready to go to the surface, I will be waiting here. I have some things that need doing." He walks
What?
over to a desk.
Would it stir anything?
I don't think that's true. Your associate used some terminology that is reserved for very specific occasions. And she's not very deserving of any sorts of things that require responsibility and privilege. Has very little appreciation for the amount of work she causes, the amount of paperwork caused when she does things. And he takes his little thing over to a standing desk and pops it open, and looks like he kind of just like ignores that you exist and starts going through paperwork.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Is it not widely known that there is a world ship underneath Haven?
It is widely assumed that there is a world ship here.
Okay.
How much it functions is like crazy rumors in every direction.
Okay.
Either it's 100% functional and the whole city can fly, or basically nothing remains, only the beacon is here. Anything on that continuum is believed by someone.
And so from walking in,
Like we don't see any. We just kind of go through the stairwell into the conference room. Like we don't really see that there are shadowy other parts of the ship.
It does look like there are other places of the ship. Like you could keep going down on that because you got to a landing and then
Yeah.
got off of the stairway. The stairwell keeps going down.
So like would I, as a seasoned ship explorer, assume that this is a largely intact ship?
It does seem to be, at least this section is pretty well preserved, but you don't see any of the biological components.
Yeah, so I'm not getting it.
Yeah, there's no sense of the living parts of the ship. There's no flesh. There's no blood. There's no.
Do we still feel that sense of like, man, this is like we're on holiday?
You still feel that here.
Okay.
Even to the point of when you got to the landing, it was a lot more intense.
Mhm.
It's kind of hard to describe an intense feeling of relaxation, but it's sort of like the difference of like you're on holiday, and then when you get into the world ship proper,
Mhm.
it's kind of like you're sinking into like a jacuzzi.
Okay.
Is this
And
what
so
you
I'm
meant
just
by
like,
this?
this tight ass over here needs to get some more world ship in him.
So yeah, he goes and starts working, and there's a conference room in front of you.
That's a world building note. So the world ships are like, we're on like a, because like I kind of imagine like if they let me ask the question that I'm trying to ask you. So they're all, to my like in my experience of like the ones I've seen, they're all like the hallways are kind of like flattened out, right? Like they're all like, how does that work?
So it depends on which area of the world ship you're in,
Mm-hmm.
but they basically are broken into two pieces. A part that looks very regimented, straight lines,
Mhm.
flattened, all that sort of stuff. That's the core. That's like the very middle of the world ship.
Yeah.
And then that's maybe 20% of the ship. And then around that, there are these lots of natural curves, lots of like flowing type of, like imagine the interior of like a body, right?
Mhm.
So you're not going to have really sharp angles.
Okay.
That living part of the ship looks more natural.
Okay.
Um,
But like a hallway that we walk down on any part of the ship, the
Mhm.
ground is under our feet and flat. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, the sides might curve up depending on what
Yeah,
part of the ship
yeah.
you're on.
So, if the ships had crashed, presumably they would not have crashed so that the ground is level
It's level,
in all
yeah.
of their hallways, right? So, is the sort of mythos like that they are like that they landed or that they, because like people know obviously that they once flew.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Faith still flies.
Faith still flies.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, like, in this world,
What people think about.
what people think about world ships and like how much, like, how, yeah.
Let me add one piece in here that your character might not know about, but Drock definitely knows. Drock, if the answer to this is not much, it's fine. How much do you remember of my description of you, of the world ship you're from Stratum?
From the one I'm from, I don't remember that much. One sec, let me look at the notes.
Okay. And I'll have him look, but one of the things I was going to note is that it is not level to the ground.
Okay.
However, when you're on it, down is always level.
Feels, okay,
to the ship.
yeah, okay. So like it has its own internal gravity.
Correct.
Right, but it, sorry, you're up.
Yeah, and I didn't write down any of that, Gary. So yeah, I don't remember that piece, but makes sense.
So like the stratum is heavily damaged, and there's chunks of the ship that are located outside of this giant fucking hole in the ground that it presumably crashed into. And like that ring that they determined you were a battle mind on was located outside of the ship. Do you remember this at all?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like the ship that he's from has a lot of hallmarks of like crashing, of being
Yeah.
broken into pieces. The three that are near here, Prosperity, Faith, and Haven, don't have a lot of those properties. Although they are
underground.
so Prosperity is inside of a mountain. Faith is depending on what time of day it is, either touching the ground or it lifts off during the day.
and then is in the sky, and then it takes back down.
So its position is stable, but the world.
It's like tied down. It's got like
Oh, it's tied down.
right. It's got like big rope coming.
People tie themselves to the ship when it's down, but that doesn't stop the ship from going up. That just stops they basically use it like a mooring point when it's down.
Yeah.
Because it flies over a river, and when Faith is up, the river flows normally underneath it. When Faith is down, it lands in the middle of the river and diverts the entire river around the ship.
Oh.
Hmm.
Cool. Okay.
And there is some sort of mechanism for determining when Faith goes up and goes down. Most people don't know this, and it's somewhat intentionally not known
Mhm.
because you have to buy basically tide charts from the port authorities to tell you when it's going to go up and down because it changes how to get around the ship.
Okay.
So like all the warships have a little bit of different things in them.
Are a lot of cities built inside the world ships? Like it seems like Haven is built like on top of the ground that is covering Haven, the ship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
there other cities that are built inside?
The only two that are kind of known and talked about are Nexus and Grace, the two ones that have a good chunk of the city of the living space is within the old world ship.
Okay.
Most things are built adjacent to or around,
Or
or
around,
in Stratum's case, built sort of in the ruins of a bunch of chunks of the ship broken into areas.
Okay. Cool. Trying to get my head around. I haven't actually in character been to any of these before.
Yeah, I mean the only one you've been to, you've only been inside of, which is Send the Second Divination.
Yes.
Yes. So, yeah, there's a conference room. Basically said, "Hey, she'll meet you here. Do your thing." And then he pointedly ignores you and goes to filling out his paperwork. What would you guys do?
I thought we were told to wait.
We are.
You are told to wait. He said, "Go into the room and wait." What do you do?
We go in the room.
Go in the room and wait.
So you guys head in the room. There's like refreshments and stuff on the table. Would this be something that you would partake of, or like you guys sit around the table and chat? Like, I want to know what the vibe is while you're waiting, because there's no one in the room at the start, and there's a bunch of like drinks and foods and stuff laid out.
I feel like the vibe is that scene from The Incredibles, where Mr. Incredible's waiting at the conference room before the Mac opens the door.
Yeah. Is there an orange? Like an orange.
Yes, there's plenty of oranges, very fresh oranges.
You would.
I'd take an orange.
You would.
So yeah, so as soon as everybody's in, I'm getting stuff together.
I'm liberating
You
the
sense
orange.
the information, like a ping of magic goes through the door, closes, seals shut. You hear a as the whole room seems to be sealing.
Oh, it's gonna fill up with water.
Get this like slight pressure. Like you feel like your ears
Is
feel
Hope
pressure.
actually a fucking jellyfish?
And then you can see that there are holes up in the wall that presumably would allow water to get in. And then after a minute of like sitting and talking, one of the far doors opens up. And this kind of wave of smells and light comes from the other room as a halfling woman and a Goliath come in. She's got a plate full of like biscuits or croissants or something on it, little pastries. She goes up and she places it on the table, and then the Goliath is sort of like walking behind her very slowly, carrying these two big jugs of tea. He sets the tea down on the table, and it looks like they're sort of like continuing to fill the little refreshments area. And the woman kind of looks over. Thank you. Need to pull my
Grabs her phone.
I need to pull up my
Fucking DoorDash forgot the muffins again.
my cheat sheet for names, because I don't have her name real quick. That is not going to help me find. Oh, so she walks in. She has kind of looks like servant's uniform, what you like a the clerk had basically what she's wearing, but he had like a thing over his chest for like ink spills and stuff. She just has like a tray with like an apron on it. And she comes out, and then the Goliath puts stuff on. He looks around for a second, and she's like, "Shh, go get more." He kind of walks through, heads out, and she goes, if there is anything you need, I'm Esquire. If you need anything, please don't be afraid to ask. We treat our guests here well, especially. Oh, I recognize a few of these things. So you can see she like notes the Dasang symbols. She's like, yeah, I don't know if you are official representatives. That's not really my place to ask these sorts of questions. But if there is a speciality, a delicacy, something that you want within reason, we can of course accommodate.
Virgin.
Accommodate.
Is it Esquire?
Esquire. Is her name.
Esquire.
Esquire is her name. Espoir.
Esquire.
Esquire.
Okay.
It's a lovely name.
She says, if there's anything that you need, we've got these good freshmen, all that sort of stuff. And hopefully, everything will go smoothly. I hope your meeting goes well.
Oh,
And she
Insight
looks like
check.
she's like
Give me a little
she's like
insight
in her late 40s. She's just, seems like she's like the doting motherly type.
Okay, but she was me. She meant it.
Can you?
She does. She does.
Okay. The way you said it sounded like you said.
I hope your meeting goes well.
It's more along the lines of like,
She thinks we're agents of the court.
I don't
You're-
know what's going on here, but I hope whatever it is you got going on, I hope it goes great. And if a spare roll will tip the scale, just let me know.
Yeah.
I got it.
I'm like, can you go down to the guild and get me some of those olibollen? Oh, I miss those things so much.
Oh,
Somewhat.
Oh, of course. I can definitely do that for you. We have guild members here all the time, and I am used to dealing with all sorts of peoples from all sorts of places, and those sorts of delicacies can be easily get done. So she kind of scurries away, brings back something for you, and kind of stations herself as
Esquire, how long should we expect to be waiting before we are met with?
That's not necessarily for me to say.
And before she's hurt.
On average, like how long is this? Especially, I'm sure you hear this a lot. This is an emergency.
Do understand? And I can pass along things. There are some back channels that I can be able to get to.
I feel like I'm talking to customer service, and I think that's the intent.
And you can tell there is that certain layer of like customer service voice
Yeah.
of like, I do want to help. And she's like, I have helped people in the past who had delicate situations
Yeah.
that they might not have known exactly how to manage. I've been able to help them be able to, get things done. And I can sort of grease the wheels, to make sure that certain things work the way they are. That is part of my job. And so if there is something that you think would help, maybe impress upon people like why there's a big deal, I might be able
Yeah,
to
would
pass
you
it
say
along.
the safety of the entire city is important?
I would say it is.
God, this is awful.
I'm in like I'm in a place that is considered to be very, very safe, even among those that that sort of know the business. And she kind of like glances around at like your
I
obvious
push-
magical weapons and armor, and
Can I
when she
push
says
zero
the
on
business,
the take me direct to live agent?
But she is trying to be very personal. She is trying to be very nice. But basically, it's like I will bring you whatever it is that you need.
Sally's not with us.
She's not. No.
That's fucked up.
So she's like, I will bring you whatever it is you need. I just want to help. And she's saying, if there is something that you need, if you I obviously want the city to be safe.
Griffle's like stretched out.
Do you
And
happen to have any intelligence on interesting parties within the city?
Well, I'm not one to gossip.
Of course not.
Have you seen the
Nor
SNL
not.
skit with what's his name? The long sleeve like Where you're like always on the cover of Facebook laughing.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
The hottest parties in NYC.
Yes.
You just said like interesting parties in Haven.
I don't know this reference. I'm slightly sad.
It's Bill Hader. as
We'll show
Sylvie.
you after.
Oh,
The
you
long
know me. So, she says, I'm not one to gossip,
Nor am I.
but have heard there's some unscrupulous parties in the city that are doing all sorts of nefarious things. I heard that there's agents from a sanctuary that have been poking their noses around looking for some sort of like lost people or important people that might be hiding out within the city.
Scandalous.
That's been a stir, let me tell you. They've not been going through official channels. So, whatever it is they're looking for is through that. And according to, obviously I don't gossip, but
Of course not.
according to what I've heard from reliable sources, maybe someone a little bit high up in their church thingy is in sort of trouble and they're having to go after them. The people looking for them look like they are the type of folks that fight first and ask questions later.
Oh
But you
my.
didn't hear it from me.
No, of course not.
But then, of course, there's the different things. Everyone wants a piece of Haven. This is a wonderful place to be. Obviously, everyone wants to be here or control here or do whatever it is. I mean, I'm old enough to have experienced what this place was like before it was the free city of Haven. So I kind of know what's at stake. And let me tell you, I'm not wanting to return to any of that. And then she sees the Goliath come back in. She, no, the red jugs. These people are obviously from a long way off. Go. She sort of shoos him back in.
Poor Hodor.
He doesn't seem like Hodor, but he does seem like he's someone who's used to not getting a word in.
As far, are you wasting time?
What?
I am doing the best that I can to give you whatever measure of entertainment or hospitality.
Inside check. Is she lying to me?
Your passive insight will tell you that she is
Dolly.
genuinely trying to be a good host. But she's also aware that you want to talk to Hope, and that's just not like a
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen immediately.
You see, the thing is, we have very time sensitive information.
We don't like to gossip either.
We do not like to gossip, and we are sure that we'll never leave this room. However, it is very important to note that in just a short couple hours, sometime this very evening, events will be set in motion that will be irreparable. And so if we are not able to speak with Hope or in time, it is very likely that our meeting here is completely moot and will have devastating consequences.
So like while you're talking and explaining this, she goes from like standing back away from the table to like sitting down and grabbing one of the things off the tray that she brought in, nibbling on the corner of it. Oh yes, no, that sounds like you've got very important business.
And so, as a fellow non-gossip, I'm sure that you understand that the details cannot be shared.
Of course.
However, if you are able to impress upon Hope the very time-sensitive nature of our request, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well,
As far as I were to stand up and walk out,
Sorry.
what would happen? What?
This is Hope. This woman is Hope.
I was gonna say, like, as far as you hope.
So I'm just gonna like
Wait, who's
slam my
you getting
hand
fucked
down.
with?
Yes. So I'm just gonna like slam my hand down.
what? What's did you get someone texted you that
It's the French word for hope.
Oh, as far
I
as
didn't think it would last this long, but I wanted to see.
And she walked in the room.
Why are we being fucked with?
This woman is Hope.
You did.
Why didn't you say anything?
But no one listened to me.
Why didn't you say it to Gary instead of the general air? I didn't think you were thinking like in character.
But so
So I'm just gonna like slam my hand down and say, we have had a divination that your city will be under attack by a ghoul army led by vampires tomorrow. And we seek to find agents of this army within your city tonight.
and you didn't just happen upon those uniforms. You know the lingo. She takes another bite. out of
What
her
lingo?
biscuit.
But upon those uniforms.
Well,
Vampire.
us.
You're wearing symbols.
I am not.
Three of
No,
us are wearing.
the gestures for JP. So JP,
Okay.
these three have symbols of the corp on them,
Mhm.
and the name that she gave is in French, but it's in vampire. It's in vampire. So she said, effectively, straight up in the open, "My name is Hope," but she said it in vampire.
And I didn't catch that as a vampire figure.
It's not a super common word
Okay.
in vampire language.
Great.
They're not very helpful over there.
No.
And if you listen to like how it's actually pronounced, like if it is real French or
Mhm.
real vampiric, I intentionally pronounced it incorrectly.
Okay.
You also pronounced it 3 times, but you still didn't know what the word was. It wasn't until you spelled it.
Yeah. So I intentionally pronounced it incorrectly to make it not straight up French
Okay.
and not super
That's
obvious
more-
you in character.
Okay.
Yeah. Um,
I'd like to credit my very high diplomacy with realizing that.
Slamming the table.
No, knowing that she was
Other
other
woman.
woman, be like, this is exactly how
yeah,
I should have stayed
she
with
looks
you.
like she is maybe in her actually. She's not.
Oh, non-gossip.
Oh, you said.
That's the bullshit.
One will
Give us
bullshit
a-
all day.
Yeah. And I loved how he just kept me like, insight check.
That's what it looked like.
She looks older than this picture.
Sorry.
But if you kind of add 15, 20 years to that picture, that's what she looks like.
Okay.
That had the exact vibe that I was going for, but it was the wrong age, so I just left it alone.
Want to hold it up to the camera too, Gary?
Mm.
No. Blocking here.
It's on roll.
Oh, is
It is on, but I didn't move him to the page because he's on the page with the.
Yeah.
And the recording is just doing Discord, not Roll20.
So,
You're making me nervous.
oh, thank you.
So I said this is an attack. We're looking for agents tonight. She says,
She says,
and you didn't just come by those uniforms by accident, and you know the lingo.
right. So she said something in quite intentionally in vampiric to
Mhm.
see if you knew vampiric because you're wearing vampire symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So could I say to her in vampiric, I'm very sorry. We did not want to assume. We were told
We didn't want to assume you're a hope.
we were told that the first stage would be a room filling with water.
Well, it can fill with water. It's not. It is something that we make sure that the people that are the original, or rather the previous owners of the city, were a little paranoid. Not quite paranoid enough.
What?
Fight the power.
So, like, this room can fill with water as a defensive measure because they were paranoid. And, like, if you came to visit them and they thought you were,
Oh, and they would drown you.
they would just drown you.
Okay.
And so she's saying they were paranoid, but not paranoid enough.
Right.
Because they got overthrown
Mhm.
and murdered
So she
by their
says,
slaves.
and now that we're all
I'm aware of the history.
aware of who we're talking to, you know who I am, but my sources don't really recognize you. And then
You're telling me Sally doesn't.
she snaps her fingers, and the Goliath comes back into the room. He has that same sort of like servant's gait, doesn't really talk very much thing. But like when he does move back into the room this time,
It's like young Hogor.
He's like playing dumb.
it's he was doing a good job of playing the servant. And when he comes back into the room, it's really clear that he's not a servant, he's a bodyguard.
Yeah. Well, he's like,
Mhm.
he was like, or he was like checking us out at the
Mhm.
beginning too.
So he comes in, takes up position behind her.
You're telling me Sally has said nothing about us?
Oh, I'm familiar with a couple of you, but not the rest. And exactly what you'd be doing here with what sorts of information you have. Sally Main is many things. Reliable on details is not one of those things.
Does not surprise me.
Actually, she would probably say it slightly differently. She would say she has many excellent qualities. And being reliable on explaining details is not one of those.
Unfortunately, we have to be a little light on details in this meeting as well. But the the issue remains true. We believe that Haven is in some deep shit, and we would like to assist you in avoiding the shit.
We expect the city to be sacked, not retaken.
Well, if you have reliable intelligence that says such things, knowledge of exactly how it is going to be done, or some idea of how it's going to be done, would be very valuable to taking measures in order to properly defend the city.
Yes.
Let's assume we all are going to speak in good faith, and let's assume that we are all here above board.
Of course. In that spirit, it is important to recognize that we cannot share any details. We realize that this is distressing.
Wait, we could. As long as she doesn't tell the song.
That is true. We could share details if we were completely, utterly confident that no details of what we share with you will travel back to Dasong ears.
As we wear the song.
Yeah, she makes
We
up.
understand the optics of this situation.
So what you're saying is, hypothetically speaking, you are here against orders?
Not even, just we don't take orders. Under the restrictions of some oath taking.
Ah, a binding of sorts. Interesting.
Yes.
And in order to not trigger your binding, your given oath, then you need me to agree to some form of formal or informal agreement to not speak with the Dasong.
Formal would be best.
Formal would be best.
Let us be clear that the lives of many, if not all, of the residents of Haven are gravely at stake. And that if we do not act in the next several hours, although some life may be preserved, great casualties will still occur.
Well, that is distressing.
Indeed.
So she looks up at the bodyguard that's beside her, and he just sort of like shrugs at her. And she's like, you know, I'm asking you your opinion. And he just sort of shrugs and goes, it do be something you have to choose without not be knowing what is going on. Can no be giving good advice if you no be knowing exactly what you're looking for. She nods. But these be binding. Bindings be things with durations many of time. Maybe you be entering into a binding for the short time. Maybe needing to say something coming soon. A short binding should be all you're needing to know if they're true or not. She nods.
We can do a short one, right?
24 hours will be enough.
So she nods and says, so would that be enough? You said 24 hours.
But can On be told after? Like, what happens if news gets back to her, like, in a month that we were interfering?
I think the issue is we cannot have them interfere with the actual invasion, which happens, right?
If
That
we
makes sense.
violate our binding and we share information that could get back to On, we'll forget everything we know. But we only need to know what we know until we act, which is going to be at some point in the next few hours.
I thought it was also related to the invasion.
I'd make it like,
This part or
But we only need to know that information. Like he's saying, if it gets back to us in a month.
yeah, in a month is not gonna make a difference, but like in 24 hours it is gonna make a difference.
all right, could we do like 72-hour binding then? Like, give us several days to make sure everything goes smoothly?
None of this will go smoothly.
So she says, I'd be
It should be 48 hours because tomorrow night it tells.
Can we just say until the conflict is resolved, or is it too wiggly?
it's too wiggly for her. She wants
48 hours.
so she can say,
do the binding, would 30 seals suffice?
So yeah.
Yes.
That's pretty close to 48 hours.
Yeah, cool.
Because again, a seal is like
1.6.
it's 1.3. That's 3 seals is 4 hours, so it's 40 hours.
Yes, that would be amenable.
Very well. So she leans her hands forward, taps the conference table in a couple of spots. You see stuff sinks down, and underneath the top of the conference table, there is a metal surface with like stone inlay and some metals that are also worked into the stone. It's a ritual table. So she kind of these aren't like magical or even just like complicated mechanical panels. They're just sort of like well put together physical panels that you can pop open. Think of actually kind of like those high-end gaming tables.
Mhm.
Same sort of deal here. So she opens it up, and then the Goliath reaches over her and picks up the pieces and puts it against one wall. So I'm obviously not going to be binding myself to all knowledge, but there's going to be some specific sharings of things that I am not going to share with your superiors or anyone who can reasonably share with their superiors. This is a binding of a bound nature, not a treated one, I assume.
What's the
Yes.
treated mean again?
It's the spirit of the bargain versus the letter of the bargain.
Can we
Whichever the letter of the bargain is.
remember enough to replicate exactly what we did with Margot?
You can explain it to her,
Mhm.
and if you'd be able to explain enough of the ritual that she would recognize it,
Mhm.
and then be able to say that she has the capacity to do that one as well.
Okay.
So, assuming that's all good, we'll do 30 hours. She goes and does the ritual, and then has the Goliath leave the room for the ritual part, but he stands right on the edge of the room
Mhm.
and just sort of like watches somewhat menacingly from the doorway.
Mhm.
And then after she gets done with the ritual, the binding settles on her and on all of you guys. He walks back into the room and kind of settles into a comfortable, sort of menacing wall behind her.
But then he could still tell people, which is not what we want, right?
He's included in the ritual as well. He just didn't like being in the room when she was casting.
I also don't think the concern. He doesn't talk that much.
So he gets included. He just goes to the very edge of the ritual. He very clearly doesn't like the ritual. Basically, he goes to stand just inside max range.
Man who doesn't speak very much doesn't like ritual that restricts his amount he can speak.
Pretty much. So she says, I imagine some things will still be bound even with the precautions taken, unless the person who gave you these instructions or informations was an idiot. But again, let's assume we're all above board and that no one here is an idiot.
Mhm.
What is supposedly happening?
we can just give her the full beats now, right?
Yeah, we can.
Can we?
I will say that because of the way that she perceives things
Mhm.
and the way that she's going to kind of react to things, this is one of those examples where perspective matters enough that I actually do want you to say what.
Okay. There is an individual that we have on good information that will be in the city this evening, who is planning on dispersing a disease known as the blood whip. To
She stops you there. Excuse me, for what now?
yeah, it's a blood based. I don't have that much information on it.
So she says,
We have a whole volume
Yeah, there's a
about it.
So-
She doesn't know what the blood whip is.
Yeah.
she doesn't seem like it doesn't,
Did we
it's not something she recognizes.
we heard an alternate?
And then she kind of like looks around and then kind of looks up at the guy behind her and says, the whip, blood whip? Sounds vaguely familiar. And the Goliath behind her goes, it's a colloquialism, ma'am. Or it do be a colloquialism,
Oh.
ma'am. They be referring to the maledictus plague. And she goes, oh, yes.
But what?
Do we know that?
That's way worse. But it's not Maledictus the song.
That's a melody.
It might be enough.
We really.
I thought it's
Malediction to song.
I thought it was Maledictus this.
Oh, the maledictus plague is what he just called it.
Okay.
And the
You
melody
recognize that?
Yeah, she recognized that immediately.
Did she seem
She was, oh, okay, serious.
and we have it on good authority that they're gonna try to spread it to as many people in the city as possible, so that tomorrow, during a greater invasion force, the city is left either defenseless or low on.
This person is spreading a plague. Again, my information is roundabout. I know some basics. But from my understanding, the maledictus is something that is sort of a slow burning thing. You're saying it's going to be something that is spread now and then have some sort of effect tomorrow?
We have on good authority that if it comes directly from an undead individual, most likely we suspect ghouls, will take much quicker effect.
Interesting. My
We believe
experience.
it's also the intention for the presence of the blood whip in Haven to dissuade anyone from wanting to conduct commerce with the city of Haven, permanently crippling it.
Yes, there was an incident before my time even, where the city had to be shut down for a pretty significant portion of time. It was quite terrible stuff. It's been a long time since the maledictus has been seen here, but when it was very dangerous. I'm not saying you're lying, obviously. And we're all agreeing if everything is above board. That seems unusual to me. But if this is maybe a long term, and then there's going to be a short term, something that happens, said tomorrow, maybe that's the idea. Mix it up. This attack or whatever could be something that would weaken our ability to deal with this plague and would allow it to spread further. I can see that being something.
Yes, unfortunately, we do not know the exact motivations of these attackers. But we do know the name of the individual who is set to cast this ritual, prepare these corpses to spread this disease,
And his spell signature.
and the spell signature.
You have his spell signature.
We do.
Interesting. And would any of this binding that you have made prevent you from being able to share said spell signature?
I don't think so.
As long as you're not sharing it
With
with
itself.
the court.
Interesting. So she takes a minute, turns to the guy and says, just kind of doesn't say anything, and just sort of snaps and points for him to go back. He walks into the other room, gone for a minute or two, and then comes back holding a little case. It is, a decent sized case. On him, it looks kind of tiny because he's like straight up 9 feet tall. But he carries it in, sets it down in front of her. Thank you. Opens it up. Inside, there's a row of crystals. It's been a long time in the campaign since this is done. Do you guys remember way back when you got the crystals with the spell signatures and stuff in it?
Mhm.
Okay, so that is a thing in the world. You can store a spell signature in a crystal. And so she hands it to you and says, if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate having the signature of someone who's coming after my city.
And can I pass it in there?
Okay. You
Hold it up
have
to
it,
your eye.
think about it, and then
Okay.
you can make an Arcana check, and depending on your Arcana check, it's going to be how sort of accurate and identifiable the signature is. And you are going to know, so go ahead and make that.
14 plus 19,
35.
30.
33. 33!
Drop. Good roll. Be 33 rock forever. Gonna give him a jersey with number 33 on.
Oh, we can.
So you do this. Crystal doesn't really light up, but it looks like it's kind of always catching the light when it has a signature in it. Hand it back to her. She kind of flips it over in her hands a couple of times. And goes, Okay. She slides it back into the slot in the case and kind of shuts and clicks the case closed. And so you think this individual is somewhere within the city and is going to be doing something with this plague this evening.
Yes, that is what we have been told.
Were we told that he would be in the city?
It had something to do with the moon phase or something. What was the actual term that was used?
The night before Reaper's Night.
Yep.
Which is the night.
And so she kind of back and says, and now that we can discuss what it is you're offering, I feel it is only reasonable to ask, what is your price?
We never consider that. I say out loud.
She kind of smiles. She smiles faintly, but still has a pretty serious look on her face.
They didn't believe us in Hard Home either.
Oh, would she have heard of Hard Home?
Did you say that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
The warship in the harbor. It's
Yes.
the same one as from there.
You may think of us as a league of justice.
Extraordinary. I thought it was going to be extraordinary gentlemen with the fact that it's kind of a submarine sometimes.
I would say we never come with a price in mind, but we always appreciate when thanks is given.
We can share that Filibuster and I escaped from Prosperity several months ago. And your agent Sally Mae was very kind and inspiring to us in her stories of hope of Haven and your liberation. And this is what prompted us to seek to liberate our ship, which we now are bringing on diplomatic humanitarian missions to repay the favor. So we are glad to return to Haven.
We're like sorority girls.
So she says, and should Haven find herself indebted to your queen, I imagine that will not be of an incredible inconvenience.
And this will not put you in the song that
We are loosely agents of the song, truth be told. We are more friends of Aranway.
Would she know what that means?
What does that mean?
So she, so
We
she,
like big spiders.
She's a
she looks
spider
around.
in her
Oh.
clothes.
Who's the runway?
A giant spider.
Big old spider. You were there when we went back to
we went
Remember
back
Brother
to it,
Baby's
not
back?
the initial one.
Wait, what?
They went into Marcel's brain and picked out all the silver.
She wasn't there for that.
I never met Marcel at all.
Yeah, but you were there when we went back to Arame to get our armor.
It's a giant psionic spider who makes armor for the vampires.
She's very nearsighted, part of the joke of not telling you, which the group sort of does on a regular basis. But when you say Aranway, you can tell that she recognizes the name. And then she says, I believe you might find in some circles that being a friend of the tailor is more important than being a friend of your queen. But that's still not spoken in terms of price yet. You say humanitarian efforts and things of that, and there are some who be led to believe that. I have not lived a life without being exposed to the more practical side of things. Very few people that have power use that power without the pursuit of more power as at least one of their goals. If I am to convince some of the others that would possibly help me in being able to counter whatever it is that's going to happen, if I'm pressed, I need to be able to give them something that they can properly understand as motivation.
Certainly. Name whatever price you feel will not raise suspicion, and we will happily accept.
We also accept friendship, I think, often,
We do.
and whatever comes with that.
allegiance.
Should we also, and I'll say this, I'll ask telepathically, should we also mention that just this ship being here may cause problems in the future for them?
No, they know the ship.
They already know.
We already told
They already
Sanctuary it's
called
coming.
us
That was a
out.
very pointed comment that she made.
No, but also Sanctuary is going to be told that the ship will be here,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So it's not also not gonna necessarily cost you.
Yeah.
Necessarily for
True, yeah.
I suppose, yes, we would appreciate discretion. Our ship is liberated in some eyes, but not all.
A unfortunate legal gray area that Haven is very familiar with.
We thought you might be.
So she's sitting and thinking. So I have a signature. I might be able to use some of that. But the city is a big place with many comings and goings.
Boy, do I have a plan for you.
We're in phase 1A.
Yeah.
The pilot.
We've already begun efforts.
We got some pilot testing established. Initial benchmarks look good.
Okay, I'll explain fully what I mean by it. So we are current. We don't. I know. I'm sorry.
We're looking for undead in the city, and he's enchanted some objects to reveal undead within the city.
I was gonna say that we don't necessarily. We suspect that what will happen is that there will be a few main carriers throughout the city placed in strategic positions, and so we have begun efforts to enchant. And I'll mention whatever it's called, corpse light. Enchant objects with the corpse light.
She's also a ritual caster, so you bring it up and she's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
She might not have the ritual herself, but she's familiar with
Sure.
with the ritual.
And so, in efforts to find either the source of the plague or agents associated with it throughout the main portions of the city. We just don't have much manpower on our own to cover much ground.
She thinks about it for a second because I think that could be useful as part of a way of explaining things, or part of a way of dealing with things. But even still, this ritual will only be able to cover loosely parts of the city. It would be difficult to take people down every alleyway, and should they be trying to do something nefarious, I imagine they're not going to be walking around in the marketplace very often.
They could be.
They could be, yes. But it seems to me more likely that if any of those carrying such things are going to be ones that notice this potential threat, if they themselves are noticed, that could have dire consequences. This infiltrator, are they going to have people of notable combat capabilities with them?
Yes.
Yes.
Very likely.
In fact, we have a dossier. Should you be interested?
OCA.
So she's she says, well, my concern, I have many loyal guards, people that are good men and women that have served the city for many years. But not all of them are as physically capable in combat as Salumain and her 16. And should they come across your infiltrator, it might be better for them personally if they're unable to see the things that you mentioned. And if they do find it, then they might die, and all that's been done is that our supposed infiltrator knows that there's people looking.
It is definitely a risk.
Do you have another suggestion? We would certainly defer to you in this matter.
Well, I don't have a lot of people, since the normal guards that you would need to search every alleyway would have to be opened up to a significant portion of our police forces that have the capability of holding their own or being able to escape from dangerous situations. But I do have some. And if we were able to work out a little bit more details about possible likely points of attack, we could use some of those individuals to guard or search individual places within the city for signs of tampering. And those people would be able to, if not deal with the threat outright, at least stand some sort of chance were they discovered. That would make me feel more comfortable as the primary plan.
We did hear that the Vito household has an agent here selling those orbs.
Viewing stones.
The viewing
Yes, I've had a couple of sets purchased.
My concern is that while they say they are for a fight between the Whis and the Imperium, they will actually be broadcasting the assault on Haven.
That is an interesting idea. When I heard that these stones were being passed around, I reached out to some of my contacts. And they informed me that one of the Imperium world ships has been seen near Whis space, and that significant forces are gathering at the border. It is possible it is all a ploy, and that our little corner of the world is the actual place, but I have seen evidence to corroborate at least the broadest strokes of their sales technique to get people buying these things.
Would it be possible that I could examine one of these orbs?
Sure. She snaps again to him and he walks off. He's gone for a decent bit longer this time, but he does come back with. Actually, it looks quite a lot like this. So, with a long, slender, dark brown case.
Mhm.
And then he places it down. She opens it up. And inside, there's a row of 5 clear marbles that are all sort of set uniformly. And then there's a little barrier, a little space, like, like velvet interior. And then there's 2 slightly larger black marbles that are set next to it in the case. And she sets it down, pulls open the case so you can see inside. It says, "You can, of course, I will let you know that these 2 here have some nastiness on it should you be attempting to use them to look through, at least for the short term. I think these are meant to be maybe something else additional on top. Access to what is needed to turn these clear was sold at a premium. Of course, I bought it, but still."
Okay, so what am I picking up from this thing?
So you pick up thing. On a check, please.
The adversary takes a rewind.
Already happened to me.
Again.
Uh,
The third time.
18 and 19 is 37. What?
I don't think it's necessarily like
It is.
So these things are I get the correct name for them. Okay, so these things are miniature crystal balls.
Okay.
So I thought it was called something special, but it isn't just called a crystal ball. So they're heroic crystal balls, and they seem to be bound to an individual person.
Okay.
Person.
Yeah. You know, my next question is going to be.
Correct. So this is bound to an individual person, and you can tell from that check that each of the 7 stones,
Mhm.
so each of the 5 stones are bound to different people,
Okay.
and it's pretty reasonable to assume that the other 2 are also bound to the 2 different
Right.
people as well. So it's probably these 7 stones are bound to 7 different people,
And these are going to be like the viewpoint characters of watching this thing.
probably. So it's likely that the way that these things work is either you're going to be seeing some sort of scrying sensor or object that is bound or held by one of these people.
Mhm,
More likely, you're going to see through an eye of one of these people
mhm.
to see whatever this thing is deciding to show.
Do I recognize any of this small signature?
You can-
Can I tell?
I would say with you, heart plus 10, right?
Yeah.
So I would say with an excellent check,
Mhm.
you would recognize that all of the spell signatures that you can sense are fairly weak. You're pretty certain that none of them are spellcasters.
Okay.
It's actually all undead. Cool.
Could be all undead ghosts.
What did you learn?
I learned the spell signatures of so each of the stones is bound to a different person, and the idea is probably that you see through their eyes.
Person is used loosely, right? It's more like individual.
Yeah, individual.
Entity,
Individual, however you like to phrase
one with nature, or not.
it. Likely one without a nature.
Yeah.
Do I? So now I have those spell signatures forever.
If you took a moment to spend time to examine each one of them,
Mhm.
you could remember these. It's going to be very difficult to remember them for a long period of time without having something to connect to them.
Yeah.
So having like, oh, this is a spell signature of this person
Right.
is easy because even if you don't know their name, if you know what they look like,
Yeah.
you've got sort of an image to connect it to.
Hmm.
Connecting it just to these sort of nondescript marbles
Yeah.
is going to mean that's going to be easy to forget.
Yeah.
I.e., if you have to make a check for it, it's going to be a pretty hard check if it's like in a little while.
Sure.
But it seems like you're going to be seeing through the eyes of somebody that isn't a spellcaster.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any way to track spell signatures?
We're just
Not
not
that
that
we
we know
of. What?
Not that we know of.
We should.
You
make
want
it-
there to be.
We should make it our mission to start a national registry of spell signatures.
Oh, so you want to be the NSA? You want to be like weird fucking.
Yeah. So we can continue with our peacekeeping diplomatic missions more effectively.
Wow.
Peacekeeping.
What did it have
We'll call it
for instance?
Social Security. Yeah.
People with good intentions often do horrific things.
Oh yeah.
Am I able to like tell how far away this connection is?
How far the connection is? No. How far away the connection would work? Yes.
Okay, how far away would it work?
You're pretty certain that this connection would go like across planar boundaries.
Mhm.
Like this is a real deal, heavy hitting, excellently done ritual.
Okay.
The item itself is just like a pretty generic glass marble. It's effectively worthless.
Yeah.
The spell that was put on it probably took quite a bit of juice and
Yeah.
also probably a decent chunk of chain to get done. Given that they explained what these things are selling for,
Yeah.
you're 95% sure that these are selling at a loss.
Interesting. Are there any other things we should think of wanting to know about these?
So since your check was so excellent, because you're not against that DC, you get another one, but the DC is actually lower than that.
Oh,
So your check would say that each one of these marbles,
mhm.
excluding the two black ones, which are probably worth more because they've got an enchantment that you haven't touched.
Mhm.
But the five are probably about 3,400 gold per marble to create. And she said she got the whole set for like $3,000.
Yeah. Can I tell what's going on with the black ones?
You can do stuff with it, although if you go to touch one of them, she's gonna say you do not want to touch that.
Also imagine that it's black for similar reasons the rituals on our ship
Up
were black.
closer to equals to high dress.
That is a question for group. How,
6:15.
oh, I did not notice what time it is.
What was
How
the-
close is everybody to being hungry for dinner?
Not super cool.
Not that close.
Right, some salad.
Yeah, it's
I ate a lot of that chicken salad at like 4. Yeah.
But also if you are
Dinner takes
hungry-
about an hour is the only reason
I mean, if you want to make it,
I don't mind
the
eating it.
specific dinner is also delicious when it's reheated. So
Okay.
You could also make it, and we'll eat it whenever we're game. Do you want some assistance? Do you want me to hold the beams while you're doing dinner? Of course.
One big yes.
One Fabius. Hello.
Yes.
Could her check determine when it's supposed to go live?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There's not like a Twitch countdown.
There's not much of that, unfortunately.
900 people are already viewing.
Little view count is fun.
Is it just, do I know like somebody's just gonna like switch it on?
Someone's gonna switch it on, yeah.
But like, okay, well then can I ask Hope? Like, what were you told when you bought this? Like, how did they tell you to never watch it?
Oh, what I was told was that when the exact time of the assault was known, that it be made public for people to view, and that they will glow and set off light and sound to draw attention. And the guy delivered this and he walked away, and he comes back later. He brings back another box, the exact same size, very slightly different color. She opens up the box and shows you another
Yeah,
set of 7.
is it all the same stuff?
Not only all the same, but yes, all the same spell signatures.
Would she let me have one of those? Not set, but just one of them all.
Well, it sort of depends on what you're using them for. But if you have something that you're specifically thinking of,
Confirm my theory, actually.
she puts the lid on it, hands you a full set.
Oh, that's nice of her. Thank you.
Money is nothing.
It's for free.
You get the impression that like the 2 that she just put on the table are not the only 2 that she bought.
Yeah. What, you said the black ones are nasty. Can you tell me what happened?
They have some sort of improved shrouding on them. Not only are they not active, but the spell signatures that they are attached to is either missing or very cleverly hidden. And digging in to look into what is there can be potentially very painful.
How?
Very. One of the ritualists that was attempting to impress me with his knowledge of things that ought not be known will eventually recover.
I wonder if Al could figure it out.
I could ask, yeah.
I thought you said Hal for a second. I like Hal.
Hopefully that's not a little hack.
So we'll say that since she's put these things on the table, in character, she is always around. I don't actually mention her very much unless she does something to draw attention to herself. But Clotho stays with you guys.
Oh,
At all
what's
times.
Clotho's the Drock?
Yeah,
So
that's a great
when-
question.
Thing off, Clotho just took notice that it's there. Like she didn't pay attention when Hope entered the room or was doing other things, but she sort of like saw the stones and then went back to just sort of looking off at nothing. And
Is she visible right now?
to you, she is,
But not to Hope.
and not to anyone else in the party. And if she's visible to Hope, Hope has not said anything or looked in her direction.
All right, well, I'll just, drop the bomb, look over to Clotho and be like, Clotho, what can you tell us about these 2 that are shrouded?
Did you say it out loud?
Are you saying?
Yeah, yeah. We'll just see what happens.
Oh my god.
Let's see what happens.
That is definitely a choice that's being made that is going to affect the whole party.
You're
So
twisted.
So my thing is that, you know, yes, you can totally do that as a player, but or as the character, but I'm asking you as, you know, as a fellow player at the table.
Yeah, is everyone cool with that?
Run that by your group.
I say go for it.
I'm not
I'm really curious, eh?
totally opposed, but
It's just like more to
it's more to explain.
and we haven't made any progress towards our goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see though.
Right, go for it. Have fun.
All right, I say that out loud, Gary.
So, you know, hope kind of starts for a second when you do that, and then Clotho kind of looks back at the stones. What did you ask specifically? What do you see there, or what?
Yeah, what do you see in the two that are shrouded?
She says, viewing stones with a poorly disguised veil.
Can you see through the stones?
Not until they are active, but the deceptions surrounding those two stones was enough that I needed to look at them to see through them.
Deception.
And what are the deceptions hiding?
I need to find you something else to chew on for. So she said, "What is it? What are the deceptions hiding?"
Yeah.
Those two are bound to intermediaries, an uncouth thing that has fallen out of favor, I believe, at least from what I've noticed from real people.
Intermediaries.
Does that mean unwilling?
Very likely. In order for them to be passed to the person they're meant for, they will need to perish.
And does she say that all out loud as well? I assume so, but
And Hope can hear her and basically froze the whole time. And you can see she's got a really good poker face, but she's sort of trying not to freak out that she can hear someone talking. And then says, "This someone hidden within this room, in which case that's impressive. Or are you communicating with someone outside of here through the wards, which, truth be told, also impressive."
It's not really someone.
More like something.
That does not make it.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
So she kind of just goes, "That does not engender trust or make me any calmer." You see that the bodyguard is like very much, he's kind of lowered into a stance, his hands down to one side, like he's doing something with his hand, like he's making a symbol, kind of like you would put your hand around the hilt of a weapon, but he's not holding anything. It's just sort of in the air like this.
Is it a sword mage?
I'll just say, if we meant any harm, we wouldn't have revealed anything. Revealing them shows trust.
In my circles, that is not necessarily.
Twisted right now.
So
What Griffle said to the
Yeah.
city.
she says, "In my circles, that is not exactly true." And then Clotho stops looking at the stones, looks straight across the table. She's on the opposite side of the table from where Hope is. And then she just says in a very sort of mild voice, "I see you." And you feel like you see Hope just sort of like shiver. So this thing is
Bro,
Seems trust is in short supply these days.
what?
Sorry, Gary, I missed what you said after Clotho said, "I see you."
Just try to change the subject.
Yep, pretty much. She, moves the container with the stones on it forward, and then goes,
I feel like I've been very honest with you and given you audience. And I've gone along with this binding with the understanding that you are being honest with me. And this is not something I appreciate.
In all regards as to the issue of Haven and your safety, we have been completely honest. This does not concern you.
May I roll an insight check on her saying, like, do I feel like she's lying about feeling like she's been honest?
No, she seems like she seems very offended.
Can we ask?
Oh, but
Clotho-
didn't Clotho say I see you and referring to the stone?
No, she looked at Hope.
Yeah.
Oh, and said I see you.
Can we ask Clotho telepathically what she sees in Hope?
So Hope says, or sorry, Clotho responds telepathically and says, the veils of the unborn cannot compare to that of the she.
What is an unborn?
Clotho just sort of like glances and she looks over towards you and goes visible to you for a second,
Mhm.
and then gives you a look like
I know, I'm so dumb. I'm so sorry.
more along the lines of like, I not that you're dumb, like that same sort of look that she's like, I don't know how to explain this to you without killing you. She's only got a couple of tools to use to
we're
explain
gonna really
things.
have to sort this out.
The veils of the unborn do not compare to the sheep.
Yes.
So Clotho can see through the veils of the unborn. What is an unborn?
And then she looked at Hope and said, I see you.
Yeah,
Does that mean
Hope is an
Hope
unborn,
was an unborn?
but we don't know what that means.
Can we plot like one of my corpse light trinkets?
I don't think that's what unborn
No.
means.
Yeah.
No, he's wrong.
So the Goliath had to explain to her what the blood whip was and called it a regional colloquialism, but we know that that is a very well-known term.
In the reach.
In the reach.
In the reach.
You're
Yeah.
not in the region.
Yeah, we're not in the reach.
Okay, I thought it was known planet.
No, it was pretty much unknown in the like other parts of the world.
Okay,
But it was like a big problem in the reach. Maybe because they're closer to the continent that it originates from.
Yeah.
You hate. Well, the Black Blood Guild hates the vampires because they cast the malediction way down south.
The rank and file of the guild like don't hate, but just like have no truck with the vampires because we have to deal with the fallout from the bullshit that they.
but we don't. What is that?
What is that fallout?
So the malediction Dasong that they cast in the south, which basically just killed like a shit ton of people,
Mhm.
and turned them into like mindless undead, not sentient undead.
Okay.
And occasionally there are like scourge uprisings where like there's a bunch of them.
So do
Causing
we see
some
blood whip at the
nonsense.
far south?
Probably not.
Okay.
There's
So
no-
it might not actually be related to the malediction.
So you can spread it.
I will say that it's been a long time. You know that the malediction down south was considered a pretty small one. Like the malediction that was cast in the east was a whole different.
Oh, so there was one cast in the east.
Yeah.
There were a few, and then when you say the east, you mean a different continent.
Yeah.
The continent where the blood whip is from.
Mhm. The first one was cast on Overton, which is the city that used to be in the east. That is gone now.
Not in the reach though.
Correct.
The other continent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's across the ocean to the
Mhm.
east.
Are there kind of only two continents?
No, there's just two that are
Known
No.
of by us at the moment. Yeah.
that are close enough for people to really interact with.
Unborn. Have we ever heard that before?
So I did a couple of checks,
And you don't remember.
and the only one that may have had some sort of connection is I need to know what your streetwise is.
Plus 11.
11.
Yeah.
So you've heard the term,
Um, that, but you're not exactly sure where from. Pretty sure it's like an old name or a slang name or a slur name for one of the races. Not one of the common races. So you don't think it's halfling. You think it's a term like she's saying she is one of these races. You remember reading something a long time ago in like church doctrine that talked about different phrases for different individuals, like different calling someone like a green skin, right?
Mhm.
Calling them like an orc. It's that sort of thing.
Warren's Book of Races.
Yeah. So
Know your racial slang.
more like
The Constitution of Sanctuary.
more like a book that was like know what the racial terms are for people,
Right.
so that you know in like a diplomacy book, like know which ones are like
Referring to which
Of-
groups of
of-
people.
but to be avoided, right? Like you might not know. So it's the same sort of thing of like,
So unborn is a slur for a particular race.
so for example, what would you call a black person? Would you call that person black or would you call them colored? Or would you call them a Negro? Depending on when you're talking and where you're talking, those three terms might be socially acceptable. They might not be, like depending on where you are and what's going on.
Right.
And there are there's another term that is always unacceptable.
And depending on who
Okay,
you are.
so
Right. So
my
there's
knowledge is that unborn is a slur for a particular race.
but you
I
can't remember
can't
what
quite remember
Well,
what
no,
race it was,
not
but it
common.
was not a halfling.
it's not one of the common races.
I mean,
So
halfling
what
common
could it
race,
look like
yes.
a halfling, but
Okay.
it's not a halfling? A Deva,
what
perhaps?
anything could look like.
Because Deva are like souls.
So Clotho seems is saying
They
this
look-
person might not be a halfling.
You're pretty certain she's saying this person is not a half.
All right, Gary. So I'm going to turn back to Hope and say, well, we have not told you everything about us or our situation. We have also not hidden anything from you if we felt it relevant to the current situation. We are not trying to deceive you or disrespect you and apologize if that is how anything seemed. We wanted to get as much information about the stones as possible and did not mean to cause alarm.
I think you wrote it down and was reading from it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote that out.
It sounded like you generated it from like ChatGPT.
No, I wrote that all out, but yeah, it might be a little disjointed.
Thank you for your.
No, I like it. It's just
I love it.
the way that you read it off sounded like
Although I,
it didn't sound like a
I,
positive
Yeah.
response.
that was a,
I had to write it out. My brain's failing me.
How I would phrase this statement.
Yeah,
I love it.
we love it's great.
Okay, so I informed the party that
I would like a diplomacy check from Brock.
Yeah,
Because-
yeah.
We're joking about it, but that is something that could actually get her to chill out a little bit because she is very obviously pretty deeply offended. Like she was. It seemed like she was like, I'm talking about board. I'm assuming you're talking about board. And then you have this random invisible woman in the room. Like, what the fuck?
And then that
Yeah,
random invisible
yeah.
woman
Oh,
Insulted
nice.
me? Yeah.
All right, 1 sec. So I rolled a 19, and my diplomacy is 14. So 33.
33?
Yeah, 19 and 14.
Like said something that unnerved her.
Ah.
The 33 again?
Yeah.
What you got going on over there?
I rolled a physical die that time. Okay, you can't. That's
This theory, like $100. And he's like, look, for this whole week, I'm only going to roll 33. Let's see how long I can get away with it.
So, you can tell she's kind of being, she's still very freaked out that there's someone in the room that she can't see. And I would say from your excellent diplomacy check, you're pretty certain no amount of talking is ever going to substitute for her being able to see Clotho in the room. So, like, as long as Clotho remains invisible in the room, there's always going to be a level of distrust and awkwardness.
all right. I'll ask Clotho telepathically if she feels comfortable revealing herself.
1 second. Let me finish this real quick. However, Clotho also is still naked and still is missing big chunks of flesh.
Oh,
No,
Face.
It doesn't
doesn't
really have a face.
Yeah. Okay, no.
So,
Under armor.
She could.
You're familiar enough with diplomacy to know that seeing her is not going to be a huge step up unless she looks a little different than what she looks like now.
Although, can you make yourself look pretty and smile for once?
You should smile more.
And that's how we have a person reroll a new character. Okay.
Did you put on makeup this morning?
You don't
I
need
should drink some
it.
coffee.
So I do want to look at it because it's Drock's idea and Drock's
Mess.
not mess, but I was gonna say like his liege lady that we're talking about here. So I want to leave it open to him.
Oh, so it was mess.
Yeah, no, I forgot that she's not really, looking her best. I don't know, guys. What thoughts?
Well, you got us into this.
Well,
mess.
considering Gary said this is Drock's thing, I think you should.
I mean, you can ask the group for thoughts, but like,
I mean, I think she could reveal herself, but we need to tell Hope.
Before she does what her deal is.
I could also ask Clotho, is it possible to take another form at this time?
she says, I can't take another form.
Could you?
Why do you ask?
Could you look different and reveal yourself?
Ah, you want a seeming that will put the child at ease.
Yes.
So
Child.
she nods, and then she nods, and then you see Clotho. She doesn't look like the Goliath Clotho. She looks kind of mannequin-esque, but she's at least dressed in sort of a nice green gold sundress. And she's standing more or less where Clotho is actually standing. There's a very well done illusion of a young woman.
Oh, that was revealed?
Yeah. She
Oh,
just
so
goes,
skip the whole step.
so she's well, ask like, oh, you want me to do this? Okay. And you want a seeming that will put the child at ease?
Sure.
Okay, done. And so you see Hope kind of sees that, and then says, ah, and you are? And then Clotho says, I am what I am. It's not important that you know. And it might harm you to understand.
And she means that as well. She tells us that regularly, actually.
Yeah.
And we've started to listen.
Yeah.
I don't know how much this is helping our situation, but let's roll with it.
Well, I mean,
I'm preparing my die. This is going to be a diplomacy check.
Yeah. So if someone wants to try to smooth this over,
May I ask
it
what
looked-
the leader of Haven gains by masquerading as halfling?
Ooh, okay.
that's a strong statement there.
Yeah.
Y'all are feeling crazy today.
Yeah.
A 125? 25.
So she frowns, she looks at you, looks around the table, and then looks, rather than responding to you, she looks at the illusion of Clotho and says, so, you're as good at creating, seeing through illusions as you are at creating them, it seems. And you can tell there's a certain measure of like, she's looking at Clotho like she's talking to the person behind the curtain.
Oh, she knows.
Jellyfish.
Like the thing of like we've been talking, and then this woman appears, and since she was completely outside of her senses and couldn't see that she was there, she's like, okay, that's the actual power.
Mhm.
That's the person who's they're all here under something, for some reason. She's the one pulling the strings.
Yeah.
And so she says that to Clotho. And then Clotho just shrugs. It's very non-committal, and only the illusion does it.
Okay.
Hi.
Baby.
What was your purpose? What was the goal of that?
To find out what she is.
I feel like there's other concerns right now.
So yeah,
Very well. If these sorts of moments have passed, she clips open the little box on the table with the crystals in it, grabs out one of the crystals and says, "One can only hope your intentions are as your servants have said." And then she grabs hold of the crystal, and her body like morphs. You see her skin sort of flow away, and she shapeshifts into a tall young man.
She a changeling? Oh, I mean, not that we know what a changeling is.
I'm to me.
An Aladdin man.
No, it does not change like
That would be crazy.
She changes into a into a young man in sort of weirdly foreign, maybe like like weirdly aged clothing. That looks sort of out of time or out of place. And while you don't recognize the specific person, you can tell that the person is a vampire. So the stone that you gave her with the signature of Didier in it
Mhm.
looks like this is what he looks like.
Okay.
She just used it to shape change
Mm-hmm.
into him.
Okay. Mhm.
That's pretty cool.
So she's the thing we need. We need one of her
One of her.
for a spell signature finder.
So this is
Oh.
not her actual form. This is her making the full.
She's taking the form of Dia.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I said
It's like-
Didier
it's
is
like-
fucking the city and owns it.
Yeah.
Now, when she actually changes form, I will say that was fucking cool.
So she
So presumably she's been changed.
and after you watch her shape change, the unborn is a changeling. It's a slang for a changeling.
Interesting. I'm like, yeah.
They are one of the races that is a created race.
Which also, again, people think, and by people I mean Hatterai, think the Hope of Haven is a council of multiple people.
And that would explain why.
Everyone believes that
Way to go,
it's like a
Gary.
Dread Pirate Roberts thing,
Just one.
but it's not. It's a changeling. It's a shapeshifter.
So does Hope's guard react at all?
You can tell that he's still uncomfortable and still has his hand to the side, like again, like he's gripping a weapon you can't see. But there is a measure of like tight control, like he's ready to do something, but he's waiting for an established signal.
But okay, but so like he obviously
He knew.
yeah.
are changelings like
Widely known.
No. Widely
Like
what's the word?
discriminated against.
Yeah, like people don't like them.
Yes.
Okay, that's what. So it makes sense that
Because
changeling would
because
found the
people
city
inherently don't
to
trust
run
them
them all.
because they have
They
an
could be anybody.
easy time deceiving people. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I mean, changelings are basically non-existent. They were exterminated many years ago.
Okay.
Do we know?
Them as a society is gone.
Do you remember who they were created by, and to what end?
And the book that he remembers from is
Just a bunch of dirty names.
well, now that he's like okay, that unborn thing, which was like slang for someone who's like a dealer on it, like a dirty dealer, like a two-faced dealer, as you call them.
I will speak up and say,
Similar, like two-faced.
oh, my allies, I don't know what to call you, colleagues, my colleagues, I apologize for their bluntness, but it appears that we both hold secrets that are, above each other's pay grades in a lot of ways. But that does not diminish the threat that Haven is under, and I think that we should continue down the path of figuring that shit out.
Well, I think they just showed us who we're looking for, right? Now we know we have a face.
Right.
So how do we use that now?
We don't.
Is there a way to track somebody based on their appearance and spell signature?
We use the facial recognition magic software.
Yeah. There is not anything like that.
I would say those things are very similar.
There is technically a way to what's called view person, but it is extremely high level. I want to say it's like 23rd level or something ridiculous. Like it's
What about find the path?
nearly impossible.
That doesn't work. I was also thinking of Cold Wilderness Guide, but I also don't think that will work.
Yeah.
The one that's like moss that grows in the tree in the direction
That's
you're supposed to
why.
walk.
But you have to know where you're going. We don't have a destination.
Yeah, so it can't take us to an unknown place.
So,
like,
do you have a
see
picture?
it later.
Wait, we had a plan, kind of.
Did you? Did you?
Hope gave us a plan. She said, I'll get some elite people and
Yes, is the short answer, and the long answer is I'll put it down as I'll make sure.
right? She said, I'm gonna get the most elite guards and go to the likely spots.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
I think my mind was too blown when she
Yeah.
changed forms to really understand what you
That was
meant.
way before that. That was before we insulted her.
So,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
also her like friendly servant routine at the start works a lot better if you can change into whatever you want. Right? If you want to be a servant, look like a servant, get
Yeah.
all kinds of information.
Mm.
If everybody knows what she looks like, and they know, oh, she's not a kindly old halfling woman, she looks like something else, then you
Yeah.
need to be
Until you blow it all by trying to be a smart ass to the vampires in the group.
well, not being a smartass, but like using it as a simple test. You say you're from the vampires, so obviously you know vampiric. And so she used a poorly pronounced vampiric word that she knew
No.
because she only
Is that
kind
kind of metagaming because I knew it was French?
I think someone said it pretty early on, so I'm not super upset.
I
Girl
see
did
that-
say
I
in
see
bef-
that the
in before she
First
said
time.
moment that she walked in the room, I was like, this is a tried and true trope.
Yep. So
It's a good one.
so yeah. So she says, I have the name, and I was going to be getting some accurate depictions of this person to spread around the city and look for specific things.
Oh, and I pull out my sketchbook.
So she basically says that she has artists. She's not against having another sketch, but that she
I cannot wait to see their sketch and Griffel's side by side.
basically what she's going to explain. Slightly hard to be in character and not have the baby like fall over, get upset, or get into what she's not supposed to. She's going to basically explain her plan was going to be to go to artists, have them, do a quick drawing or painting of this guy, and then take that and disperse it and give it to the guards. Use her shapeshift ability to help other people find him. So that is still her plan. She just wasn't going to tell you this part. Because that requires you being able to know what she can do with that spell signature.
We don't have anything that DBA have.
Correct. So, yeah, that's her thing. Is if we're looking for this, we're looking for the whip. I'm planning to send people around the city to look around. I don't know if there's anything in particular. And then you had said in the beginning that you had a book that had some notes and some details on it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would share that with her.
she would take that and then hand it to the Goliath,
Mhm.
who does open it and kind of flip through the pages that are bookmarked.
Mhm.
Not like he is like, reading the whole page at a
Yeah.
glance, but he does read it very swiftly. Like,
Dumb guy from the
yeah, to some extent. Not really an act so much as just he's very quiet. He's very soft spoken.
Mm.
Stop doing things.
Yeah.
I bet.
So yeah,
Mm.
so that is still her plan. If you guys have a different plan, she's not against the sending guards things on a basic principle. She's primary concerned that there's going to be a very difficult to cast net,
Mhm.
and that if they catch anything, it's likely to tear the net apart rather than help.
I mean, I think we should do all of these things and then maybe also just go look.
Ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like check out the
Now that we know what he
Vitello-
looks like, yeah.
Yeah, we know what he looks like. We can check out the Vitello eye.
I'll also say we, as we've stated before, have a pretty much exact measurement of
Why? Like literally the only thing you could do that would cause a problem there. Goober. Yeah.
The question is not why, but why not?
an exact measurement of the forces that this
The dossier, which you said you gave her, right?
the forces this individual has with him, and it's not insubstantial.
Mhm.
Uh,
It'd be hard to hide.
if fighting were to break out, would we have backing?
Yes. I mean, if this person is as much of a danger as you say that he is, then I would have people that would have reason to give you aid. And although we all have our own secrets, apparently me less than others, then I still believe that you have the better interests of my city at heart.
You don't have less, you're just bad at keeping them.
I mean,
I have no.
Again,
To be clear, Griffin does not mean that to be offensive, but I have
you
no
still
problem
have
with
an
it.
entire city believing that you are not what you are. Like,
Yeah.
Thank you for your audience. Rainbow Biscuit.
Can I ask a general question? Did she look me?
yeah, sure.
What's with all of this
You'll have to be more specific.
big
The warden?
stairway ship?
The panic
You
room.
obviously you go out in various forms, but I feel like you could meet anywhere. Why this?
Oh, why hold audience in the safe house of the former rulers?
Sure, that works.
Oh, when people meet the leader of a city, there's such an amount of expectations. I didn't want to appear as less than I was.
Mm.
Also, this place is what it is. It's very heavily defensible, and unlike the rest of the city, difficult to get to. While I am not really the purpose of a lot of these defenses, I like to be close to the beating heart of the reason this city exists.
And if tomorrow we have prevented a tragedy tonight, how much safety can this provide to the vast majority of the city?
Very little. This place might seem it is large, but you must understand my city has so many. We do not have an accurate count of how many people are within our borders that live here. And by some estimations, 20% of the city at any given time are foreigners.
Well, we're about to be in some hot shit.
We have a lot more foreigners in the city soon.
Dang immigrants. Coming here, stealing our bodies.
How quickly? This is a general Gary question. Would we have any idea how quickly vampires could turn corpses into a further fighting force?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, we saw Margot. She was like,
You did it pretty quickly.
She was like, "Hey, just bring me some corpses so I can get some ghouls."
Yeah.
Remember?
So you
Fun.
don't expect it's going to be very long.
Yeah.
It's not a like I need several days type of.
Fun.
Every death we prevent is a soldier we kill.
So, yeah.
That's one perspective.
Anything else that you guys would want to say from this? At least from her perspective, semi-disastrous conversation.
Wait, that's really interesting. What in his vision there weren't many guards. I wonder how many of those were people that were.
Yeah, were any of the ghouls in my vision wearing armor from Haven?
All of them.
God, that would
Armor, no, but like clothing of people, yes.
Right.
Bingo.
Okay.
But they would have a substantial force otherwise.
Maybe.
They do all
I
right.
don't think it's a maybe. I think it's. I don't know. Let's figure our shit out though. Let's.
Can we just ask her too, like how best we could assist? Like if she has a plan for us.
But she does have a plan.
She's
It
gonna,
just doesn't involve us, right?
she's gonna go get those artists.
And spread stuff around, but also go to those points of interest. And if you ask her, like, how would you guys use? She says, well, I'm not trying to speak down to you or to any of you. She speaks to Clotho first and then the rest of you. But if you wish to keep your masquerade as itinerant adventurers, I would use you as such and give you a position somewhere within the city to patrol or to search, to protect if it comes to that.
Did you purchase those stones from the Vito vampire?
They both come from Vito operatives. That one was purchased in the city. That one was purchased in Grace.
Did she say why she has two seals?
Lots of
Hello.
Any dishes I can steal?
oh my goodness. Like,
Quite a few.
Reviewing your forker.
I was gonna bring them up before.
I'm gonna leave with work with her. It is
You don't hear cup.
yes.
Josh, are we done with the student cup?
Oh, yes.
That's yeah.
Thank you.
It's what I was hoping for. Thank you.
You're the best.
Look at us making messes.
Yeah.
I thought. I forgot.
I don't want her to direct us to a specific part of town.
No.
Well, so what you'll sort of say is like, if I were to direct you, is there a particular area you think would be a place to be directed to? Basically,
Well,
I mean, that's where I see
that's just where you saw Sally.
Sally die.
We have no idea where Duke will be though.
Yeah.
We do not know where to begin to look for one vampire who does not wish to be found. However, perhaps where there is one vampire, there may be more.
but I'm not sure if I said it, but she said that she's going to be hiring adventurers to go and
Mhm.
do this. Part of her plan.
Is the Vito guy?
He's in the
Yeah.
unmarked B
He's
basement.
looking at. Basically.
But I don't think we need to go to him though.
Ally of Port Curie, so
But
maybe
did she buy it? She
got one from
bought one from him specifically.
Mhm.
So she would know if he looked
Like he had a
Like-
fugitive with him.
well, like he looked like the person she looks like.
Well, I don't think that that is him. I'm just saying, I think like if you were trying to get into a city to find a safe, maybe you would lean on a contact, and maybe he's a contact.
That's a thought.
Do you have any way of disrupting portal magic?
It is a long-term goal of the city to be like in any of the great cities and create a disruption network so that people will not be able to freely access. However,
We can do that.
the former owners of the city have made it very difficult to do so because they didn't want us to be able to keep them out.
Maybe Griffle could have a look at your beacon.
And the beacon stuff? Portals?
Doesn't the beacon?
Oh, yes, so.
Our beacon could stop portals.
I don't know if that's a beacon thing specifically, but we can certainly try.
You want to have like a little
I'll have a tinker.
car mechanic montage?
Mm-hmm.
She says,
Let us mirror that.
It's more like a hacker thing, and I'm gonna go up to the beacon and be like, I'm in.
you need like multiple monitors, a lot of DOS prompts opening.
Yeah.
So she says, you're keeping some of your secrets. I think it is only fair I keep some of mine. The beacon is our most valued object. Without it, the city does not exist. I would say that is something that could be arranged possibly after these fears of yours and now mine are proven to be true.
Understood.
I really hope you get to that long-term goal.
We also have decent capabilities to prevent portal travel
On our ship.
on our.
Would you let our very highly powered weapon ship hover over the city as a protection?
Is that actually what you're gonna ask her? Okay. It sounded like you said it out of character, but also I assumed Brock's thing was out of character, and it definitely wasn't.
Why be out of character? Come on. Someone's got to be chaotic. Jalene's not in the game, so I have to take her spot.
Morin is not a chaotic character.
Yeah, I definitely didn't do that.
I'm chaotic.
Is there anything else that you guys would talk to her about?
I don't think so at this moment. I can just ask her if, well, can we use some signatures? To send it to her if we find anything.
She says, I will give you the signature of my guard.
So,
you just do what it spells.
I did. I don't particularly want to give her mine, but here we are.
And yeah, that historical distrust of changelings. That's why. So
We don't need two of many.
so that sounds like she's gonna be like, I thank you for bringing this to my attention. A more formal, more exaggerated thanks will be needed should this turn out to be as problematic as you are stating. And should we all survive to see what happens on the other side? She goes to step away. And then the DM is basically asking the party for permission to close the scene.
Yeah, I think so.
real quick, so, because I did actually like the idea of the ship flying above. What is the size of the city, like diameter of the city? Or the core of the city, I should say.
Huge. Big.
Too big.
Huge.
You said the core of the city?
Yeah, like what the map is.
Still big.
Half an hour to cross.
No, I know, but
Through on city on
Couple
streets.
our
So-
beacon would cover it, right?
Huh?
Our beacon would cover that, right?
Yeah,
Their beacon covers it.
their beacon covers the whole city.
Okay.
But our beacon can't disrupt portal magic. Previous.
Correct. You don't have to-
Only with ownership.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say is we're sort of closing off there is if in it is not a matter of if, but a matter of when. And when we do save your city, as I know we shall, we wish to remain inconspicuous.
So
We can't guarantee that.
I mean, like she's
I mean,
like awesome.
We're the
wonderful.
heroes of Three
She's like-
Streets. We're the heroes of Hardhome. The heroes of Haven would also go nicely with my resume.
She's offering like formal thanks and acknowledgement. I'm saying we probably don't want a big song and dance made about it.
I want the Star Wars Episode 4 throne room scene.
Question though about the ship. Can it? I know you're saying it can't disrupt portals, but can it detect portals?
yes,
So if we
and you also know that their beacon can as well.
okay, so as long as one of the beacons can detect it, so we can at least get some idea of where people are portaling in.
So we can.
This is a tomorrow issue. We have so much time.
Yeah, we need to do it.
Let's do
tonight.
the today issue.
So, in scene, yes,
Yes.
yes, drop,
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah. So she gets up, she
Michael
goes,
wants to talk to Clovis.
she walks away.
I want Clotho to put some clothes on. I need two.
So she goes. I mean, the illusion of it, or the part you can see, is wearing clothes.
Sure.
So she goes to leave the room, stops sort of at the edge, and says, "To the one that it would hurt me to know, I would ask your name again." And then Clotho says, "And I do not wish to harm you, so I will not give it." And then she asks and says, "But I must insist. I ask, what is your name?" And then Clotho smiles at her and says, "Thrice asked and thrice denied."
God damn. That's like ultimate like backhand.
Yeah.
So you see,
This got disrespected.
Hope doesn't take it that way.
Hmm.
Hope smiles to herself. Good. At least things aren't that bad. And leaves the room.
Oh.
Oh, so she like knows like she knows she's at the court. And like it's at least
So hang on,
feelings
so
are
she
still
knows,
lowly.
she knows there's something there. And so was she asking to confirm, like if she knows a little bit of the nature of like the court, then she may be asking to confirm like because there's power in trees or something and
She made a made a point of, before she left, asking Clotho her name 3 times.
I also suspect
Clotho
that
said no 3 times. But the way that she said no,
changelings of
And then the
winter
rooster crowed.
are changelings of winter.
they usually don't fade, are they?
not from what you heard.
They were created by whom's?
But that back and forth, while it did sound very like ultimate shutdown,
Mm-hmm. Reassured her.
neither one of them seemed upset about it.
Mhm.
And Clotho smiled slightly, like, "Oh, like
I
more
get
like
what's going on here.
I understand what you're doing."
Yeah.
And then Hope said, "Ah, okay. At least it's not that bad."
Yeah.
And it leaves.
Which is why I mentioned winter, because in my head it's sort of like you're kind of
Nature to nature.
nature to nature. But also like fuck the winter court, you know.
I think it is some kind of like ritual that's just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It did seem like a lowercase r ritual, like a
Like a
Yeah, yeah,
flower.
like a ritualized
Right.
thing. Yeah.
there was
That's what I
She was happy that the protocols were followed in a way that she hoped.
like
Means
she
there's order
that was
and
definitely some kind
governance.
of call and response.
Yeah.
And Clotho seemed to be happy that the call and response was happening, or
Yeah.
at least respect that the call and response was happening. And then Hope seemed happy with the answer she was given.
Yeah.
So after she leaves, the bodyguard goes behind her, shuts the door. You hear the door unseal and reopen. And after being in here for probably 45 minutes,
That's 9 captions we could have done.
you guys can head back outside.
Do changelings live
a really long time.
I don't think we have that answer.
Nobody knows.
I had to go to the library.
Now is not the time.
Having fun isn't hard. If you do anything other than go to the library in your D&D game. Let's go! Save the city!
So
I was just like,
Today's session is a torture for my.
we've been going since 11. It's been 8 hours. All we've done is talk.
You took a nap.
He took a nap?
yeah,
When did he take a nap?
We took a
the
nap.
group to get to level 11 took a nap. In game, we took a nap.
I was like, where was he sleeping? Why was I not sleeping?
Also, it's only been 7 hours and 23 minutes.
Oh, my-
Okay,
oh, sorry. I didn't realize this was all. I was on like hourly wage.
All right, so you guys get led back out of the thing, and was the plane back to the ship? What's the?
No, I think we gotta go
I thought she gave us a destination.
look for places. Yeah. Poke around.
She gave you a destination.
Oh, you meant said, "Hey, we're gonna go to Basewick."
I said maybe we should go to Basewick to check out the Vito guy
Yeah.
because he's the only vampire.
Do we have to go back to the ship to get our shit, or is that already happened?
What ship?
It's already happened. It happened during your extended rest.
Yeah.
You guys, but basically, when you woke up, the quartermaster came in and gave you all of your shit.
Yeah, so we don't need to go to ship.
So, like I said before, it's about a half an hour walk to get to Basewick.
Wait, before we go, I want to have our own corpse light.
Okay.
I need it for me.
You do so. So you guys head through. Well, I mean, are you trying to be kind of roundabout? Are you trying to get straight to Basewick to see what's going on there, or is this like we're sort of meandering around the city looking with our corpse light type thing?
I don't know. How much
No, the corpse light's just, to me, it's like
it would be a waste.
it's a way to sort of expedite. We don't have to look as closely on our path as opposed to our path is being guided by the corpse light. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not taking any special route because you have the corpse light.
Yeah.
But you're also using it to not get surprised while you're on your normal route.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, if something lights up,
If it triggers harmlessly, like
That being said, does Morin light up?
Warren's
yeah,
up.
Warren, that was mentioned earlier.
Oh,
Warren's so lit right now.
Yeah.
I mean, even remnants, who are one of the more common type of undead, are still very, very rare. So you guys can make it all the way to pretty likely to make it all the way to Basewick without any.
let's
Oh no!
It's very likely that
You guys make it Basewick without it triggering at all. Basewick is like the square is pretty clearly designed to be a smaller version of the Heart Square. So there is like a circular black building in the middle that is much smaller than Heart Square. And it has that same sort of vibe to it, right? That it's this center of commerce and busy. It's kind of like a smaller city center. There's lots of people that are selling things. It's now in the evening, so there's not quite a festive atmosphere, but sort of that like people dining late meals outside, talking and that sort of stuff. Like the evening life is starting here. And the square has quite a few like bars and taverns and things on it.
Is there any possibility that this was the square from your vision?
It was not.
It was definitely Heart Square.
no.
Well, it's definitely not
No.
this one.
Oh, okay.
We believe it was Giant's Market.
Giants.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't Heart Square.
Heart Square is also very identifiable. Like
Like
Yeah.
a giant orb.
I just that makes sense. I thought, yeah.
No, you're fine.
it's a good question. Yeah, and when you get here, there is a so Rachel says food is ready whenever people would like food. So there is a guy that is set up on the northern side of the square. It looks like he has taken straight up like has made a fence around an area,
Mhm.
has fenced off, kind of pushed everyone else away from it, and has a little tripod with a pillow on it and a glass marble.
Mhm.
And that marble is projecting an image
Mhm.
onto the side of a building, very much like a big projector screen. And the projector screen is showing someone walking along this like pathway through what looks to be the interior of something that looks wild to the people here, but you guys would recognize it looks like a spaceship, like
Yeah.
an interior of like one of the space stations or something like that. It doesn't look like a world ship because again, there's no living pieces,
Mhm.
and some of the stuff looks very functional.
Mm.
But it looks a lot more like what you'd expect like the Minotaur area to look like, or what you saw in the visions of the Minotaur areas. That's what this thing looks like. And you see people are watching and talking, and there is a very clearly a vampire shows up on Corpse Light as a vampire who has the toe symbol on his very nice, sort of ornate but very flamboyant clothing. And he is talking and showing people, allowing them to see what the scrying orbs can do of walking around the space station, which is kind of boring-ish because nothing is really happening. But
Yeah.
it's a very clear picture.
Yeah.
And has these crates with
Yeah.
these things in them.
Are we able to easily hide the Dasong insignia on our clothing?
I mean, quickly, no, but I mean, if you wanted to do that before you got here, it would not be difficult to do so.
I think we should do that.
Yeah, I'll just change my armor into more plain clothes.
Since Griffle shit up the vampires, maybe we didn't do that.
Alright,
I
so
took the vampires to the vampires at court, and it was this weird moment where I was like, wow, like one guy pissed you off and then you killed like his entire family and his dog and his whole neighborhood and also the school where his kids went to school and the parents of the other kids at the school and their whole families. That seems a little excessive. And they were like, yeah, it was. And they were proud of that.
And then we learned that on the Songsman, collecting souls off account. Smile. Still don't know what's up with that. That's not concerning at all.
You get there, and the thing that everyone seems to be focusing on is this presentation, and like there's a ring of like food vendors that have sort of set up around the edges of the crowd that are all basically watching a movie. I mean, it's kind of boring, but it is fantastical in the stuff they haven't seen before.
Yeah, are people losing their mind like that movie with the train coming at the screen?
Yeah, kind of. It's people aren't like, wow, this is crazy, but like there's a lot of interest and focus on this thing.
Is this like to them quite high tech?
Yes.
Right. So like generally speaking, it is known that like people go out in space, right?
But that's like super wealthy, important people do that.
Right.
Elon Musk
It's like us.
and us.
Yeah, like, you guys have made it into space and doing other stuff well ahead of the curve, even for adventurers.
Right.
For your average person, seeing something, I mean, the one of many was able to figure out each one of those marbles is like 3,500 gold. That is an enormous. That's like not quite a lifetime's worth of money, but that's several years worth of income for a lot of people. And seeing one of those out in public and seeing someone do that, it's very impressive, right? Like it's something that's going to get a crowd to watch. This is a spectacle.
So would it be the equivalent of like if hologram technology was like real sophisticated on Earth,
Mhm.
and someone was like displaying this like out in the market and being like, yeah, you can have this at your home for like it creates like a plausible 3D hologram.
Yeah.
You can have this at your home for like a couple of $100 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not a couple hundred,
I
right?
mean, this is the equivalent. So, if we're gonna put it in like real life terms, imagine the next time you went to like a Walmart or something. Outside of the Walmart, someone was showing you a holodeck from Star Trek.
Yeah.
And saying, you can have one of these for $100,000.
Okay, so it's still expensive.
It's still
wildly inexpensive, out of range of being a purchase that most of like basically everyone that goes to Walmart is going to be able to make.
Yeah.
But even with that thing, being able to see it and walk around in the hologram and see
Yeah.
something there is still going to attract a crowd of people to look
Yeah,
at it.
cool. Alright.
And there are going to be like organizations that are like, hey, as a person, I can't buy a holodeck. But if I can get investors, I can, get a whole bunch of money and I can make a holodeck and have this be the holodeck experience. You have like people that are there to try to invest. You have just the normal people that are to watch. You also have people that are very wealthy and
Organizations, yeah.
organizations that are
Okay,
like,
yeah, cool.
how do I use this?
I was trying to put this into some context
Yeah.
that like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
That's good.
And that's the kind of the feel that it is where like the hologram is like way beyond your normal person to be able to be like, hey, bam, I made a hologram.
Yeah.
So this is sort of new, amazing technology for them. Magic is tech, but yeah, same thing.
So do we see so the guy that's there, the Vito, are they all those giants or was that just like one off Vito Vito?
You can see this guy's insignia, and it is not the same as the giants.
Okay.
So this guy's insignia looks like a bunch of ropes tied together, like a big knot.
But I mean
It is the Vito symbol.
Lee DeVito was like a giant.
Yeah, he
He
was like
was-
12 feet tall or something.
Yeah.
Is this person giant? Okay.
Yeah, he's more normal sized. Okay.
Oh.
I thought you were talking about the guy that
Yeah.
accosted you.
Are vampires made in the way that we would think they are?
Somewhat, yeah. So for example, in way back when in the Desang area, the Vrailoka, they like to be called Sudakro, which means under the fang, as if they are about to be turned into a vampire. That means that they're sort of the best servants of the vampires, but not vampire yet. So yes, there is a certain measure of not everyone who gets fed upon becomes a vampire, but there is a way for vampires to make more of themselves
Right.
in that way.
And they would not reproduce in the traditional sense.
Very rarely, yes, but generally, no. The vast majority of people that are vampires are not born vampires.
Okay. Are there vampires who would like be turned into vampires and not be part of the courts? Or would they only consent to turn people who they were like, yeah, you're pretty loyal, like we're gonna.
You're not sure. That part is there is the assumption that all the vampires are part of whatever court turned them.
Mhm.
Whether there are exceptions to the rule or not is not a
known.
not a commonly known thing. So he's up there, he's saying, showing them all this, explaining where this is, what they're, kind of giving a spiel of this is what you're seeing, this is what's going on here. We're showing the might of the Vampire Council and the united force that is the council's will and all this sort of stuff. For what you will see is you will see stuff like this, but with weaponry involved and on a scale that you will never see in your lifetime.
So his is active. Ours are not.
Yeah, and his is like it's like proper
It's like
crystal
used
balls
for
in it. Yeah,
display.
like this is like a prop,
Yeah.
more or less.
Do we want to talk to this guy or do we want to just skulk around?
Definitely not going to be like, hey man, you ever see any
Is Taylor vampire?
see any ugly looking dudes around? Is he glowing? Is he green?
Yeah. He triggers the word.
I mean,
Can you see it in
I
the
could
green?
talk to him.
I don't know how it works. Yeah.
I could talk to him. I don't have any association with the song.
But you still cannot
Don't insult him.
I
well no, you still can't just tell him things that might trigger because then you would die.
But what I'm saying is, like, I could talk to him and it not be suspicious.
He probably knows that this attack is coming because he is allied with the vampires that are attacking.
Right.
So
He wouldn't just give up that information.
no. So we wouldn't want to tell him anything.
Like what-
Is he just set up
What's
in
the
an
point?
outside shop, or does he have like a physical store that he's based out of as well?
He's made like a fenced off area next to the side of one of these big buildings,
Mhm.
and he has like crates that are sitting in the fenced off area.
Okay.
So he doesn't have his own like shop or anything like that. He's just using the side of this building. And from the the way that the stuff is kind of wrapping partially around the building, it maybe he like rented the building or something, because it doesn't look like whatever this building is used for is going to get a lot of use while this dude's here.
Jeez. One, we could break into the building and just not talk to this guy. Or two, we could pretend that we are very wealthy and we have this small set of little balls, but we want to buy a deluxe set like what he has of the full set. And so,
Did we borrow those from
I
home?
thought we
We did.
do have
Yeah.
the full set. Am I
no,
missing-
but like, you know, we could be like,
He has the.
oh, I want the big one
Yeah.
for my big party,
Yeah.
Oh, we can do that.
and see if he could take us into the back to show us the special.
Right, just show us the special items. Yeah.
Then we can knock him out and take his clothes.
Script was obviously for this plan. Not the vampire out of him.
Like an unnecessary extra step that
If I
maybe has. Maybe has.
I would like to speak to the regional manager.
I am the
Alphonse, like,
to the
Is
regional
that really the
manager.
plan?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Oh my
Am I
god.
against that?
One of many, put your Karen energy back on.
No, all in one's plans, you'd be like, then we take his clothes.
So, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, so this guy is,
Made the city if he's naked, obviously.
this guy has like a little, you know, one step up wooden platform that he's standing on. It's like 10 feet across.
But it looks like he rented out the building. You said.
Yeah, it looks like he rented out the building
Like I'm
behind him.
assuming he has a showroom or like a soccer in the back.
He might, yeah. It's nothing that he can get to from where he is, so it's
Yeah.
probably not something that he himself would like take you back to, or maybe he would, but he'd
Maybe
have
he
to leave
would.
this stuff out here.
Yeah.
Does
he not have other people
Do
working?
you have people? Yeah. Has he got like
No
a
one-
crew?
Staff?
no one that you can see around other than just him. And none of the people that are sort of around are triggering the undead ward,
Do like an insight check
or
to notice like anyone that looks like they may be watching for any unsavory fellows like ourselves.
oh,
like
so like
secret muscle.
Are we being watched?
Secret muscle, that's a good idea.
Detect secret muscle?
Or I guess
Hang on.
would that be perception or insight?
did anyone's perception or insight change when you leveled?
Yes. 24s.
No. Not a chance.
So yours are 23, 28. So
That'd be the thing.
man, I don't know. I'm asking.
None of my,
No,
none of my
yours did.
skills change except for charisma.
Foxy, yours are still 20 each. Correct.
Did anyone?
I don't know if mine changed or I had them calculated wrong before. They went from 15 to 16, so you know, a huge difference.
Mine didn't change at all. Did you get an extra point in wisdom?
He might have his wisdom might have bumped up to
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh.
So your passive insight, you're like, hey, I'm looking around. Is there anything? Would be you're probably looking for passive perception, not passive.
That's what I was asking.
So your passive perception would see that around the sides of the building, there are two group on each side of the building. There is a couple of guys, and by that I mean like there's two on each side of the building, that look like hired muscle.
Yeah.
They don't ping the ward, but they're watching the front and the back of the building, and they're watching sort of the edge of the fenced in area. Like they're watching the crowd and looking around, and
For anyone who would try to go into the building.
they look like they definitely notice that you guys are here, but they don't like seem bothered that there's like adventurers, right? Like you guys look like adventurers. There's those in the city, and it's like, okay, they're there looking around.
Do they look like, are they mean mugging or are they just like?
They're definitely mean mugging. They're trying to look like don't start shit so we don't have to do anything.
Well, you want to start some shit, not like fight, but like just like say what's
So
up.
make attack rolls to people and see what happens.
Say what's up.
So.
So we could do change self to look fancy.
Not do change self.
Why?
We talked about this.
No, we talked about the thing that you keep saying incorrectly, and yes, you can change them.
Change self is the one that I can do.
Yes.
Which one do you think we can do?
He keeps getting that confused with the spell alter ego, which you cannot do.
What's that?
It's like
It's-
the same. It's changed stuff, but it's a martial skill instead of.
Yeah, it's a similar thing, but it's not a ritual.
Is it a martial practice?
Martial practice, yeah. So
It's basically a ritual.
I mean, we could probably just talk to the guy.
it is very similar.
But if they think we look like adventurers and we want, and the con is that we want to look.
I mean, adventurers have a shitload of money,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
And we are also decked out in like brand new gear, like Superman.
Freshly polished Shadow Warlock armor.
Yeah, let's go talk to them. We don't need to talk to the big guy,
Let's talk to the big guy and try to get him to take us in the back.
but he's not going to leave us there. That's what you say.
Well, he's got all his guards. Like he could call somebody over for a minute.
If we make it worth his time.
If we make it seem like we are like the Elon Musk of his customers, he
Yeah.
will give us the personal service that we're after.
If he's anything like me,
that is the point I was making, is that like for normal people, he would have to stop his presentation and step away from presenting to a bunch of people.
Yeah.
It is going to be difficult, not impossible, it's going to be difficult to get him to actively say, all right, I'm not going to advertise to all of these people. I'm going to stop doing that. to
But
all of
also,
these people."
we
aren't
are
they
the
selling-
Elon Musk.
Aren't they selling these at a loss?
Yes.
Yes.
But
But they're not selling the big one.
and
Right.
we could say we're hosting a big party.
Yes.
You know, more eyeballs.
A big
Yeah.
party. Let's go with Dr. Green.
Yeah, let's go up to him and
To represent certain interested
We represent the
parties.
Lollipop
Why?
Guild.
What?
why do the people with the lowest charisma scores always start the conversations?
So do you want to be like,
It
fucking
sounds-
you're not starting? Walking forward.
We talked about this. It's because you don't.
Yeah.
Quit
Barry
bitching.
was still talking.
I would like to refer. I'd
So
like to refer to my Discord message that says the reason I don't like Morin is because he never takes action.
Morin, would you like to take action?
mine. Yes. So I'm walking up and I get his attention, jingle my little phone on my hip.
Your bag of astral diamonds.
Clink, clink.
And I say, sir, if you have a moment, I'd be interested in purchasing something more along the lines of, and I point at the big crystal that is displaying.
Ah. He kind of like takes a brief second and kind of like, you can see his like price check on your equipment.
It's just under 50 pounds.
Oh, I actually have money. Like again, it's not like
It smells poor.
in D&D land, right? You don't have the people with the 3-piece suit. You have the people with like the glowing magical
All
armor.
my slots are filled.
Gross.
That must
So-
be a little uncomfortable.
So he does that. Okay. Oh, you're definitely someone. He says, my young man, it's not necessarily the best picture with this impact. And he kind of steps out. He pulls a little like marble from his pocket. It is, please, it will only be a moment. I promise. And he takes the big one off of the stand, and the light dies away. And several of the people in the crowd go, "Aww."
Damn
And then
rich people.
he takes the marble out and sticks it on the spot. And as soon as he places it onto the thing, the exact same image just pops back up, and it is
4K.
it's not only the same image, but it's like much clearer. It's much better quality with the smaller stuff.
Show them what we got.
So like you saw before, and it kind of looked like, now that you see the difference, it's like, oh, you're watching it at a much higher resolution.
Mhm.
And he kind of says the ball, this thing is, and he kind of like taps it against one of those little tent or like a post that he's using as the barrier. This thing is the old model, good for demonstrational purposes and a little bit harder to steal, but it's not what we're selling. He puts it back on and puts it back in his pocket. I assure you, if you get one of ours, and he pulls one of them out of the stack, you will be impressed with the quality of what you have. These stones here are bought with any set. These two are only for the most discerning of eyes. And you see he kind of cups the two black ones in his hands, and then he kind of holds this out and then holds the two black ones in the hands, like, which are you wanting? Are you wanting the pauper version, or are you wanting the full package?
Yeah.
Sir, I pull this out of my bag.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. Does it have all 7 in it or? Okay.
Not this, yeah.
A friend of ours purchased this from you a couple days ago. And you see, this friend of ours, they are so uppity. They are always trying to tell us, oh, I bought this thing. I bought this thing. I am so I am so great. I bought this thing. Look at this thing.
Help me complain.
And you see, for once, there is such a buzz about these stones. We hear such good things about you and our friend with these stones. I would like to show them we have the biggest stones, the best stones.
The biggest stones.
The best stones. The best people to do the things.
Jesus.
Sir,
All of my friends tell me I have the biggest stones.
I'm looking for fake news.
Alex, I have all my friends out on my dick.
yes, we have a party on our deck. We want to show them our big stones. Can you please?
I love it.
Can you please help us here? Money is no object. My husband, he will pay very much money. We just want to show our friends these big stones.
I look at this rock.
I was like, I just not. Yeah,
Casually. Like,
big stones, yes.
that's absurd. Thank you for every part of that.
I think you have 2 now.
Yeah, you can only have one, so you'll have to offer that to somebody else or offer the one you have to somebody.
The will defense. Does anybody want
I have
it?
Will
really
defense.
good will defense.
I do too.
But I could make it better.
Yeah, but like, did you read it?
Yeah, but
Okay. I want to read the rest of it.
oh, you said implicit. Okay.
Hand that over to the other.
Give it a griffle.
There you go, ritual caster.
Oh,
Wait, already.
that's our ritual caster one.
You have it. You already have it.
Oh, here you go, Griffle. I have a wind.
Pass it around.
Oh my gosh.
It's +5 to
We
will
could make-
and use that in place.
We
of
could
your
make
defense.
2 corpse lights.
Oh.
I know. I thought
We could have
one time.
we could have done 12 instead of 6.
So, yeah, you got to give me
You know
some
what the
sort of
fucking
like
worst part of
diplomacy.
this is? I started this conversation and then she interrupted me, and she's the one that has to do the roll.
I'm very much for it's great that you're doing this. I would still like for you to be the one to do the role. I was trying to explain it like, do you need to roll to assist? Is the question I'm trying to get out of my mouth.
Whatever you want.
No, I'm asking you, like, do you need to roll? Can you automatically succeed or do you need to actually roll for it?
Certainly
What?
not.
It's DC 20.
She has to.
Diplomacy.
Yeah.
You definitely.
yeah, I could definitely fail.
Okay.
I kind of like.
Was that
Okay.
11?
Probably not.
yeah, 11 plus. I think it's definitely at least 10.
If you
yeah,
are
11 plus.
aligned to what the
No, ignore that part. That's from the other campaign.
Alright, so you're assisting me.
Yes, that was helpful. In case you couldn't tell.
As soon as you call me your husband, I'm like,
glowing green. So yes, diplomacy at +2, please.
diplomacy at +2. You should also roll secretly just to see if you roll better than me in this. 3 plus 18, 21, 23. Sorry, I use this every encounter. 28.
28. So 28 will get you over the bar to hard DC. So he gets a big grin in his face, showing that very clearly vampiric nature. Ah, you're looking for something to impress people that can afford to be impressive. Well, if that's the case, I might have something that would be of special interest. And he kind of like goes, he says, if you'll give me a moment, I need to speak with the populace.
The horse.
So, And he goes and says, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back in just one moment. If anyone is looking to make a purchase and is able to do so, the prices remain unchanged and I will be back shortly. And then after a second, he says, and for any of those who are interested in their 5-finger discounts, I assure you that one of these kind gentlemen here and here will be happy to relieve you of all 5 of your fingers. And then there's a little bit of a chuckle from a couple people in the crowd, and then he steps off the platform.
Nervous chuckles.
And then he steps off the platform and goes just this way. So he leads you around to the other side of the store. And the store on the inside looks like it was like a wheelwright. It's a Wainwright. Wainwright? Yeah, Wainwright.
Yeah.
And it's am I saying the right way?
I mean, you might be, and I probably just don't know what that means.
The person who makes wings. Right.
Yes, clearly.
Hello.
Am I insane? Is that those?
That's definitely
No,
not-
it's the correct word. I actually don't know what it means, but I have heard it before.
He's a pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh.
Okay, no, it's a guy who repairs wagons. All right. It's like it's not a wheelwright because it's like wagons.
Oh, that's the wheel guy.
Yeah. Wainwright.
Aha! I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Or Cartwright.
Yes.
That's the word I'm familiar with, but I've heard Wainwright before. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like making me down. So it's the Wainwrights. So it's pretty open and big. It's kind of designed, kind of like what you'd imagine, like like mechanics, right? It's big enough that you can bring an entire cart inside. So it's a pretty big place. It's been cleared out. And then he will have to open the door, and then he grabs hold of a curtain and then moves it across. And you can see there's like a complicated like latching thing where you can push a heavier door across, but he doesn't do that. He just moves the curtain. And then he puts his hands as you guys all get gathered around a small, and by small table, I mean it's basically like a stool. And he says, so you're looking for something very specific. I have a few things that could be even more interesting than what you saw outside. But is this in particular for the presentation of what is about to happen in deep space? Spectacle all in its own right? Or are you looking for another item that is unique, even among the context of what you can see outside?
So, real quick, as we're coming in, does this guy have like a magical aura?
Yeah.
And would he know if I were trying to detect magic in the building?
He would probably know, but
That's probably pretty normal.
yeah, it's not that unusual, right?
So, don't you have a ritual that like lets you determine where people are in a space?
No, I got rid of that. You're talking about the neck piece. I
Mm.
got rid of the ESP medallion.
Okay. I want to see if you could like detect if there were other people in the building.
No, what I tuned that up for no recovery.
Oh, the cloak of displacement is what I changed. Okay, yeah. So I guess is there like anything else, not magical, I guess, but potentially any other magic users in the building? Hidden traps, doorways.
Secret doors.
Could be
Secret
it
doors.
would be check magic. Give me just a second. What is your arcana?
I'm at a plus 13.
13 does not seem to be anything that triggers it. The heat. So several of the crates that are spread around have pretty clearly magical stuff in them. Most of the crates read as having the same magic thing, like over and over and over again, like it's a whole bunch of the same spell signatures.
Mhm.
There's one crate that is kind of on the stack that has a bunch of weird stuff in it that's kind of hard to see. Like you're pretty certain there's some sort of either materials or enchantment on the box to make it difficult to see what's inside of it, even magically speaking. And the guy is wearing like a lot of magical equipment. Like he's got several magic items in his pocket, while his kind of floofy outfit looks, like it's just clothing. It's very clearly enchanted armor. And he has an implement, a magic implement that is in a little sling behind him.
what keeps. I think it's like trying to connect my phone.
Basically, he glows with magic.
Mhm.
The magic around him glows, but it also just looks like he has a whole bunch of crates of these.
Mhm.
And then he's got one smaller crate that's set aside that looks like it's something else.
Okay.
And so he asked if we want to see something special.
Well, he's trying to see, like, do you want to make the presentation that you're going to see from these better and more interesting and more fanfare? Or are you looking for something else? Because he does sell other things that aren't just this. So if you're looking for something special that's not this, he's going to be offering you different things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll say, of course, we want something that's going to optimize our viewing experience for the upcoming conflict. But we're always tempted by the latest magical trinkets with which to impress our guests.
I also want to speak up and say apologies for speaking out of turn, Master, but to maximize the I'm saying that to you, Morin. But to maximize the viewing experience, it would be best to know when it will be taking place, so you can plan your party appropriately and have food prepared.
The logistics and the cost after we have determined the quality of the product.
Me though.
Yes, Master.
If
How are we to provide the catering? As your personal chef.
That's really funny. Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
Yes, that's why I say that's a shut drop down. Those goes, yes.
I want to figure out when this is happening, though.
I 100% do as well. But I feel like I've been thrust into this super weird context.
Married with servants.
Like every time I'm like having to reevaluate my position to every other person in the party.
Come on.
Carrying on a charade with this person.
Come on, Captain, just deal with it. Just roll with it.
Like, I don't have the role obligations, please. They're providing them. I don't know why Warren doesn't take more actions on his own.
Go so loud.
Oh, that. So
Remember when this is a free city, like empty of slaves?
So like he's listened to the exchange. I do need a bluff check, although the DC is going to be lowered because that was fucking hilarious.
7 and 14? 16. 7 and 16, so 23?
23. You're off by 10. No.
Oh, I see.
yeah, I thought you meant see as well. I was like, Jesus. This is for his normal roll.
33, right. So he kind of just, oh yes, no, that is well, if this is going to be a more exclusive clientele, you've got something that needs planning and things like that, people to invite that might be, people worthy of impressing. I would say if you were interested in actually purchasing one of our more premium items, I might have additional information on allowing your chef and servant to more properly time things.
Oh, honey, you simply must. If we can get those invitations out before the Joneses, our party will be the largest.
This is.
Oh my god.
Of course. What premium item would have attached this level of insight?
We just spend a shit ton of money.
So he's gonna put forward two things, and since you've kind of given like both answers, right? Like he's like, do you want to just impress in general, or are you looking to make this an impressive party? And the answer is yes. So
Yeah.
he's like, okay, well, if that's what we're doing, he's gonna say, now if you are truly discerning buyers, the visuals are one thing, but this is something out of reach of the normal folk, and even, I would say, the lesser nobility. He goes to the box, says a word, and you see some enchantment kind of fade away from it. He reaches down inside and pulls out a ruby that is like the size of a quarter.
Was this the box with the different markings?
This is the one with the different markings. So he pulls out a ruby the size of a quarter. I don't know coins. Does that make sense to you for size wise, Griffle?
A coin?
Yeah, like a
A
big
quarter.
coin.
Yeah.
Like a
It's actually this size. This
Yeah.
is quarter size.
So he pulls out a ruby that's like that big. And it has kind of markings around the edges, like there's like it's set into something, almost like a nice piece of like a brooch or jewelry, but there's no chain attached to it. And he sets it down and he says, this is something that would make your experience premier. Being able to see is one thing, but being able to hear as well, now that is something that would set you apart. This is a gem of auditory recollection, and it would allow you, once connected with our other system, to hear what is happening through that individual, although it works with any particular stone. Using all of them at once would be chaotic. We would be looking to sell one of these for, let's say, 40,000.
Oh, could you recommend which of these stones would be closest to the action, providing the best auditory experience?
So the way this works is it can move between scenes as you wish to move between scenes. If you wish to set up all 5 at once, you could do so, of course.
5.
There's 7, but he's talking about the 5 clear stones. So he says, if you wish to set up all 5 at once, this magic will not work with having a gem for each stone. Anything that is too close will cause a lot of feedback and the sound will be jumbled. But what one could do is have a servant who was of moderate intelligence simply be able to move between the stones to allow the microphone to pick up the one that is the most interesting in the moment. I assure you that each of the 5 stones will have things that will be something you wish to hear. And if something was unpalatable, if you had people that had weak stomachs and things of that nature, you could move it away. There is one thing to have your eyes hidden from a particular particular sight that disagrees with you. Hiding yourself from a sound that one of your guests might find disagreeable could be significantly harder.
Oh, honey, we must have it.
We must have it.
She's just cycling through.
One of many accents that she has. Yeah, so I will take it. As he's, I don't know, packing it up, I'll
Now
ask.
this is a sort of thing for the group. Does the group actually have enough just
No,
spare money on their
We
wealth by
don't.
level to afford it?
I do not.
How much are people below budget?
I'm very
80 gold.
How much,
80 gold.
how much money did we get?
We do not have.
So your budget is 50,000 right now.
I bought one thing.
What's your total wealth though? Do you know what it is?
It's
Well,
not like
make it harder.
The ship has like 180k.
Well,
We are
do you
not
take master
dropping.
Well, okay, so first off, I haven't shopped. I was looking but haven't found anything. But I would never say that we'd be traveling with that money. I would say, we'd have to go to our ship, set up the transfer of funds. He has to set the item aside, make it seem more official.
So the thing is, that seems more likely is this is an amount of money that you probably, I mean, it's possible the group has on hand, but it'd be pretty unusual to just on the table. Like
I had 23,000.
I don't think I've spent.
Wait, why are you so far below?
Because I didn't prep for 11 item shopping. I prepped for 10. Because there was a long the time between being 10, being 9 and being 10, and being 10 and being 11, and having the opportunity to shop was much shorter. Yes.
So if we have 2 people that are significantly under budget, which is you and Dronk, it is pretty reasonable to assume you could actually have 40,000 on you. But But it's something that we'll kind of have to take into account as like group funds that, someone will have to afford this item. But that is only half of the thing that he's proposing. This is for the viewing experience. And he has,
right.
and if that's something, if you're like, all right, let's take it, we'll buy it. He smiles at that, rubs his hands together. Oh, excellent, excellent. And another thing that would be of great value for some of the similar sorts of things is you will always have doubters, non-believers. People that say, oh, this is a pretty illusion, this is a pretty toy, and illusions are cheap. This is no seeming. This is nothing that is being a veil pulled over the eyes of those that just want to believe a spectacle. No, this is truth that they see through the seeing stones. This is as things are. And for those that have an extra unwillingness to believe, he pulls another stone out and places it down. And this one it's like a thin disc, and it's held into a little ring of gold, and it looks a lot like a monocle. It doesn't look like it'd be very comfortable to wear, but it's like something you'd be able to hold up to your face to see through. And then he says, this is a gem of seeing. And if you look through it, it will be something that dispels and shows illusions and falsehoods and things of that nature. So if they believe it is illusion, they can look through this, especially if you're able to have some illusionist or something show an example of something that can be seen through. They can see it for the truth that it is.
That seems like a really useful thing for like us to have just in general.
People punch us in.
But we have Clotho.
Can you tell me the purpose behind the 2 black stones?
Well, and is this like he's kind of wrapping the first thing up, and you're kind of pulling out money and stuff,
Yeah.
and he's like looking at the large amounts of currency that are coming out, and he's like, well, the black stones, I will be perfectly honest with you, I don't know their exact purpose, so I can't tell you precisely what they're going to be used for. However, I can tell you that they are, by design, going to be a special show. Something that people who believe they have a little bit of money, but want to show that they're one step above. This, for them, is what this is for you. He gestures towards the special thing you bought.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of the, one step down of the premium stuff. And these are meant to be short-lived, much more detailed, much more tactile. If someone holds one of the black stones when they are activated, they will be able to experience, not see or hear.
It's VR.
Yes, yes.
They will
yes.
experience something. Now, the magic is significantly stronger. And so it can't be something that can be viewed for hours like these more simple devices. But it is something that will leave you with something that is very, very poignant. Again, I don't know exactly what the special show is going to be, but what I do know is that it is going to be unforgettable. The armies are massing, known around all parts of the city, and what is to come is going to be talked about for ages.
On that. So as he's steering us back,
I beg of you, please.
yes.
trying to get you back into the win.
Win.
Trying to get him back onto the subject.
Oh,
Win.
right. Yeah, we did return to that. So, yeah, as he's packing it up, I'll be like, so when should I tell my guests? When should I prepare for my guest?
So he does. Also, the gem of seeing is 13,000. So it's still cheaper. It's still pricey, but
That's reasonable.
it's less crazy expensive.
Is it a wondrous item?
It is a wondrous item. And it doesn't completely do what he says that it does,
Mm-hmm.
but it helps you with things that he says it does. And it does something that he doesn't talk about that is actually really useful outside of the perspective of this party.
Okay.
So it lets you see invisible creatures as if they're visible.
Mm.
So he
Just imagine one picking it up and just and just seeing tons of shit.
Well, I'm actually curious. Does that show Clotho? I'm curious if it would show Clotho.
Would you check?
She would probably say, nah.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'd check. If I got my hands on it subtly, I would definitely check.
We could say,
Yeah.
sir, I don't believe this works. May we try it? I can't do that because I already sound like a little gremlin.
The Dobby.
So, he's wrapping it up. He gets it all stuff. You guys are paying. He's.
I have one more thing I want to do after I get the web.
Okay.
Just FYI.
So he says, well, of course, I cannot give you something that is that valuable for free, and you have paid excellent money for good product. And I must know that this information is something that is not to be resold. I
Absolutely.
know that this is going to have great value on when things occur. So, as a agreement between us as good business people, I would ask for your word that if I tell you, you will not tell others.
That sounds like a very specific word.
Honey, you cannot tell others. They will tell the Jones. You know the Jones will pay so much money to know.
He's smiling like he's like, yes, of course. Obviously, this would be a problem for these socialites. Then he goes, tomorrow morning there will be an announcement, and the battle lines will be drawn. There's going to be a short presentation. Explain to the people that he kind of gestures towards the side of the building where the people are all outside. They don't know what is out there. They don't know of ships and armies. And
It's true. These people so ignorant.
truly, there will be a presentation tomorrow morning for the ignorant masses
Boobs.
to properly show them what they're looking at, to make them understand. Tomorrow night is going to be the night where everything comes together.
Oh,
You know,
Okay.
honey, it would be great. Do you have an expert in such things who would come to our party and explain? Perhaps another.
You're bouncing between like Italian grandmother and like
I love it.
upstate New York lady. It's very
Question. It's another one such as yourself, Luis. We do not know the context of these people. Do you have a friend, perhaps, who could come to our party?
also
The Joneses. The Joneses would be for Clint.
Lion.
I love it.
What?
We're just cycling through. And he goes, Madam, I must give my most sincere apologies. But in order to make sure the product is properly functional, I am going to be here
But the
rather
first-
than here.
But you must know someone. Another such as yourself, an expert in this conflict.
If I knew someone who would be an expert in this conflict and be able to explain it to you in great detail,
Perhaps a short consult, some talking points.
Hmm.
So that I could tell that Jones once and forever, you know nothing.
Once and forever.
so you see him, you can sort of tell that he doesn't have something good, but he's trying to like okay, they're spending a lot of money. They just immediately bought the thing that I was selling. Is there some way I can put something together, right? Like, is there some way I can find something to sell here? And then as the wheels are sort of turning, you see kind of a click, and he goes, actually, the issue here is that there is you see when he licks his lips, the sort of vampiric nature, the fangs grow a little bit longer, his face goes a little bit whiter, the eyes grow a little black. There's a rumor, a delicious rumor, that the location of this is going to be something that only a true expert would understand. And I do not know from official channels. I might have someone who could give you understanding at your party.
this would have to be something that would be a special arrangement. We'd have to discuss for proper payment afterwards. But given that you've made such a purchase here, I can at least introduce you, and you can offer them something, and we will discuss my finder's fee.
Oh,
But of course,
my
this
lord,
sounds
it would be such as having a sommelier match the tone of the discourse with the meal. It would be grand. How great a party you should throw. You simply must.
honey, we simply must. She is correct.
Fuck the Joneses. I don't know how to say like it's Yoda or something. I don't know how to say that properly. Like little gremlins. The Joneses.
It's not that kind of party.
You didn't buy the right magic items for the dance party, sorry.
So I'm not seriously. Of course, of course. Okay.
Okay, so he says he is an expert in very obscure areas that are not known near here. I don't think you know this.
Why does that name sound so
No,
familiar?
that does not.
Because Lotaro Gar.
Let me make sure I'm not.
That's not it. It's something else.
Sorry, Bill.
Lothar. Lothar, the Lion of Lordaeron.
Maybe that's what it is.
He said Loshar.
Loshar is
did.
the guy's name.
Yeah, yeah. Lorash? Is Lorash somebody? Or Lorath? Lorath from Diablo. That's what's throwing me.
We got there. So no, Lorash is a
Loshar.
sorry,
Yeah.
Loshar. Thank you.
Sorry.
He's like, you guys just went to a bunch of names that were similar, and I'm bad at names anyways. And so,
I know.
So so he says that Loshar is an expert on these sort of strange esoteric things, would be a good talking person. And he might not understand why I'm sending you. However, there is a strong rumor of the location, which is obviously secret, of where this is. If he is going to be invited to your party, I believe you could have him prepare some talking points to explain to your esteemed guests what and where the plane of the Iron Tower resides.
What?
Hey,
Wait,
just wake
that
up.
doesn't make any sense. That's not the Imperium.
Why would the vampires want to attack Aegis?
Why would the
I mean, I
vampires
know-
say
I
they're
know they
attacking
don't
the Imperium
like
and they're
them.
attacking the plane of the...
That's just like good warfare, man.
Okay, but at least we've established it is not Haven. They're not advertising the death of Haven to Haven.
I don't know, that's like, it doesn't necessarily make it a good thing.
No.
Yeah, now we have two fights on our hands, Haven and the Iron Tower.
Okay, so this is what I wanted, and I'm so terrified that this is going to have to be an insight check. Because I have terrible insight.
What are you trying to insight check? I have good insight. I'm a goblin.
Yeah. And we can telekinetically talk, which is great.
Yeah.
When he said...
He's drawing me a message in the air.
It's just tapping your forehead.
It's Morse code! It's Morse code, Michael!
You can telekinetically talk, so Grip will punch someone in the brain.
As the
I
Lord
like the idea that
commands.
like you treat me like your little servant man, so you're like tapping me on the head. As you're doing that,
So what is it you're trying? You're what is it that Josh is wanting to make this check for?
His face became gaunt, his fangs came out, and his eyes got dark when he was talking about there's rumors about the location of the attack.
Yeah.
And he could arrange for somebody to be at our party, talk about it.
Mhm.
What I want to know is, was he... You'll have to help me figure out how to word this, but was it almost like he wanted someone or wished that he could be the person to be at our party to devour us if they were attacking Kate?
So what it looked like was there was a momentary of like giving into hunger,
Mhm.
and you guys can make we can do an insight check here. If that's what you're.
Because I'm
was
thinking
causing him to give
if
it to
the
Hunger.
actual thing is they are going to attack Haven,
Like a multi-pronged.
we would presumably also be victims.
Mhm.
And was he kind of relishing the idea of taking our money?
Is he,
and then
is he
also
like
taking our-
mocking us? Yeah.
That's what I would like to think.
I gotcha.
You think he doesn't respect us?
And would you?
I think it's
As long as he doesn't respect the Joneses.
I'm gonna say that that's something you could do a real quick, like maybe not ask fully, because again, people that are familiar with I almost said telepathic communications are kind of used to noticing when people are doing it. But if you wanted to do a like, hey, look at this to one of your allies, they can make a insight check. So who would you sort of
It would be filibuster.
taps you on the shoulder?
Tap me on the forehead. Telekinetic. I'll do it.
So it is something that there's a check that I make because it
Okay.
would be a you don't know whether you succeed or fail.
Sure.
And I have your insight over here, so I've already made it.
Oh.
You can tell that that was his reaction to having this information. Like he thinks this information is like power, right? The vampires, especially like the super politically savvy ones, like get off on knowing more than everyone else around them.
Game of Cups.
Game of Cups.
So that's him going, I have a cup. I
Mhm.
have this is like real valuable information. And almost like this was him like showing off a little bit. Like
He's horny for politics, like Baneslayer is horny for.
for murder. So like that was him. That was him getting into his vampiric nature a little bit and being like,
Sally Man is horny.
this
for
is
being-
real power. This is
Okay.
the shit.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily like he's going to come after you, but like you know, like this is information that I shouldn't have. This is real juicy stuff. And I'm gonna get, you know, a lot of points for having this be a thing.
Right. And then when he says Loshar should be able to tell you about the plan of the Iron Tower, is that a pretty strong indication that whatever attack is being televised is going to happen there?
Or that's part of it.
Is that we should?
I mean,
At least that's what he thinks is going.
What is the Game of Cups?
So the Game of Cups and the Game of Swords are the two different sort of
Oh,
vampire games.
yep. The Game of Cups is like the Game of Houses from Real Time.
Yeah, so same thing, but
Yes, they are.
so the game it's kind of like the Game of Houses from not Wheel of Time, from Game of Thrones. But the idea is that the monarch, the person who's actually sitting on the Iron Throne, the whole point of the game of Game of Thrones is to be the person sitting on the throne.
Yeah.
The Game of Cups isn't that. It's to ingratiate yourself against the person on the throne because that person doesn't change.
Yeah.
That person's the same always.
Yeah.
So the Game of Cups is all about impressing whoever's sitting on the throne.
Right.
The Game of Swords is about basically being a noble and having normal money and, you know, being important in the world.
Right. So Game of Cups is internal and Game of Swords is external.
To a certain degree, yeah.
Yeah.
And generally only like the powerful vampires, the really old ones, are the ones that get to play at the Game of Cups. So
Wouldn't it just be like, because they don't die, there would just be like more and more really powerful vampires if they make new vampires?
Yeah.
So that's probably why they don't make too many new vampires, huh?
well, also they will eventually die. And one of the things of the world is that the very risk-averse vampires are the ones that end up living a very long time. So the ones that like make big power plays and moves and stuff tend to not be ancient. Yep, like Mr. Ritual Circle. Lady Vito is not going to be an ancient vampire because he made a move that was
Aren't they?
potentially
Aren't
dangerous.
they immortal though? I don't really get it.
So basically, you are immortal until you're killed. And-
Oh right, so it's like you won't die of old age or disease or anything.
It's
but you
lowercase
can get
immortal.
Stabbed.
Yeah, you can get stabbed to death.
Yep.
And Lady Vito basically made a power move and got
shut down in the ultimate way for doing so.
Yes. That was my very first session.
So that's his thing, right? His thing is he's getting off on having information that it seems like he is above his pay grade.
And not necessarily malevolent.
Yeah, it's
towards
not
us.
malevolent. Yeah, it's more of
Okay. All right.
a smile for himself.
I
Self-satisfaction.
feel like I'm going out on a limb here. Then as he's escorting us out of the shop.
One last thing.
Okay.
So you would know you. Oh wow! Actually, it would be Griffel and Morin. The name Loshar, it's a reasonably common Dragonborn name.
Mm.
Like,
Hmm.
it's not like Mike or Steve, but
Oh.
that's a decently common Dragonborn name that he gave.
Okay.
So the DM does not remember Loshar's last name because it's not on my cheat sheet. He would give both names. So the guy's name is Loshar, which I remember. I don't remember what his last name is.
The Shard of the Iron Tower.
But he says this Dragonborn knows about the plane of the Iron Tower. Talk to him, and he'll be able to give you context for what you're going to see.
What we're gonna see. Okay, I see.
We don't have to do that. We already know.
So I guess as he's taking us out of the shop or whatever, I'll say something like, "Yes, rumors can be quite interesting. There's all sorts of rumors these days. You just hear about the batshit crazy stuff that happened in Silver Spire. No reaction, and
He doesn't react. Yeah,
he's
I'm not familiar.
and
That would be very fast.
yeah,
It's been like 8 hours.
well, when you're wealthy, when
Yeah.
you're well spending. Anyway, okay, so I'll say, in terms of optimizing our viewing experience, given the current political climate and any inside information you have, and here I'll look him directly in the eye, like he'll see that I was like being cagey and and then I'm like very direct, and I'll say, would you recommend we move our party to our estate further outside of the city?
I would say you would place it whatever place is the best for the overall experience. And with what you've purchased here today, I imagine if your estate here in the city is, I wouldn't say small, because I'm not going to presume, but if it isn't able to house everyone that you could possibly invite, then possibly move it to the estate, as that will bring everyone coming.
Gonna keep the insight check going.
Yeah,
from him.
I want to know.
I'm gonna use
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually seem like he's trying to keep you here or leave.
Mm-hmm.
He just wants
You-
more
you-
ammo.
I am trying to buy a hint that I should get out of the city,
Yes, and
Yeah.
he is like
or detect him malevolently saying stay in the city.
right. So you can get from him that he's not taking it from that perspective.
Mhm.
Either he doesn't know that something's happening to Haven,
Oh, it's kind of my understanding.
or like something isn't happening to Haven because he's like, well, no, just wherever you can house more people because what you bought here today is going to make you the talk of the town.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to tell as many people as possible.
Mhm.
Um,
Honey, let's do the estate. I just had the kitchen redone.
You again, Italian to New Yorker to like Jewish grandmother to like Greek somewhere.
it's wonderful.
That was so-
It's not offensive to anybody. It's semi-offensive to everyone.
Man. And then I don't know. This is probably out of character. But as we're walking back, I'm like, well, I think we found our price for the Hope of Haven. That shit was fucking expensive.
plan was to con our way into the back room to act like we're rich people who are gonna buy expensive stuff and then we just bought it.
I was saying we should say that we'd meet back at the ship or something and then just blow them off, but no.
Nope. We're just
I was
like,
gonna
this
say,
is very
like,
nice.
Can I secretly smash take one of the little orbs and smash it against the wall, and then be like, oh my lord, look, they are the damaged produce. We cannot possibly buy this.
No.
No.
mean, you guys are getting out of here. I don't say scot free because you guys spent a shitload of money, but like
That could have gone so.
that was very successful.
I know.
Like you guys have
will hate it.
Be so pissed. They've been saying about it for centuries.
they will know what's gonna happen to them. they will know so little that they'll be like her accent. All right, so I am actually hungry now,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
and we've been playing for a long time.
Oh
So
man. I hope that conversation wasn't too boring for you, Michael.
That was good.
That was good. Good job, Master.
let's pause for a little bit.
Drock, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but when you asked me to ask about the timing, and I shut you down by saying we'll talk about it later, your filibuster went, "Yes, master, yes."
No, I missed that. There was too much going on.
Well, pause the recording if you haven't already. I'm gonna go upstairs and get some food.